Innovators gathered here for the prestigious International Conference on Watershed Resilience, Integrity, Science, Sustainability and Society. We are honored to have participants from different countries representing academia, industry, research institutions and development agencies. And definitely today's discussion will shape new ideas, inspire collaborations and strengthen global partnerships. We request everyone to settle in, network with fellow participants and get ready for an enriching experience. As we prepare to begin the formal inauguration session, we request all dignitaries to kindly proceed to the dais. We will begin the official programs in just few minutes.
Shri N. Chamaraya Swami sir is now entering the hall. I request all of you to give a big round of applause.
Invitation tick ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್ ಹಿಂದೆ ಚೇರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಂ ಯಾರು 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 ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಇಂಟಲ್ಲಿ
I also request Shri Andrew Goodland, Lead Agriculture Specialist, the World Bank.
I also
Move on the dais, please.
I request Stanford Blade DDG ICRISAT to come out the dais.
Shri Nitin Kade, IAS Joint Secretary, Watershed Management, DOLR, Government of India. I request you kindly move on the dais, sir, please.
Dr. Manoj Kumar, Principal Secretary, Department of Forestry. I request you to come to the dais, please, sir. There are.
Good morning, everyone. Water is universal solvent, which makes soil more beautiful monument. On behalf of Watershed Development Department, Government of Karnataka, Center of Excellence on Watershed Management, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, Department of Land Resource, Government of India, New Delhi, and the World Bank, a warm welcome to our esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and all the participants who traveled across 10 countries and the 30 states from across the countries. This is Dr. Noor Samad, Agriculture Officer and Television News Anchor.
This is Dr. Shweta from US Bangalore.
It's our distinct pleasure to welcome you all to Bengaluru, the Silicon Valley of India. The Garden City Bengaluru is the city known for its vibrant blend of tradition, modernity, for fitting backdrop for an event focused on International Conference on Watershed Resilience, Integrating Science, Sustainability and Society. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 days, this international conference provides you plenty of opportunities to discuss policies, procedures, and share knowledge and insights. And also, more glorious to mix and mingle beautiful evening cultural events with rich heritage, cultural heritage too.
Today, as we come together under one roof, we celebrate knowledge, collaboration, and a shared commitment to resilient landscapes and sustainable futures. Let us begin this international conference with an invocation. I humbly invite Srimati B.M. Sanjana KS and team for the invocation.
B.M. Sanjana KS and team, please.
ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗೆ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗೆ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಕಮ್ಮಗೊಲ್ಲನ ವೈರಿಸುತನಾದ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಸೊಂಡಿಲಗಳನಾಥನೇ ಅಮ್ಮಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗೆ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಮೊರೆ ಕಪ್ಪಿನ ಭಾವ ಮೊರದ ಗಲರ ಕಿವಿ ಕೋರೆ ದಾಟಿ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಮೂರು ಕಣ್ಣನ ಸೂತ ಮುರಿದಿಟ್ಟ ಚಂದ್ರನ ಧೀರಕ ಗಣನಾಥನೇ ಅಮ್ಮಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗೆ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ದಿಟ್ಟತನಿ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಪಟ್ಟದ ರಾಣಿ ಪಾರ್ವತಿಯ ಕುಮಾರನೇ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಯ ಗಣನಾಥನೇ ಅಮ್ಮಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ರಾಶಿ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯ ಬಲ್ಲ ರಮಣಿ ಹಂಬಲನುಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷಿಗನಿ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ಲೇಸಾಗಿ ಸೃಜನರ ಸಲಹುವ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿ ಕೇಶವದಾಸ ಕಣೆ ಅಮ್ಮಯ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಶಾರದೆ ಉಮಾ ಮಹೇಶ್ವರಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ ನಿಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿ ಯಾರಮ್ಮ.
Thank you very much, Srimati Sanjana and team for the song. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais and also the participants to raise for this song. This is the Nadagite which will be played here now. This is the song written by a Jnanapita awardee, the well-known poet Dr. K.V. Puttappa. Jaya Bharata Jananiya Tanujate, please. Thank you very much. Kindly be seated, sir. So this song is a patriotic song that celebrates Karnataka as the proud daughter of Mother India. The lyrics incites state's rich culture, history, religious diversity, literary heritage, natural beauty, emphasizing its peaceful coexistence with other states while maintaining its dignity. It was officially declared the state anthem in 2004. Thank you so much.
To formally welcome all the distinguished delegates, I invite Shri Upendra Pratap Singh, IFS Commissioner, Watershed Department, to deliver welcome address. Sir, please.
Very good morning to all and a very warm welcome to all of you. It is a matter of immense pride and pleasure to host International Conference on Watershed Resilience This global platform brings together eminent scientists, policymakers, practitioners, development agencies and institutions which are committed to sustainable watershed management. The climate change, land degradation, groundwater stress and declining soil health are major challenges before us. It demands fresh thinking and transformative approaches. The reward program supported by the World Bank and the Government of India has enabled Karnataka in automated DPR preparations and evidence-based planning processes. This conference brings global experience and local innovations into a single platform, enabling us to learn, collaborate and shape the next generation of watershed management solutions for the India and the world. On behalf of the organizers, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude and a warm welcome to all dignitaries on the and of the dais. I warmly welcome Sri Chavaraj Swami Sir, Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. His leadership and vision have greatly strengthened watershed development initiatives across Karnataka. I welcome Sri Nitin Khade, Joint Secretary, Government of India. We value his continued guidance in strengthening national watershed policies. I welcome Dr. S.V. Suresh, Vice Chancellor, University of Agriculture, Bangalore. We value his steering, academic excellence and scientific collaborations. I welcome Dr. Andrew Goodland, Lead Agricultural Scientist, World Bank. We appreciate his invaluable technical support and partnership through World Bank in advancing watershed resilience initiatives. I welcome Stanford Blade, DDG ICRISAT. We welcome Mr. Manoj Kumar, Principal Secretary, Forest. I take pleasure to welcome Madam Tanuja Thakur, Joint Secretary, DLR. We also welcome Mr. N.B. Prakash, Center of Excellence, Watershed Management. I also welcome Director, Watershed Development Department, Mr. Parvez. I welcome all Vice Chancellors, invited experts, esteemed delegates, members of the media and all participants present here. Let us work together, learn together and collectively contribute to building resilient watershed, resilient farming systems and resilient communities. Thanks a lot.
I also welcome Shri Upendra Pratap Singh, Commissioner Watershed Development Department. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my distinct pleasure to invite our most dynamic, challenging personality, being a political leader, most of the time, most of his lifetime spent with the farmers and moves with the farmers. His decisions and views paved the way for betterment of the Department of Agriculture and the farmers community too. I request our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Shri N. Chelvaraya Swami sir, to inaugurate this beautiful session, sir, by watering the plant, that's a ficus. I request all the dignitaries kindly join the hands with our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Shri Chelvaraya Swami, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, one tree can make 1 billion matchsticks, but one matchstick in turn can burn 1 million trees. So, the moral story is, one negative thought can burn all the positive thoughts. It's my honor to introduce Shri Chelvaraya Swami, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, and one of the most respected political leaders championing farmers' welfare and rural development in the state. Shri Chelvaraya Swami is a senior legislator with a distinguished public career spanning more than 300 decades. He has served as a member of Parliament Lok Sabha between 2009 and 13 from Mandya constituency and four-time member of the Karnataka Legislative Assembly representing Nagamangala constituency. He works relentlessly for the cause of rural communities with exceptional dedications. I now request our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Shri Chelvaraya Swami sir, kindly give your views on this inaugural ceremony, sir, please.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. On the dais, chief guest, honorary Goodland leader, agriculture specialist in World Bank, Sri Nitin Kabe, IAS Joint Secretary, and Transport DDG Tanuja Thakur, Joint Secretary, DYLR, Financially Advisor, and Suresh, Vice Chancellor, GKVK, and Commissioner, Watershed, Pratap Singh, Bantnal, Director of Watershed, Manoj Kumar, IAPS, Principal Secretary, and all dais and off the dais, all guests, media, distinguished policy makers, scientists, development partners, and delegates from India and abroad, and media friends. It gives me an immense pleasure to inaugurate this international conference on science-based watershed management. I am happy to inform you that Karnataka is recognized as lighthouse partner in implementing reward program. The state has demonstrated how technology, scientific planning, and community engagement can go together to transform landscapes and lives. We have built on an integrated approach linking land resources, inventory, hydrologically assessment, and socio-economic planning to guide soil and water conversion, crop selection, and nutrient management at the micro watershed level. The Center of Excellency on Watershed Management at UAS Bangalore stands today as National Institute for Disseminating Digital Watershed Governance and Decision Support to the entire country. The hallmark of Karnataka's success lies in translating scientific data into occasionally field decisions. This is science to society linkage has increased the productivity, reduced land degradation, and enhanced the adaptive capacity of farming community to climate variability. We have established digital geoportal for more than 40 lakhs acres, 25 districts of Karnataka. Such innovation are making Karnataka a front runner in data-driven watershed management. I would say this conference itself a testimony to effective collaboration among the Government of India, the Government of Karnataka, the World Bank, and the University of Agriculture Science Bangalore, and exhibiting their leadership and vision. It's showcase in the collective resolution to move from watershed development to watershed resilience, where naturally resources management, so livelihood and community environmental coverage converge into single development vision. I wish this conference serve as a platform for sharing knowledge, forming partnership, and shaping the roadmap for resilience and sustainable watershed management, not only for Karnataka but for the entire nation and beyond. With this note, I could that I am delegated to inaugurate the International Conference on Watershed Resilience, Integrate Science and Sustainability and Society. May the deliberation over the next 2 years, next 2 days, followed by field visit, inspire transformative action for a water score, climate and resilient and sustainable agriculture future, and wish the event and grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remarks. We now move to a significant moment of the morning, the release of knowledge resources that reflect the progress of watershed initiatives. Now I request Honorable Minister to release our book, The Land and Hydrology Inputs for Watershed Planning. I request the dignitaries to release the book. This book is a compilation of presentation made during the National Conference on Land Resource Inventory for Sustainable Watershed Management. The book presents methodologies for the systematic collection of land resources inventory and hydrological data, both of which are critical for the scientific planning and treatment of watersheds. Drawing upon experiences from the ongoing reward program in Karnataka and Odisha, the book provides insight that will be of particular relevance to watershed development initiatives. And I congratulate authors Dr. Prakash N.B. sir, Dr. Dasok sir, Dr. Nagaraj N. sir. Thank you, one and all.
I also request Honorable Minister of Agriculture and all the dignitaries on the dais to release a brochure titled Impact of WDC PMKSY 2.0. So this brochure highlights the WDC PMKSY 2.0 program implemented by Watershed Development department across total of 63 projects in Karnataka. The remarkable progress in water conservation, increased crop and horticulture areas, improved soil and moisture management, stronger livestock productivity and diversified livelihood. Overall, the program is clearly moving towards the sustainable agriculture and climate resilient rural development. Thank you once again, sir. I also request once again to release a coffee table book titled A Book on FPO Initiative under Reward Program, please, sir. I request Amit Vatsayan, Country Lead E&Y to join the dais, sir, please. So this coffee table book meticulously outlines technical support agencies endeavored detailing and systematic and impactful work carried out across various farmer produce organizations. Within its pages, release will find FPO profiles including interventions undertaken by TSA, that is technical support agencies, to bolster each FPO's growth and development.
I thank all the dignitaries for releasing the publication and also the authors. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce Sri Andrew Goodland, a highly respected development practitioner and lead agriculture specialist at the World Bank. Known globally for his expertise in agriculture transformation, rural livelihoods and sustainable food systems. With more than 25 years of international experience, Sri Goodland has worked extensively across South Asia, Africa and Southeast Asia, supporting governments and institutions in designing and implementing large-scale agriculture and rural development programs. His work spans agriculture policy reform, inclusive value chain development, climate-smart agriculture, market system strengthening and rural economic diversification. Sir, we are very fortunate to have you with us, sir. So now I request you to address the gathering. Sir, please.
Good morning to all. Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, distinguished guests on the dais and all participants. It's a great honour for me to be here representing the World Bank, and it's a fantastic opportunity for us to come together. I would like to start off by congratulating the Honourable Minister for the tremendous progress made by Government of Karnataka. As you rightly said, the state of Karnataka has become a lighthouse for watershed treatment and rehabilitation, and thank you for your efforts. I think it's great that you are here today because, of course, when we talk about watersheds and watershed restoration, we're doing this to support agriculture and to support the farmers within the state and within the country. So it's very important that we make the links between the watershed department and the agriculture department to ensure the maximum benefit of everything we do. So it's very good for the World Bank to be here. The World Bank has been a long-term partner with the Government of India in its journey on watersheds, going back several decades. We've had a series of interventions at the national level, but also across many states, not just Karnataka and Odisha, which are in this program, but also with Himachal, Maharashtra, Uttarakhand, and we'll be hearing about some of those experiences as we proceed through the next 2 days. So why the World Bank is excited to be a part of this and what we aim to do in our partnership with government, both at national and state level, is to enable the authorities to push the envelope in terms of what we do in this space. The World Bank's able to draw upon an international body of knowledge, of good practice, and one of the reasons we're here today is to learn from experiences around the world and to see how these can be brought to bear in India. There's always a lot to learn, and the World Bank is proud to be your partner on this journey to help you do that. Also, you know, we're able to pull in partners from around the world, and in our close working relationships, it's good to have ICRISAT represented here today, but other global partners. We need to come together around this critical agenda for India and for the world. So in terms of our work on watersheds and how this has evolved over the decades, of course, I mean, when we were first engaged in India, but also in China, we would be learning about China before, and we'd be learning about Ethiopia and other countries as well. I mean, the focus used to be more on infrastructure, getting the infrastructure right, building the water harvesting facilities, terracing, and that was like the first generation, but we've moved a long way since then. And I think what's becoming critical are four aspects. I mean, firstly, getting the planning systems right, and to enable not just the governments and local authorities, but enabling farmers to make decisions based on reliable data. Secondly, and one of the things which will come out strongly, I hope, in our 2-3 days of deliberations, is the opportunities around digitization. We are going through some revolutionary changes in technology and the applications of IT, not least in artificial intelligence. And this provides tremendous opportunities. And again, the World Bank is trying to help and support governments in releasing the power of these technologies to impress on the watershed agenda. Thirdly, you know, working on getting institutions right. It's very good. I was learning a little bit about the Center of Excellence here in Karnataka. How we support the coming together of different related disciplines to provide the top-notch support to a program such as the PMKSY. And finally, bringing the community into the picture. These initiatives, and Reward is a good example of it, can only be successful when the community is heavily involved in both the planning, but also the implementation, and also the continued operation and maintenance of system. So again, it's a great pleasure for me to be at this conference. I think it was around 3 years ago, I was in Bengaluru at the launch of Reward. We then had a room with even more people in it there, with a lot of farmer representatives. It was a great occasion. And there we had a lot of hope about the future, a hope about how Reward would evolve. And so it's fantastic to be here again, 3 years later, where we have an opportunity to reflect, to learn about the achievements of Reward. We'll learn about the achievements in other programs as well. And to see now how we can go to the next generation. I know there is discussions around the next phase or next program of support to the PM KSY. And I think if we put our minds together, we can help to take that forwards. So I'd like to congratulate the organizers for putting this together. I think this is a fantastic opportunity. We need to come together because the challenges remain. I mean, we can celebrate our successes, but we have to acknowledge that in India and indeed globally, a significant amount of soils remain degraded. There are increasing pressures from changes in climate. We have to recognize that sometimes the policy incentives are not necessarily supporting improved watershed. We need to recognize that to have successful and sustainable interventions on watershed management needs a number of institutions to come together. So there are challenges there, but also, as I said earlier, tremendous opportunities in terms of technologies coming up, in terms of a private sector getting more engaged, in terms of new models of policy and institutions. So I remain very optimistic about the future. And with that, I'd like to conclude my comments. Looking forward to a fantastic couple of days of deliberations. I hope everyone stays engaged. I mean, we're all here to learn. We're all here to make connections and take this agenda forward. So thank you and good luck for the conference.
Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "The nation that destroys its soil destroys itself." Thank you very much for your valuable insights, sir. Your expertise and clarity enriched our today's session, sir. Thank you very much. Now it's my honor to introduce Sri Nitin Khade, sir, Joint Secretary, Department of Land Resources, Government of India. Distinguished guests, it's my pleasure to introduce Nitin Khade, that the Joint Secretary in the Department of Land Resources, Government of India. He is an IAS officer of 2004 batch from Assam cadre. In his present role, he is shaping the national land and watershed management agenda, including water development, spring shade management, digital land records, modernization, land use planning, and state capacity enhancement. Shri Khade brings to his role a strong background in rural development, policy coordination, and institutional reforms. I wholeheartedly invite to the dais, sir, to kindly share your few thoughts, sir, please.
Jai Watershed, Jai Alagai. I hope my sound is reaching at the end. Now we have seen that on the dais we were not able to hear properly. आज मंच पर उपस्थित रिवॉर्ड वर्ल्ड बैंक एडेड प्रोजेक्ट के अंतर्गत इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए जो हमारे बीच उपस्थित है वो कर्नाटका के माननीय कृषि मंत्री श्री स्वामी जी, Mr. Andrew Goodland, Lead Agriculture Specialist from World Bank, Mr. Stanford Blade, DDG CRISAT, Srimati Tanuja Thakurji, my colleague, Joint Secretary in DOLR and Financial Advisor, Dr. Suresha, Vice Chancellor, University of Agricultural Sciences, Shri Manoj Kumarji, Principal Secretary, Department of Forest, Government of Karnataka. I welcome all the national as well as international delegates to this international conference on behalf of Government of India's Department of Land Resources. We are thankful to Government of Karnataka for hosting this international conference in Bengaluru in such a grand fashion. We are now at a crucial stage of reward program. We have completed around 3 to 4 years, and now we are doing a stock taking. If we see our national size of degraded land, it's around 98 million hectares. So 9.8 crore hectare land of our country is degraded. So it comes to around 29% of our total geographical area. So most of this degraded land is rain-fed or drought-prone. So the farmers staying in these areas, they are not able to achieve that economic prosperity which the farmers staying in irrigated areas are having. So in a way, we are working to make these rain-fed agriculture or drought-prone areas into fertile lands and to bring prosperity in the lives of the farmers staying in these areas. तो एक हिसाब से हम जैसे बोलते हैं कि हम हमारे देश की धरती को हम सुजलाम सुफलाम करने का कार्य कर रहे हैं. तो ये कार्य करते वक्त हमें ये भी देखना है कि how we can keep pace with the changing times. We need to infuse newer technology, newer approaches in our implementation strategy. When we think of watershed, there are two aspects. First is the technical aspect, the technology which we are using, and the second is watershed governance. What kind of community institutions we are strengthening, we are setting up to ensure sustainability of our works. So when it comes to technology, now we need to move with time. We need to study what other countries are doing. And I think that is the real purpose of this conference. We have invited around 8 to 10 international experts. We all are quite excited to hear from them what's happening in other countries, what's happening in United States of America, what's happening in Africa, what's happening in Europe, what's happening in China, and how we can learn from them. We are at a very crucial juncture. We are going to have our next mainstream scheme, that is watershed development component of Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana 3, which will be rolled out from 26 onwards. So we need to finalize our national technical guidelines under reward, and then we'll see how we can scale up the concepts propagated in reward. So I think for successful implementation of the scheme, there are two basic requirements. First is how do we scale up the pilot project, the demonstration project, and second, how do we bring in ease in implementation? Ease in understanding for the common man, for the common farmer. So when we discuss about LRI, we need to simplify it. When we discuss about hydrology, we need to simplify it. And then we need to take it to the farmer. With this objective, we had suggested Karnataka government and Odisha government to take up a LRI Yatra, a LRI March. And I'm glad to hear that they have already started it. We want these LRI related complex aspects to be understood by the farmers in a very simple way, so that they adopt those technologies. So we need to take these emerging technologies to farmers, we need to demystify them. I'm very happy to also know that Karnataka has done good progress in FPO. Under reward, they have substantially strengthened some FPOs. So this is how we can strengthen the community structure there. One of the major weakness of our mainstream scheme, that is watershed development component Prime Minister irrigation scheme, is that after we leave that area after 5 years, we are not able to sustain those structures qualitatively. So the Gram Panchayat doesn't have that time and focus to pay attention to the maintenance of these structures. So we need to create some kind of institution there which will have some economic interest in the maintenance of these structures. So if the farmer producer organization in that area, they have some economic interest in terms of increased farm produce, they will take care of the maintenance of those structures. So Karnataka has shown us the way how we can strengthen the FPOs. Obviously there has been some substantial financial support given by the state, but that we can do. We can do it for other parts of the country also. Similarly, we can also study the Marvi model. There is one MOU between Australia and India, and one university in Australia, that is Western Sydney University. They have done this Marvi project in Rajasthan, and under that project they have strengthened the village cooperatives there. So the village cooperative is taking care of the sustainability aspect in those areas. So if we can infuse such kind of community setups in our project areas, that will be really helpful. If we are planting some sapling, we need to say to it that it becomes a big tree. And I think that is something which is lacking in watershed program. When we contrast it with other developmental departments like education, health, they have their foot soldiers on ground continuously. They are incrementally increasing their infrastructure there. If suppose there was a single room school 50 years back in some village, after 10 years it became 2-room school, it became 4-room school. Now there is a good building with 20-30 teachers. So that has not happened with watershed works. If we had started working in 5,000 hectare area in some rain-fed area 50 years back, then it should have expanded, that circle should have expanded. But that has not happened. So we need to think on these aspects, how we can expand our area of influence. The major criticism against us is that our work is not that prominently visible. It may be good in Karnataka, it may be good in some 3-4 other states, but on a large scale, that is the observation. So we need to find answers to these questions. And for infusing community participation, we have also undertaken 2-3 major public reach campaigns since last year. We had undertaken Watershed Yatra. We had engaged some 39 odd vans and they went across the country, and then we engaged groundbreaking ceremonies of our works, completion ceremonies of our works, watershed ki panchayat, so that common people know about the importance of soil and water conservation. Then we also honored the grassroots level workers. We honored around 17,000 grassroots workers. We want them to be community leaders in watershed in those areas. We know about Mr. Popatrao Pawar, we know about Mr. Paliwal. They have also been conferred with Padma Shri. Government has recognized their good work. But we need such thousands of Popatrao Pawars and Paliwals in the country if we want the community-led watershed development to be successful. So with that objective, we had undertaken this Watershed Yatra. And along with that, we also had one Watershed Jan Bhagidari Cup. We want to have a healthy competition amongst projects. We have around 1,200 projects going on in the country. Then there we are trying to encourage people, public, private partnership. We want contribution from all. Government is putting money, good. NGOs, CSR fund, crowdfunding can be there. If somebody can't contribute in terms of cash, he can contribute in terms of kind. If suppose he provides a JCB for 2 days, that's welcome. If somebody provides 100 liters of diesel to run that JCB, that's great. If some gentleman from Bangalore, if he is settled in California and if he wants to do something for his village, okay, he can't give 10 lakh rupees or a crore rupees to build a road or to build the entire school building. But he can contribute 10,000 rupees in individual capacity in that crowd fund. So such kind of work we are encouraging under Jan Bhagidari Cup. And we are very happy to tell you all that the seed which we had shown last year, it's bearing fruits. This year we have launched Watershed Mahotsav from 11th of November from Guntur. Our Honorable Union Minister for Rural Development and Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhanji, launched it from Guntur on last 11th of November. And we are awarding the projects which won last year's Jan Bhagidari Cup. We know that there are certain states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, Rajasthan, which have this Jan Bhagidari, this public participation concept. But the other states, especially in northern India and in eastern India, they don't have this concept of community participation in government work. So we want this thought to be inculcated in those states. So with this Jan Bhagidari Cup, with this Watershed Yatra, it has started there. And most importantly, we are sustaining that initiative. As we all understand the importance of sustenance. So this year we have launched Watershed Mahotsav. So the same kind of programs are being conducted. Jan Bhagidari bhi hogi. In Jan Bhagidari again we'll lay stress on 4P. So we have rebooted the Jan Bhagidari Cup 2026, and our Honorable Minister Shivrajji will be doing mass scale groundbreaking and completion ceremonies in these 28 states and 2 UTs. So we want watershed to be visible. We want the community to get engaged to watershed development works. And reward has also been very useful in giving us some insights. So FPO, I think we couldn't implement that strongly in WC, but under reward, yes, it has been done well, and we will definitely think of this aspect when we'll be framing WC3. We have international experts, so India has been very important partner in knowledge sharing, international agricultural best practices. India has been sharing very liberally with other developing countries. So along with listening from them what other countries have done, I think they may also benefit from listening from us what we have done in watershed development. India's watershed development history or progress is quite organic. We know that no two countries have similar geography, similar land holding pattern, similar political setup. So India has indigenously developed its own watershed development program. And in that sense, we can definitely say that we are Atmanirbhar in case of watershed development also. So the international experts can also come to know about these aspects. We would like them to give the experts comments on our reward related findings. We are going to field also day after tomorrow. So on that also we would like to know their observations. And with these deliberations, we can definitely aim to make the entire world, as we say, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
सर, नितिन सर, जो इंसान पानी में नहाता है वो केवल लिबास बदलता है, मगर जो इंसान मिट्टी में नहाता है वो इतिहास बदल देता है सर. Thank you very much for your valuable. Actually, we also traversed through your views in different parts of the world. Now I request Dr. Stanford Blade, Deputy Director General. Just to introduce him, Dr. Stanford Blade, the Deputy General, ICRISAT Hyderabad, with a distinguished career spanning academia and international agricultural research. Dr. Blade most recently served as Dean for the Faculty of Agriculture, Life and Environmental Sciences at the University of Alberta, Canada. He holds a PhD in plant breeding cropping system research from McGill University in Montreal. Recognized internationally, Dr. Blade is an international fellow of Royal Swedish Academy of Agriculture and Forestry and was awarded with a Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee Medal in Canada for his contributions to agricultural science and development. Expect big round of applause for this. At ICRISAT, Dr. Blade leads efforts in crop improvement, innovative systems and technology-led solutions aimed at improving livelihoods across the semi-arid tropics. Please join me welcoming Dr. Blade on the stage. I invite to address the gathering with your beautiful expertise, sir, please.
Thank you for that very kind introduction. Thank you. Good morning, Namaskar. It's a great pleasure to be here. Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Joint Secretaries, Representative of the World Bank, and of course, Vice Chancellor of the University and all other eminent members of the dais, distinguished guests of the crowd and all of the participants in this very important international meeting. It gives me great pleasure to bring greetings from our Director General, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, from the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics. Some of you will know, but I will remind you that ICRISAT was founded, hosted by the Government of India starting in 1972. Our headquarters are based just outside of Hyderabad in Patancheru, but we work across the semi-arid tropics of both Asia and Africa, where we have 8 research campuses doing the same work of focusing on transforming dryland agriculture. Now, it won't surprise you to know that dryland regions of the world enclose 2 billion plus people. The dryland tropics are representative of about 45% of the arable land. So the work that we do is incredibly important. Now, in the case of ICRISAT, we have the good fortune within our research enterprise of connecting agriculture to food, to nutrition, to human health. And we even extend that chain to include genetics and genomics and plant breeding on this side of the spectrum, but also the addition of value, of supporting entrepreneurs, of doing all of the innovative things that actually will increase the value of agricultural products. But that chain is supported by the work that we do in soil, in biodiversity, but very crucially for an international conference on watershed resilience, on water. Now, I am trained as a plant breeder. I've worked in Africa for almost 10 years, and now I have the great privilege of being based in Hyderabad. Plant breeders in the past have always thought only about the crop. The goal of a center like ICRISAT in those early years was to develop crops that could produce, and I'm sure you've heard the phrase, more crop per drop. But now ICRISAT and all of us in this room are working on a much different scale. In ICRISAT, we've gone from crops to cropping systems, to farming systems, to landscapes, and now we're incorporating the evidence coming not only from the natural sciences, but from the social sciences to help to produce the evidence to create new policy, but also to create those new products. During this international conference, my presentation and my colleagues that are in the audience, Dr. Afari Sifa, based in West Africa, in Nigeria, Dr. Mekwant, based in East Africa, we will tell stories about ICRISAT's role in watershed resilience, in watershed rehabilitation, in the rejuvenation of degraded land. But we do that in partnership with all of you. We work so closely with ICAR here in India. We work so closely with the Government of India's more broad departments that are very focused on the agri-food value chain. We work with the state governments, and you'll hear some of those stories where we are also very engaged, including Karnataka. So it's a great pleasure to be with you. We certainly want to share our story, but we know that we do this all in partnership, and it's a great pleasure to be here, and I wish this conference excellent deliberations, and I'm looking forward to learning a great deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Knowledge deepens when perspectives come together. Thank you for sharing very valuable remarks, sir. Now I request, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. S.V. Suresha, the esteemed Vice Chancellor of the University of Agriculture Sciences, Bangalore, one of the India's leading agriculture university and a premier institution in education, research and extension. Dr. Suresha is a highly accomplished agriculture scientist and academic leader with an exceptional track record in crop science, dryland agriculture, natural resource management and farmer-oriented technology dissemination. Over the course of his distinguished career, he has combined scientific excellence with visionary institutional leadership to advance Karnataka's agriculture development. I request you, sir, for presidential remarks, please, sir.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್. ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, Shri Nitish Kade, Joint Director, IAS, Department of Land Resources, Government of India, the other officials, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It gives me an immense pleasure to be a part of this conference on behalf of University of Agricultural Sciences, which is also co-hosting this conference. The Center of Excellence on Watershed Management is located in UAS Bangalore, which is a premier institute and the first university established in the state of Karnataka. And before this reward project, I feel that it is worth to mention the University of Agricultural Sciences Bangalore is pioneer in watershed development programs since its starting of this program. The university also bagged awards for establishing good watershed projects in the state of Karnataka. Now, the watershed management, which is implemented in the state of Karnataka, is throwing a lot of light on how it should be managed and how it should be taken forward. The first and the foremost thing, as mentioned by Sri Nitish Kade, any project or program can succeed only with the community participation, or otherwise we have an examples of some of the programs which have failed just because of their active involvement. Earlier experiences with watershed management for all of us, we never looked for changed man, but we focused on changed practices. The changed practices may go back at any point of time, but ultimately the changed man can take up this program very effectively in future. So what I feel, right now, the LRA Geo portal that has given an access to the data for all policymakers, researchers, including the farming community, which may use it for the effective implementation of this program. And also the very important concept of this, the soil health, water use efficiency, and the specific nutritional application to the plant, which has resulted in not necessarily increasing the production, but also it has reduced the cost of production of these crops. So such has impressed the farmers. Finally, what I would say is, the Center of Excellence of Watershed Management located in Bangalore, even after the withdrawal of this program, the university is keen to make it as an independent national level institute for training the people on watershed management, for which we are looking forward the support from DOLR and also the Government of Karnataka Watershed Development Department. So we will take it forward even after the closure of this program. And I feel any technology which is simple and relatively advantageous to the farmers, 100% there will be a much adoption of these programs, and the university is committed to take this program forward with the assistance of different developmental departments in state. And I wish the program deliberate on the information that is available with the national and international delegates, and how best we can make use of these technologies and the science of watershed to the farming community. With this, let me wish you and welcome you all to this Bangalore for this national conference, and thanks for the opportunity given to me to share few of my thoughts on this occasion. Thank you.
Mahatma Gandhi said, "Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed." Thank you so much for your valuable remarks, sir. Now I'd request Dr. N.B. Prakash, Special Officer, COE, Watershed Management, US, Bengaluru, to give the vote of thanks, sir, please.
Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, esteemed guests, delegates, invitees, and participants. It is my honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Cheluvaraya Swami sir, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, for inaugurating this conference and delivering an inspiring inaugural address. Sir, on behalf of Watershed Development, Department of Government of Karnataka, DOLR, and US Bangalore, and all the delegates present here, I convey our sincere thanks to sir. I'm equally indebted to Sri Nitin Kadeji, Joint Secretary, DOLR, Government of India, for providing timely and valuable inputs in organizing this event and for gracing this function and for your great address to all the audience, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence here. I also thank Madam Thanuja Thakur Khalko, Joint Secretary Finance, New Delhi, DOLR, for gracing this occasion. Thank you, Madam. And Sri Manoj Kumar, IFS, Principal Secretary Forestry, who is also gracing this occasion. Thank you very much, sir, for this gracing occasion. Let me thank Mr. Andrew Goodland, Senior Agricultural Specialist, World Bank, New Delhi, for representing the World Bank and sharing his valuable insights on watershed development in India. I also thank the World Bank specialists, Dr. Millian, who have come all the way from Africa, and also Sheikh, who is very much here, and also Madam Preeti Kumar, who is representing World Bank India, for her inputs in designing this entire conference and timely support in guiding us all along. Dr. Stanford Blade, DDG ICRISAT, for joining for this inaugural program and also for agreeing to deliver the keynote address tomorrow. Thank you very much on behalf of all of us for gracing this occasion. Let me also thank our other international speakers who are here, and mainly Asim Biswasi here, and Rutu is here, and Bolet will be joining us very soon. Thanks on behalf of all of you. Let me thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Suresh sir, for presiding over this function and offering his insightful presidential address. Thank you very much, sir. And let me also thank two of the Vice Chancellor who are witnessing this event, Dr. P.L. Patil from US Dharwar and Dr. Vishnuvardhan from UHS Bagalkot, for the gracing this occasion. Let me also thank Rajiv Chawla, Dr. N.G. Patel, and C.P. Reddy sir, and mainly the Senior Additional Commissioner from DOLR and other distinguished dignitaries present here in this conference. Let me extend a heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, those who have traveled all the way from different globe of the universe and also across India, for accepting our invitation at a very short notice, and contributions which definitely enrich the conference immensely. My special thanks to mainly Dr. Upendra Singh, IFS Commissioner of Watershed, and also Parvez Bantnal, Director Watershed, whose constant support, guidance and encouragement made it meticulously planning this inaugural program in a very befitting way, sir. Thank you very much. Let me also thank our CEOs, officers representing various SLNAs from different states, scientists and partner institutions, NARA and consortium partners, and reward team from Odisha, mainly officers from Watershed Development Department and Department of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, and all the dignitaries and special invitees. And in the audience, we have Dr. Natarajan, Dr. A.B. Patil, Dr. Rajesh from KSR SAC, Dr. Shekhar Muddu from IASC, and different IAS officers too. And a big thanks to each one of you for contributing your insightful comments and suggestions for the conference. A big thanks to all the chairpersons and the members of various committees. Special thanks to Dr. Rasog and Dr. Nagaraj, consultants at Center of Excellence and Watershed Management, whose constant tireless support for making this particular program a grand success. Thank you, each one of you, and once again, all the best for the participants to stay in Bangalore in a comfortable way. Thank you very much.
I also thank Dr. N.B. Prakash, Special Officer, for presenting vote of thanks, sir. I request all the photographers, please move on the dais now for a photography. No, I request all the photographers, please move on the dais.
I request the photographer to capture the memorable moment.
On the other way around, please. I request all the participants, please rise for this photography, probably. All the dignitaries carried over the dignitaries carried over the Okay. Yeah.
All of you please join for the photography. Let us capture this memorable moment. And I request all of you to have a smile on your face. I wish all of you to memorable stay at Bangalore.
खूबसूरती से एक पल का रिश्ता बन जाता है, जाने कब कौन जिंदगी का हिस्सा बन जाता है। कुछ खास लोग मिलते हैं जिंदगी में, जिनसे कभी ना बिछड़ने वाला रिश्ता बन जाता है।
Thank you all for making this moment a memorable.
It's our pleasure to invite you for the small coffee or tea break now. I would request all the participants and dignitaries kindly reassemble in this hall by taking only 20 minutes time so that actually we can start our next sessions on time. Thank you so much. Watershed management. This chairperson would be Shri Andrew Goodland, lead agriculture specialist, the World Bank. I request our first guest speaker, Mr. Sheikh Dia, Senior Agriculture Economist, the World Bank, Kinshasa, Congo. He will be delivering a lecture on global knowledge and best practices in sustainable watershed management in Brazil. I request you once again, sir, move on the dais. Mr. Sheikh Dia, Senior Agriculture Economist, the World Bank, Kinshasa, Congo.
Hello? Hello, if we can, people take their seats and then we can get this session started. Okay, if people can please settle down and we can start the next session.
Check. Check. Check.
Okay, let's get started. So, firstly, I hope everybody found the inaugural session as interesting as I did. It was very good to hear some of the higher level views from the distinguished panelists and from the Honourable Minister. As a few of the speakers mentioned, I mean, what the real purpose of this conference is, and I think why we are all here in such numbers and come from all over the country and indeed from other countries, is an opportunity to learn from a global experience. The issues of watershed management are not unique to India. There are challenges which are faced across the globe in different climates, in different agriculture systems. But we do see an evolution of different approaches in different geographies. We see there's an opportunity to reflect on what other countries have done, to see how that can be applied to India, and of course for people also to learn from the India experience. The field of watershed management has evolved a lot, and I think I mentioned earlier how if we go back just 20 years or so, the focus was very much on infrastructure, and then we sort of shifted from infrastructure to institutions, and now we're shifting again from institutions to application of digital technologies. Of course, it all has to come together. And as well, we need to also expand our outlook, not just focused on watershed management per se, but look at watershed management in the context of the whole agriculture system, and actually the whole agriculture and food system, because ultimately we need these sustainable landscapes to be able to support livelihoods of small farmers and to also provide nutritious food for consumers, whilst also protecting our natural resources. So we're going to more of a systems approach in many ways to where we were 20, 30 years ago. So we're going to take a journey around the world in the next couple of hours. It's fantastic. We have speakers coming in, some in the room, some online, which will give perspectives on the challenges we face and some of the solutions which have evolved in different contexts and countries. So with that, can I ask our facilitator to introduce the first speaker? Thank you. And by the way, sorry, just before you come in, so the format for this will be, we have sort of 20-minute slots. I do want to have an opportunity for those in the audience to raise questions or provide comments. So I'm asking all the speakers to try and restrict your presentations to a maximum of 15 minutes, so we have a few minutes for question and answer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a brief introduction about Mr. Sheikh Amadou Tiadane Dia. He is a senior agriculture specialist at the World Bank. Mr. Dia is an accomplished development professional with extensive experience in driving agriculture transformation, food security planning, and rural development across sub-Saharan Africa. At the World Bank, he has played a central role in shaping major agricultural and nutritional focus programs, including the Multi-Sectoral Nutrition and Health Project and the Country Economic Memorandum for the Democratic Republic of Congo. His expertise spans sustainable agriculture, climate resilient food system, value chain development, and evidence-based policy design. Mr. Dia's work is widely recognized for its strong analytical foundation, practical relevance, and deep commitment to improving the lives and livelihoods of smallholder farmers. Today, he is going to speak on his experience in Brazil. Please join me welcoming Mr. Sheikh Amadou Tiadane Dia, sir. Please.
Okay. So this one, advance and red. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank the organizers for the efforts they deployed to organize this international conference. As he mentioned, and as Andrew mentioned, I'm going to share with you an experience from Brazil related to landscape management. Maybe some will say, what the link between landscape management and watershed? I think the link seems to be very, very obvious. But we will come into details later and see what are the findings of that study. Few might be surprised to see Embrapa. Embrapa is a public institution in charge of research in agriculture, which has been established in Brazil since 1973, if I am not mistaken. And since then, they are doing a lot of knowledge to produce knowledge with the close participation with the farmers. And others might ask also why Mr. Luis Adriano Maya Cordero is there and why my name is there. Actually, the team who produced this knowledge had been led by Luis Adriano, as you see, but due to many other reasons, they couldn't make it to India. And since I had the opportunity to work with them 3 years ago, they requested me to represent them and share very briefly, because this research has started since 1976, and now they are publishing the result of that knowledge, and I will do my best to be very, very short, because the details are many, and to share with you this experience from Brazil, mainly in the Cerrado, which I will come to later on. To do this presentation, I will need to just to drive you quickly through some contextual elements on the Cerrado, what the Cerrado means. And after that, we will talk about the pasture degradation, what are the main causes. We will see how they classified the level of pasture degradation, because the level of degradation are very differentiated. And we will see how they did the diagnostic so that they can collect data, because data is key, mainly on the moment we are living now. And we will go through a typology of pasture degradation, and we will see the alternatives that they have gone through for pasture management, talk about the approaches they have adopted. Sometimes it's recovery, sometimes it's renovation. We will go deeper later on that. The alternatives they have adopted, the impact in the context of Cerrado, and also share few conclusions and lessons learned. Now, just to give you a contextual element of the Cerrado. The Cerrado is not a state, because many of you know that Brazil is a federal state, very well decentralized, but the area when you see in the map over there, it is a biome, it is a big ecosystem, which is covering more or less 24% of the Brazilian territory. There are, according to the data we have since 2023, there are more than 40 million people living there. And the state, as I said, is a biome. It is extending over 12 states. The states are over there, and you see it is very, very wide. And you see also in terms of extension, it's more than 53 million hectares used as pasture, which is crucial for farming. And mainly cattle are the source of living. For example, this breed called Nelor is very well known in this biome, and they also do very low density grazing. And the Cerrado supports more than 53 million animals per unit. This gives you an idea of the load of the charge of the pasture. It's more or less 1 animal unit per hectare. And the vegetation is very diversified. It's sometimes savanna, grass, shrubs, and small scattered trees. And now, when it comes to pasture degradation in terms of perception, and what are the main causes? There is a researcher called Macedo, there are 2 researchers, Macedo and Zimmer. They gave this definition of pasture degradation. It's a very evolutive process in the loss of vigor and productivity. So the definition speaks for itself. The main causes are lack of nutrient, and sometimes overstocking of animals, inadequate pasture management, inappropriate species or crops, and use of seeds of poor quality, because it happens where the seeds are the very poor quality, and improper soil preparation, and also the absence or lack of soil conservation practices. It was very nice to hear the speakers who were here before. They talked about the quality of soil and the health of the soil, and we will come back to it later on. There is something which is very critical, is the data collection and analysis to do that diagnosis, because they needed to collect data first and do the monitoring, and they characterized and analyzed the dynamics of the landscape, and they have gone through socio-economic analysis and environmental restoration, and they have done other surveys regularly, and they done some reporting and do some monitoring so that to do the necessary adjustment. And you may see in this picture that they have diversified the tools for data collection. They used a lot of digital, and they used also human resources so that, comprehensive data can be collected, so that the diagnosis can be done, the baseline can be ready, so that they can take it forward. And you see that the satellite data has been mobilized, and I was happy also to hear that as we are at the era of digital, using those mechanisms very well advanced in India, I think it's starting to be globalized, and which is something very promising. And now what they said is, based on the diagnostic, they made a very quick diagnosis to see the level of degradation. I mean, the ratio of land degraded. So they classified between absent degradation, intermediate, and severe. And you see that the severe degraded land is more or less 5% of the area, but the intermediate is about 10%. So the absent degradation, they have some specific approaches to go through it, because even though it is absent, they have to do some preventive measures to avoid land degradation. And now, to continue in the classification, to continue in the scaling and doing the typology of degradation, they have classified it from LPD stands for land pasture degradation, level 1 to level 6. And you see through the pictures, which are very, the picture speaks for themselves, because the greener, and you see there it is less green between the degradation 4, 5, 6, and this is why the land, I mean the vegetation cover is very, very, very low. But they have used this classification to adapt the measures so that we know what is most relevant according to the level of degradation. Now, based on that, they have done this, this chart to consider. Okay. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So you see that based on this diagram, based on the level of degradation, they have defined the suitable approach. And you see the red one is really a degraded one, and you see the measures which are there, and you see what is planned. And sometimes you see that it is mainly related to the maintenance, which is when it is moderately degraded. But when it starts to be degraded, they do some integration between the farming and and livestock management to manage the fertility and so on. And the other details are there, and I will share with you at the end of this session the link where you will have more details. But this is a general picture which shows what are the approaches they are using to see what is the most suitable considering the level of degradation. And now there is something crucial, which is the stakeholder participation and the institutional support. And I'm very happy also to hear that my predecessor who were here, I think the researcher from the university, he highlighted the importance of community participation and stakeholder participation. And here you see that they have done something very important, which is related to the training. The SENAR is a Brazilian acronym, which is the National Rural Learning Service, which was supported by the World Bank. And they have done a lot of training, and they worked with over 7,800 producers. And the benefits, as you see, are the improvement of the productivity, the profitability, and the environmental gains, because we are trying to see what is the importance of the native vegetation in this area. And the research institutes demonstrated the best practices, which is the systematic monitoring and tracking also the results and climate impact. But there is the last but not least is this success due to education, economic incentive, local relevance, and strong institutional backing. You will see at the end of the presentation there are certain data related to the cost of the recovery and the most beneficial approaches. We will go into details later on if necessary. Now, as I said before, there are two main approaches. I'm trying to be very short because either we go for recovery or we go for renovation. Recovery means to keep the same species or cultivar, but there is a direct recovery and indirect recovery, because with the direct recovery, sometimes they do the partial or total destruction of the native vegetation. The indirect recovery is the annual pasture. Sometimes they mix cropping. They add millet, sorghum, and integration with other leguminoses like soybeans and corn. And while when it comes about renovation, they add new species or cultivar. As above, there is direct renovation and indirect renovation, and the details measures are there because they use some chemicals allowed by the regulation in India, and they use also the annual pasture. And the objective, of course, is to move from this degraded to the other one, which is the greener. And now the alternatives, because according to the approach, sometimes if they go for direct recovery with total destruction of the vegetation, the cost ranges around 400 US to 800 US dollar per hectare. Of course, some will say that this cost is very specific to the market, to the regulatory mechanism. But this is just to give you an idea. And this approach is suitable for scale of degradation between 3, 4, 5, and 6. And for this, they used to do some amendment to add lime, gypsum, other fertilizers like urea or combined NPKs if it is needed, because they need to start first with the soil analysis and use the weed killers, use some machinery, very heavy tools sometimes. And if the soil is hard, sometimes they use the suitable tools to do the necessary work. And there are, if there are sometimes other seeds already in the soil, they can let them grow naturally instead of planting new ones. And yes, I will go quickly, and when you go through details, you see that for the measures suitable for degradation level 1 and level 2, the cost is less than the previous one because the degradation is lesser. And you see also for the recovery or renovation, it is more expensive because the cost is between 500 and 800. And they do the same mechanism actually, and integrate also livestock and cropping. And while the lessons learned, I will go very quickly, and because this approach can maintain and directly recover pasture without replacement, with each corresponding to the early degradation. And when it comes to advanced degradation, the direct recovery with total vegetation destruction is also important to be going through. And the direct renewal is, as you see, farmers at all stages, but it is very costly. Only those who can do it can go for it. And everything will depend on the economic consideration, because direct renewal is not the fastest. It is not the most economical way. So that's why there are some trade-offs the farmers can use. So the impact on pasture, as I said on the beginning, you see that the treated area show more than 15% of more forage. It has been increased, the productivity of the land. And the forage and litter stock has increased by 190%. And they improved the soil nutrients and the soil fertility enhancement. And I will stop there, and I thank you very much for your attention. And as I said on the beginning, we have a link here where we have more details, because this session, we cannot go into more details, but we remain available either with the team for rewards from any other expert to continue the exchange of experience. And thank you for your attention. And we are also ready for more questions if necessary. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheikh. And please just stay there. Don't run away. So we have just a couple minutes for for questions. So if anyone has a question, could they raise their hand, please? Right at the very back.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for that. Thank you for that excellent talk. In terms of degraded grassland restoration, especially in the semi-arid landscapes where water availability is a major constraint, would you have advice on how this is applicable to the kind of landscapes you see around here, especially in most of the central Indian tracts which are very arid? Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we can add one to that if there's a raised hand. Yes, please, sir. The mic is coming.
Hello. Yeah, India has got almost 12% cattle population of the world. And we are looking forward to have similar solution what you have experimented with. We would like to learn how best the exercise that you have taken up by now, raising 190% of output as you mentioned, how best we can practice in similar situation your experiment and how India could be benefited at the best. Your observations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. For the first question, actually, when we go into details, we will see that they have done the experiment in the dry areas and in the wet areas. The data we have given here are averaging. If I had more time, I would have given you what are the results on the wet areas and what are the results on the dry areas. But I can share with you the information later because it takes a lot of expertise and a lot of time because those who were living in the dry areas were not very economically, provided with resources. But it was in the experimental area of Imbrapa, while on the wetlands, the results are also visible. I will share them with you later on. And coming back to the second question, what we could do maybe is to organize a very dedicated session with rewards or any other institution and to go into details and see how, because the context, even though you can find dry and wet areas, the regulatory framework is very crucial. And the regulatory framework, as I mentioned in the last slide, is very, very critical. And I'm not sure how it is in India. We can maybe have some working sessions and see how the experience can be shared. What we can do at the bank, sometimes we do some exposure visit. We do it internally, but we do it globally also. And this can be one of the steps where specificities can be drawn up and see what can be suitable for India. But for sure, there are some similarities there, etc. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Sheikh.
Thank you.
I'm realizing that I mean, sometimes when you go to a restaurant, you have like a taster menu where you just have a little piece of different foods. This session is very much going to be like a taster menu. We only have 20 minutes for each speaker with questions. And of course, within that period of time, it's impossible to get into a level of depth. So the spirit of this is really to like a taster menu, set off your taste buds. And if you want more, if you want to eat more, then we can help to provide, firstly, access to literature, on these different examples. As Sheikh indicated, we can also arrange dedicated sessions with the teams. And thanks very much, Sheikh. Sheikh is standing in because of the time difference. Difficult to get Brazil connected, but we can organize sessions like that as well. So very good, Sheikh. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I mean, what I took from that are some of the key drivers of change: education. Economic incentives, I think this is really important and something maybe we can get into. The strong institutional backing and also tailored solutions responding to local conditions. So with that, thanks very much, Sheikh. Round of applause, please.
Sorry. Okay.
Now I would request our Honorable Commissioner for Watershed Development Department, Shri Upendra Pratap Singh, IFS, kindly present a token of respect to Dr. Chia, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Can I just come in on the next session before you introduce the speaker?
Yes, sir, please.
So, I mean, I mentioned we were going around the world. I mean, I think what's really important is that India can also provide lessons to other countries. And in the space of digital systems, digital agriculture, to me, India is a trailblazer. And so I'm really happy that we have Dr. Rajesh Chawla with us, who's been the brains behind AgriStack, which is almost like a unique system which is established in India. And of course, once you develop a system, then you can leverage it for all sorts of applications. So really excited to welcome the next speaker, and over to the facilitator, please.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Dr. Rajiv Chawla to present. Move on the dais, sir, please. I'll just give a brief introduction about Dr. Rajiv Chawla. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rajiv Chawla, the Strategic Advisor and Chief Knowledge Officer at the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, and a leading figure in India's digital agriculture transformation agenda. Dr. Chawla's career spans multiple decades of distinguished public service, including senior leadership in e-governance in Karnataka, where he guided the landmark Bhumi land records digitization program. Dr. Rajiv Chawla, I would request to move on the dais and present. He is going to present on digital public infrastructure for agriculture in India, sir. Please.
So that I don't have to see behind. Okay. So thank you so much. No, I'll see this way because I'll see here. So as was spoken, what I'm going to speak today for 20 minutes is not about solving the watershed problem. I am going to talk about an initiative which is agnostic to the purpose for which it is used, and of course it can be used for watershed. I have a couple of slides to show as to how it can be used for watershed. AgriStack, in line with India Stack, and I am sure most of us have heard what is India Stack. The AgriStack is a DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure, as it is named now, in the sector of agriculture. It's a national initiative throughout the country. It's a data, so it's a data system. But before I start, let's see very simple issues. You are all from the government as to what are the challenges farmers face. Now, like Aadhaar, of course, farmer has to prove his identity, his land details, his crop, for anything, any scheme of the government, including the watershed schemes. And he, of course, is then dependent upon the authorities, which is the worst thing which can happen. We are all authorities. I was authority, no more authority. But if we are away from authority, that is the best thing which can happen to a citizen. And of course, farmers also collude, some of them, not all, with government officials to manage different data, depending upon the purpose. The government, of course, does not have a single source of truth. Sometimes you say we will not import onion, then you say I'll import onion. You don't know about tour production, you don't know about wheat production. So you have a problem everywhere. Private agri-techs, we have 4,000 of them. They are not able to survive because they don't have data. And of course, credit, etc. Everything is a problem for the government. Now, if you talk about watershed management, and then I come to the AgriStack, the watershed, when you talk about watershed, it is not just testing the land and taking conservation measures, which you are anyway doing. The watershed department directly is responsible for conservation measures. However, what is important is that you need to inform every farmer on every plot which is the most useful crop to grow, and which is what you have done through your reward project. You have done your LRI, you can give advice 1, advice 2, depending upon the soil condition, the market, etc. And then of course, you also need to help the farmers through FPOs for marketing their outputs. And then, now all this, is very natural. What does this require? It first requires to understand who is this farmer. The whole LRI concentrates on the land. But let's understand, finally, land belongs to a farmer. How do you contact this farmer? Where is his land exactly? So AgriStack will help you there as we will move forward. AgriStack is it's nothing exciting. Like Aadhaar, of course, what is so great about Aadhaar? It has just your date of birth, etc., and fingerprint. AgriStack has 3 registries, very important in size. Aadhaar is 1.4 billion. AgriStack is about 12 crore farmers. What does it say? It says, are you a farmer? If you are a farmer, what are your lands? And what is the crop grown? That's it. 3 things. Are you a farmer? If yes, where are your lands? The locations, the lat long of that polygon. And then of course, what are the crops grown? So this is all what AgriStack does. And when you talk about farmers, it is not just the landed farmers. We talk about tenants or cultivators. You may ignore saying that no, we don't recognize tenants, but the fact is that the tenants are there on the ground. And what about those milch animal bearers? Those farmers, landless farmers who have animals or fishery. All these farmers would be there in the farmers registry, which is the first component. As on today, there are about 8 crore farmers, which is 80 million farmers. But this number would finally go to approximately 200 million, including the tenants. So this is the way a registry looks, just kind of showing you how a registry looks, starting from what is your farmer ID. So every farmer will have a farmer ID. Why not use Aadhaar? Because the Government of India rules say you cannot use foundational ID. Aadhaar is called a foundational ID. So you have a farmer ID. In Karnataka, it is called fruits ID. But now that's standardized across the country, it is called farmer ID. And then of course his lands, etc., which are all there, is demographic details. Keep in mind, you have, unlike Aadhaar, where your identity does not change, in case of farmers registry, your land changes every day because mutations take place. And therefore, farmer registry is dynamic. It's dynamic. It changes every time there is a change in land record, including the tenant's detail. If tenant changes, then also farmer registry should update itself. And then of course, where is your land? And in India, we have 700,000, 7 lakh villages and 80 crore, 800 million parcels of land. Now these parcels of lands have all been digitized and geo-referenced. Of course, there would be an error of 10-15 meters, but which doesn't really matter. Today you can locate a land of a farmer and you know his crop, so it is possible for a purchaser to actually make a route map to collect the produce. The system also has what is a probable harvesting date. So those details are there. And then of course, for each land, as I told you, 80 million parcels of land, what is the crop grown along with the photo? So we have 600,000 private young boys who go to each village and do a crop survey physically, including 30,000 in Karnataka. Now these are the last mile young recruits, I mean not government recruits, who are like Digital point of contact for the farmers. For your agri-tax to come in future, these 600,000 people would be the most useful manpower which can actually innovate, help farmers to adopt digital solutions. But you go to each plot, pick up the crop, pick up the photograph of the data, pick up the irrigation source, so that we have up-to-date single source of truth. This of course is implemented in Karnataka for last 8-9 years, but in the country, in about 22 districts, it is now being done for last 4-5 seasons. Now, if you see, and now this is very exciting, the critics say that this is kind of, you are profiling farmers, but if we leave that criticism for a minute, we have the audacity of calling this as a golden record of the farmer. So you can see that each and everything, I am sure you will get the presentation. You are most welcome to contact me if you want a copy, but I am sure you will get it. You can see each and every detail. You can see what are the benefits farmer has got, what is the soil type, what is his crop, what is his family ID. So the India is now, Rural Development Ministry is now wanting to create a family system, what is called a family ID. So all those details, and then animals, fisheries. So you have what is called a golden record of a farmer as to what all can be there. This of course, the systems which I spoke till now creates this golden record, which can be explained if somebody wants, we can discuss this in detail. There is always anxiety to compare this with Aadhaar, and we call it as a Aadhaar plus of agriculture. So unlike in Aadhaar where you just have demographic details and fingerprint, in case of AgriStack, as I told about land, etc., land, crop, location, etc., all are available for such a large number of farmers. And of course, like UIDI acts as a regulator, the AgriStack will also have a regulator so that the data does not get misused. There are lots of supporting registries. You may like to see there are about 25 supporting registries, because when you have to deliver services, you need to know many other things apart from these basic systems which are there. I will not go through them, but pest and disease master, the crop master, the banks master, the scale of finance master, and so on and so forth. The data which is there for about, as I said, about 80 million farmers cannot be given just like that to anybody. It will go through a consent manager, which is, as we all know, GDPR in Europe and DPDP Act in India, that if any data has to be given, the data principal, which is the farmer, his consent has to be taken, and therefore electronic consent managers are there. Only after farmer agrees to give data, that the data can be given to the consumers of the data. There is what is called UFSI, Unified Farmer Service Interface, a set of APIs which expose this data to, and this APIs, incidentally this AgriStack is a federated system. So the data lies with the state, it does not lie with the union government. Every state has their own data, but the architecture is same. So unlike Aadhaar, which is centralized system, AgriStack is completely decentralized. The architecture is same, and therefore the APIs are same, and hence when you want data, you need not worry whether it is from Karnataka or Bihar or Jharkhand. All the data would look similar to you. You will not really be able to differentiate from where the data is coming. You want Karnataka farmers data, it will come from there. And then of course all these private and government players, including Watershed, etc., would be able to use it through the UFSI. How farmers would gain, need not explain to you. I have put it only for the completeness of the slide. You have all the data, so farmer can use it for any purpose. He need not go to these village officials or to the agriculture department officers to collect their data. It can be used. He shares it through the consent manager. How would the government gain? Of course, government would gain. Today, you can decide how much of tur dal is produced in the country, in which village, how much tur dal, how should I collect it, when it will get matured, where should I set up a warehouse, which mandi will get more crop. So you write, starting from each plot, You anonymize this data because you don't need to know who is growing. All you need to know is in this village how much is getting grown. So the policy decisions of Government of India, the decisions of the private sector to open new service centers, new warehouses, new mandis, new collection centers would all get facilitated by this data. Private sector would gain, all private sector agri-techs would need this fundamental data to deliver their services. They don't have to collect. So all these ITC, SetSure, Crop-in, you name it, you have the ready-made data. So the data collection cost goes down. I have last 2 slides. So how does the watershed? So, okay, you have spoken all this. You have come to a watershed conference. What is the purpose of this? Why are you telling me? How is it relevant to reward? Are my last 2 slides. Look, I request and I requested Commissioner Watershed, kindly integrate with farmer registry, encourage farmers to register in farmer registry. So there are about 70 lakh people, which is about 7 million farmers in Karnataka, which are part of farmer registry. But you may not have that information, and there may be some farmers who are not registered still. So encourage farmers to register. Encourage farmers to check their crop data. They can see it on a farmer's mobile app as to what is a crop recorded. And if there is any grievance, raise that grievance. Seed farmer ID in the FPO registries. You have farmer producing organizations. They have their data. The farmers' names are there. You need to seed the farmer ID. The moment you seed the farmer ID, the FPO organization can see how many farmers are there, how many of them are small, how many of them are large, which crop is grown in the FPO area. FPO is not a small. Agriculture FPOs are 10,000 members. How do you come to know how many of them are growing, let us say, maize? When it will mature? Where are they located? All this information will come to you the moment you seed just one thing, the farmer ID. One thing to say, Aadhaar is also one thing, but the transformative effect it has. So if you do that, you will be able to know as to what is the crop grown, etc. And then deploy digital solutions in FPO to support farmers in procuring inputs and hiring equipments. Coordinates of farmer lands would also be available. So therefore, even custom hiring centers would be able to use this farmer registry. And I am on the last slide now. I don't know, the last slide disappeared perhaps. So using the LRI data, decide the land on which soil conservation activity is required, follow up with the conservation activities. Then the horticulture and agriculture department should decide how much area you want to cover, how many farmers you want to cover. And the moment you say, I want 4 scheduled caste people, I want 5 small and marginal farmers who have grown this crop, the farmer registry would be able to give you that data. Because right now you know only about land in LRI, but kindly understand, land has no existence. It is the farmer who is on the land. And the farmer registry is a bridge between the LRI and the land and the owner. So the farmer registry will help you. And finally, you have such a wonderful granular data, and therefore crop advisory can be very useful when you join hand with farmer registry. So thank you so much. This is all I had to say.
Thank you very much. Please just stay there, Dr. Charles, so we can take a couple of questions. It's excellent to have you with us. You're far too modest on what you've done to create AgriStack. The concept is simple, but putting it into practice, I know it's been many, many years of your hard effort to get the registry established, to establish the governance, getting 600,000 mobilized to do to collect the information. It's a fantastic achievement, so congratulations. So let's again open up if there's hands in the room for 1 or 2 questions. Please.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. One small question. Since you have a crop also being put in this, is it possible to have water kind of infrastructure on the farmland? For example, the farmer has a farm pond or a bore well, which may be very critical. So these early thoughts. Thanks.
So this is a very brilliant question. You see, the idea is what all you want to capture as a part of crop survey. More sugar, more sweeter. But then sugar also increases your weight, right? So if you want more information, you have to do more work. Now, the systems are federal. We have said this is a minimum data you have to collect, but nobody stops you from collecting more data. So the UP government, therefore, collects, for example, the water ponds data. We, however, have mandated that you will tell us the irrigation source, whether it is a dry crop, whether it is crop which is by borewell. But if you want the photograph of the water pond, it is there in UP and some other states, so it depends. So the answer is, it depends upon the state government who is driving this initiative, how much granular data it requires as part of the crop survey.
Yeah, sir, I'm here. Sir, does it help in decision support during disasters? Because it has been one of your slides is supporting disaster management also during drought and this one, because the dispersion of compensation to the farmers
including
during a
Karnataka.
disaster.
So if you are from Karnataka, you must be
I'm
aware.
from Karnataka,
You see, it's so simple. It's so simple. In time of COVID, for good or bad reasons, for good political reasons, bad political reasons, the government decided that we want to pay compensation, I don't know why, to the maize farmers. That's all they said. And I'm sure all of you are aware it was done in less than 1 day, because the crop survey and the farmer registry said these are the plots on which maize was grown and these are the owners and this is their Aadhaar, which is a financial address. So all you have to do is to run a search or a query saying give me the farmers who have grown maize along with the area, and then you apply mathematical formula and give. If you have a drought, you decide which are the villages which are drought. You have to decide which are the villages, because in every village there may not be a drought. And then you decide for which crop you have to give drought. For example, ragi may not require a drought. So once you decide this, the same thing again, that the NDRF, SDRF funding would be then applicable, because you will know that, look, maize suffered or paddy suffered in these 7 villages. And the agri-stack would create a list of those farmers along with the financial address, and you run your DBT program and transfer the money to them in less than 2 days. Yes, so the answer is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we need to move on. And I think we are just now trying to see the possibilities of AgriStack. And I think there are things it will solve in the future which we're not even aware of,
yes,
but you have the data in it. So thank you very much, Dr. Charla. A pleasure to see you again. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
So please be. May I now request Sri Nitin Khade sir, Joint Secretary, DOL New Delhi, to move on the dais and present token of appreciation, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for your beautiful presentation, which made the most complex concepts into the simpler and the more understandable manner.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next
Yes,
speaker, please.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And our next speaker who has joined all the way from China, he has joined, Dr. Giovanni Ruta. So can we have him on the screen, please? It's my privilege to welcome and introduce Dr. Giovanni Ruta, a globally respected environmental economist and a senior thought leader at the World Bank. Dr. Ruta currently serves as the lead environmental economist in the Environment, Natural Resources and Blue Economy Global Practice for the East Asia and Pacific region. Dr. Ruta has dedicated over 2 decades to advancing the economics of sustainability, environmental governance and green growth. We are honored to have you with us today, sir, and we truly appreciate your participation despite the geographical distance. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for having me. It's really a big regret that I say I cannot join you there today, but it's a pleasure that you managed to have me connected in this way. I'd like to appreciate the efforts of the government of Karnataka and to put together this event. And this is, as it was said, a sampler on China. I'll take you over the next 10 minutes over to China. And perhaps the thing to keep in mind is 3 keywords here. First is planning principles. Second is institutional innovation, and the third one is infrastructure, digital and physical. I think these are the 3 ingredients I'd like to present to you today, and then of course we can delve more in details in follow-up occasions. So first of all, let's take a look at China's story. Water quality has improved dramatically over the last few decades, and by improving drinkable quality, but also reducing heavily polluted from 10% to less than 1% of the water courses in China. Water efficiency has improved. There's been a 45% reduction in water use intensity. Meanwhile, forest cover has increased. 1 of every 4 trees planted in China, in the world, in the last 40 years have been planted in China. And along with these results, poverty has been reduced, economic growth has been boosted. In the Lost Plateau only, which is the predominant landscape around the Yellow River, household incomes have increased 3 times, lifting 2.5 million people out of poverty over the course of the project that was supported. So let me say a few more words about the how, what was done. So let me start with the planning principles. I think a key concept here is that there is a top-down institutional backbone that underpins China's efforts. The first one is the overarching philosophy. You might have heard of the 2 mountains theory, or the golden and silver mountain concept. This is basically a concept that says that well taking care of nature is actually an economic asset and a productive asset. And that principle then trickles down into the integrated approach of watershed management, which integrates mountains, rivers, forests, farmlands, lakes, grasslands, and deserts as a life community. I will say a few more words in a moment. And then in the water management system, it becomes institutionalized as the 3 red lines for water. The 3 red lines represent total cap on total water use, a cap on water intensity, use intensity, and a total cap on pollution. These 3 red lines together contribute to the management of water. And then this then gets this principle and institutional mechanism get implemented through the 5 years plans, which are developed first at the national level, but then at provincial, municipal, and even at county level. A second key thing is this concept, I just referred to it, of mountain, rivers, forests, farmlands, lake, grasslands, and deserts as an integrated approach. In the Yangtze River, which is a massive watershed covering about half of the GDP of China, hosting 40% of the population, 20% of the land area, 1/3 of China's water resources. Key challenges are complex, are interrelated: pollution, floods, degradation of ecosystems, and institutional challenges. So the Yangtze River economical development plan includes this ecological dimension of integrated ecosystem management. The World Bank, through over $600 million program for results, has been supporting over 4 provinces in the river basin, providing technical assistance on cross-provincial coordination, but also understanding the needs for water from the point of view of infrastructure needs, from the point of view of how green infrastructure solutions can contribute to water flows and can actually even affect water flows, and then what is needed for ecological water, maintain ecosystem level regulation. So this integrated system has been implemented. Let me step into the second set of issues I would like to briefly touch upon, which are the institutional innovations. I'd like to mention 4 of them today. One of them is the river chief system. A river chief is essentially a government official, could be a provincial governor, could be a mayor of a municipality, that is accountable for the management of water resources in its jurisdiction. The system overcomes the challenge of having departments for environment, for agriculture, for hydrology, each have different parts of the problem set around the watershed. So the river chief system, when it's created one single accountable agent that is in charge of coordinating across the different departments in its jurisdiction, but also report and raise alerts when a pollution event happens, when there is a water stream in action. So basically, it serves accountability in the system in clear. The river chief system is developed at the provincial level, the river at the national level. There is river chiefs at the municipal and the county level, and even township level. So this accountability has a subsidiarity principle embedded. There is more than 300,000 as of the beginning of the decade, river chiefs nationwide, which demonstrates that they reach. The second institutional innovation is eco-compensation for watershed management. Now, eco-compensation schemes, think of them as ecological fiscal transfers. They are initiated mostly as transfers from the central government to municipal governments, but there is a special type of eco-compensation which has grown bigger. It's the dark green line in the chart on the left, which are compensations between jurisdictions, for example, between province and province or county and county, that are located on the same watershed.
Eco-compensation is basically a payment against an economic result. So, for example, an upstream county, if it protects the river
stream, would get compensated by a downstream county for the hydrological
services it's generating. Conversely, if that protection fails to happen, it is the upstream country that compensates downstream country for the damages it experiences. Now, this horizontal, let's call them horizontal compensation scheme, have grown over time, and the spread over China, the chart on the right, shows that they start appearing in the blue area there across most of the provinces in China now. and they represent an important institutional innovation as well. The third point I wanted to touch upon is infrastructure. I leave it as a third one because, as it was said this morning, infrastructure is important, but it's often insufficient if not accompanied by the institutional and planning innovations and actions that I touched upon before. But there is also important role for infrastructure, and I would like to mention here the South to North Transfer Program. There is two major river basins in China, the Yangtze River. The Yangtze River is pretty much flowing through highly a very dry area and desert-prone area. So it is plagued by endemic water scarcity. It hosts 50% of the population, is the cradle of Chinese culture, but it suffers a high water scarcity. So the south to north water transfer has allowed to overcome some of the most stringent problems in the basin by transferring water from the water-abundant Yangtze River to the Yellow River. There is two transfer projects that have already been completed, and a third one that is being prepared on the western side. And this has, the transfer project has contributed to the ecological revival of the river watersheds along the Yellow River, but also has been an engine of economic growth by supporting GDP and avoiding industrial losses to water scarcity. At the same time, it has allowed to restore groundwater as it was being depleted very fast along the Yellow River. The second infrastructure story here is nature-based solutions. China has piloted the concept of sponge cities, which really act as sponges to deal with floods, particularly near urban areas, but at the same time provide important ecological services such as pollution regulation, regulation of heat and air quality, but also providing biodiversity and habitat conservation for species, migratory species like birds, and also cultural and recreational services. The sponge cities pilots have been evolving over time, and there is a target to have 80% of urban areas meet the sponge city standard by 2030. And finally, on the infrastructure story, one cannot avoid mentioning the digital infrastructure is becoming more and more important. The space, air, ground, sea integrated monitoring network is in place. At the same time, smart water platforms that map urban water networks in real time have been established together with the mobile smart water management platform that support the river chip system that I mentioned. So to summarize, to understand the model that China is following in watershed management, sustainable watershed management, you have to think along these three dimensions of planning, principles, top-down, but also with an integrated ecosystem, water, agriculture, desert, integrated lens. Second, institutional innovation that allows accountability and coordination. And third, of course, the backbone of the infrastructure, digital and physical, that support the results on the ground. Finally, let me say this was a sampler. Let me tell you how to order the full meal. With the China government, we have set up a new center, is China Global Center for Ecological Systems and Transitions. It's part of the idea of the bank revamping its role as a knowledge bank, when we leverage the development experience the World Bank has, but also the development experience the World Bank clients, like the state of Karnataka, have on development, and uses that to share with other countries in a knowledge enhancing for impact context. The China Global Center for the moment focuses on ecosystem restoration, and of course watersheds are part of that story along three dimensions: the landscape, institutional coordination dimension. The second dimension is the technical and technological solutions implemented on the ground, and the third one is on the financing and the sharing of benefits of these interventions. These three thematic areas are not exclusive, they can be part of the same knowledge event or knowledge tool, but they are basically, they provide the structure of our work. We are organizing already online sessions, webinars. We had the first one last week on financing ecosystem restoration, and we very eagerly looking for ideas, particularly from some of our client countries on future events. We also hold face-to-face events, and we also work on knowledge creation. So looking forward to interact with many of you on this topic going forward. I'll stop there, and again, thank you very much for having me with you today at the virtual.
Thanks so much, Giovanni. That's excellent. China, very different political, social setting to India, of course, but still many things we can learn, I think, from their experience. So let's open it up again for one or two questions from the floor. Any hands? Anyone want to come in? Yeah. Please.
It was a nice presentation. Thank you. How are you able to mitigate your automobile pollution and the river pollution, which is very rampant in China now?
Okay, let's see if there's one more hand. If not, Giovanni, can you respond? Pollution.
I think the question was how we can mitigate the pollution problem, which is very rampant in China. Is that correct?
Yeah, automobile pollution and river pollution.
Water and river pollution.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So indeed, even in China, China's story is one which pollution comes from multiple sources, multiple origins, including not only agriculture, but also industrial and air depositions, which can affect water quality and they are proven to affect. So the water pollution has actually been improved over time, with heavy polluted rivers having decreased substantially from about 10% to less than 1%. The pollution is not solved, especially when it comes to legacy issues. Many soils are still heavily polluted. There is a plan to diversify productivity so that different types of land are used for different purposes, but going forward, the system of river chiefs and the coordination across environmental bureau and water hydrology bureau and agriculture is serving that purpose institutionally. Something important to note as well is that the environmental bureau in China have, as of about 5 to 7 years, have been strengthened in the sense that there is, they now report to their ministries as opposed to reporting to local authorities, which means they give that their monitoring ability has improved substantially, and it's been scaled up. So that reform, that vertical reform, has been quite an important novelty in recent years.
Okay, thank you. The Joint Secretary, sir. In the front.
Thank you so much, Mr. Giovanni Lupta, for giving us an insight in water and watershed development in China. I would like to know specifically about two issues. First issue is with respect to when we think of India and when we think of watershed development or other agricultural development or reforms in India, then one weakness which we observe is that our farm holding size. Generally, we have a very small farm holding size. It's around half an hectare per farmer or a hectare per farmer. So that is one of the basic reasons why we are not being able to do a large scale mechanization or collectivization. Secondly, our watershed development program is community driven planning based program. So there are certain inherent weaknesses in that approach. So myself and many of us would like to know how China has overcome these obstacles, whether they have the same kind of land holding size and whether they also have the same kind of land possession or ownership pattern, though we read that it's a communist state, all the property belongs to the state, but is it only in theory or is it also in practice? So we would like to know more about these aspects and how it can be applied to Indian scenario. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent question. The reality in China is you have the full range of sizes from large to medium to small to micro scale farmers, and a lot of the land in rural areas is actually on a communal ownership type. So I think the way to think about it is first the zoning and this system of red lines that I mentioned in the water case also exists on the use of land case. So there's three ecological red lines, which you have land for urban development, you have land for agriculture, land for ecosystems, that have been developed using science to see where it's possible to do what and where ecosystems are important to limit pollution or water management issues. And once those zoning is in place, then implementation is what follows. And some of that implementation will mean that some land will have to be converted. And that conversion has happened over time, where, for example, smallholders, which were often in marginal land or in high sloping land, were given the right to transform their land into forest, which was the vocation, the better vocation to that. The comparative value of that land was on forest, and they gained the credit to develop land in low-lying areas. So some of those smallholders were able to join collectives that own land in higher productivity areas, and then from there they were able to actually improve productivity by deploying technology, because those new areas were of better quality. So in a sense, first is the zoning, but then second is the mechanism to trade land use rights that allow farmers, even smallholders, to organize themselves into bigger communities in higher productivity land areas. And then, of course, then there is the dimension of infrastructure, of technical assistance, which then comes in to put the speed and the depth into the system.
Okay, thank you. We need to move on. So I think, as we said before, if we want to follow up and we can get a more detailed session on this, I think it's a very interesting experience. So thanks so much, Giovanni. We are missing you here in Bengaluru. I know you tried your best to be with us, but it didn't quite work out. So we can't felicitate you in person, but we do this virtually. So thanks again for your insights, and a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can we move? We're now shifting continents. So please, introduction from the next speaker.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. I extend heartfelt thanks to Mr. Giovanni Ruta, presenting very meaningful, even though it's a virtual presentation, and it went well with more actual, I can say. Our next speaker, Shri Victor Afari Sefa. So he'll be presenting on linking policy, markets and institutions for resilient watersheds and livelihoods. Just a brief introduction about Mr. Victor Afari Sefa. He is a global respected agriculture economist and research program director at ICRISAT based in Congo, Nigeria. Mr. Afari Sefa is widely recognized for his leadership in agricultural development, farming systems research, food system transformation, and market-oriented interventions across sub-Saharan Africa. Over the past 2 decades, he has played a pivotal role in designing and guiding research for development programs that improve smallholder productivity, strengthen value chains, and enhance resilience in semi-arid regions. I invite Mr. Victor Afari Sefa to the dais, sir, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, thank you very much for having me here, for organizers for bringing me all the way from Kano, Nigeria to here. So what I will try to do is to give a bit of background and then also zoom in into the strategies that ICRISAT has developed for watershed management from the markets, institutions, and policy perspective. And then I'll go into specific examples of what we've done both in India and also in Africa. And I'm sure you'll be hearing a bit more about that when my DDGR also speaks tomorrow during the keynote address. So why resilient watersheds and livelihoods? By way of background, so we're looking at water security. So definitely clean and sufficient water is critical in communities. We're looking at sustainability, so issues around soil health and particularly erosion, which is a problem in a lot of countries in the global south. And then, of course, climate adaptation, which we are all aware of. And then, of course, livelihood protection, incomes and jobs. When we have in these watersheds, in some areas it can get very dry. And then ecosystem health, looking at biodiversity and natural resources. So the framework that we have, of course, I already mentioned natural resources. There's the institutions, which we also heard this morning, about how we engage communities, but most importantly also communities, the climate resilience, and then the livelihood. So that's the framework that we work with. Of course, the role of policy, markets, and institutions. So policy is critical to support whatever is done, particularly in terms of distribution, looking at water as a resource, property of the commons. And then in terms of markets, you want to look at fair prices for services and the demand for climate resilient products. And then institutions, of course, community participation, very critical, and building the resilience. So the framework that we have at ICRISAT involves looking at restoration and intensification. A lot of areas have those issues. Looking at the land resource inventory and adjustments based on hydrology in areas where, for example, water table has gone down, and then you try to bring it up. Looking at disaster risk, we've already heard about that this morning. And then the agroecology approach, and also looking at ecosystem services. Soil health is critical in areas where we have these water, and then water secure landscapes. Of course, then that moves to the social learning. What are the lessons learned? And I think that's what that we are hearing also here this morning from the various continents and locations. and then ultimately you want to scale the partnerships with partnerships on the various innovations. So historically, we've done quite a lot of work. As I said, building on the hydrology. In recent times, we are also looking at water budget-based budgeting for the crops, because we work in the drylands where water is a challenge. And then, of course, designing both in situ and ex situ water harvesting, that's quite critical. And then one of the things to do is to diversify the cropping systems. Of course, different crops require different water requirements, and of course also helps in improving the soil. And then, of course, carbon, and then state-of-art instrumentation. Of course, we're talking about data collection, and also ultimately on capacity building. And of course, we do this looking at different rainfall regimes. So less than 700, between 700 to 900, and moderately 900 to 1,000, looking at the drylands, which is our focus. So we definitely not having that much in the rainforest areas, for example, where there's a lot of precipitation. So these are some of the things that we do. There is a lot of community engagement. So initially, there's a participatory planning that we need to do in these communities. We cannot do that alone. And I'll also show some of the engineering interventions that we have. Field banding, for example, that we do. I'll quickly go through these. Landscape rainwater harvesting that I mentioned. These are some of the interventions that we've done. Then, of course, we also have the soil, construction of walls, and this thing just to create kinds of water harvesting by way of damming. And then also crop diversification that I mentioned. Then, of course, capacity building, that's the core, ensuring that communities are engaged quite critically on this. Now, some of the case studies. We have the popular one that is in Bundelkhand, Uttar Pradesh in India, where we started initially with about 250 hectares. Now, with focused precision, we've been able to move that up to about 1,250 hectares. And then from there, we also had a bit more interventions using integrated systems, coming to 3,000 hectares and ultimately up to 28,000 hectares that we have at the moment. That involved regional planning, policy support, of course, as critical interventions that have been done. And of course, it's not just about the area, but a lot goes into it. As I mentioned, planning, stakeholder engagement, involving the communities and the experts, and particularly the water use associations is quite critical in being able to advance to these stages. So we talk about the science of discovery. So looking at the innovations that combines both the engineering, but the community engagement that comes with collective discussions. We've done this, like I said, in Uttar Pradesh, but we also have some work done in Odisha and also Maharashtra. Recently also we having some work done in Bihar state. So we can have this more or less projected, combining all the approaches that we can have. So this allows us, for example, to have increased farmer incomes by about 30%. Livelihoods are improved in areas where Uttar Pradesh, for example, Bundelkhand, we've had reverse migration, where initially, because there was no water, a lot of the populace left. But with the engineering and the engagement, now we have reverse migration and people can get water to be able to farm, and they have come back, and others have also moved from other locations back to their state. So just by way of, in terms of the livelihood, for example, groundwater in 2019, this was in Bundelkhand, it was like 10, and this has now reduced up to, in 2023, we have it up to 2. If you look at in-migration that I mentioned about, in 2022 we had 15 families, and as of 2023 we had 45 families. And we have several examples. Of course, net incomes have also increased over the period. Then, of course, this is also in central India, where, of course, we have also significant in terms of cropping intensity and also in yield. Looking at significant lands in upstream, cropping intensity have increased, and households' incomes again have increased. And then again in Bundelkhand, looking at as well CO2 emissions, that's also something that has of course also improved over time based on the tons of irrigation, the water that has also been used, and different parameters that we've been able to capture in terms of improvement, looking at the before situation on the left side and then after situation at the right side, so you see a lot of greenery in there now. Then issues about gender is also critical. In fact, we found that in some areas where previously women had to trek about 6 to 8 hours just to get water, now with the engineering and the engagement, we now have women being able to access water right on site. So here also we have achievements, looking at examples from Zimbabwe, where we have innovation on smart water monitoring, a tool that has been developed, and this has, for example, reduced farm losses by 30 to 60%, and of course increased farm incomes similar to the situation in India, and that's the intervention that we have, what they call the smart water monitoring, and we can have more discussion on that as well. And then we have also from Ethiopia, where we've also contextualized local knowledge, as I mentioned, quite critical. And then, of course, that also has helped also in coming together with several institutions by way of partnerships and co-designing the integrated landscape, which has also served as a learning site, similar to what we also have in Bundelkhand in India. So now linking policy, these are some of the publications that we've had on various aspects of the work that we've done on community and climate resilience in the semi-arid tropics, several of them that are from our team of scientists that we can share. In terms of policy level, of course, there's a need to look at both, looking at both community all the way through regions or provinces all the way to the technical level. So we have national technical guidelines where we integrate the land resource inventory with hydrology. National disaster management, I think we've also talked about that. And then, of course, also looking at issues related to microbial consortia for rapid anaerobic composition, particularly in Odisha, for example. We're working on trying to recover water hyacinth. I think recently we came up with an innovation of how we can harvest water hyacinth to make it more useful and also get byproducts from its, the products come from that. So still on that, so some of the learnings that we have in the Bundelkhand, that comes also with our exposure visit by way of South-South learnings. So we have, for example, a team from Uganda come to Bundelkhand site here in India to see the lessons there, and based on that we've developed a new project funded by the Islamic Development Bank that is going to be implemented in Uganda as an example. And I'm sure there are several examples where we can also learn from each other, based also on our South-South cooperation with some funding from the government of India as well. So linking markets also, we heard about FPOs this morning. So that, for example, where we also have been working with, an FPO, for example, based on this one, Farmer Producer Company Limited from Tahaoli, and there are several promoters. I think at the moment they have about 575 shareholders with a share capital of about 5.75 lakhs rupees. And then promoting alternative livelihoods. So through these, we also identify several opportunities that come. Solar dryers, for example, beekeeping, mushroom farming that are connected, particularly for the livelihoods, to provide diversified income for beneficiaries. So then linking institutions.
2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I think I just have 1 or 2 slides. So like I mentioned, national level, state level, district level, watershed, and this is applicable to all countries. Specifically for India, you see the water committee, and that's how we work through it and ensure that we can have this engagement to ensure that we have the necessary deliverables. So this again, just like to illustrate, as mentioned, and the main basis is to ensure effective resolution, streamlining decision making, and coordination of resources to support development. So with this, I take the opportunity to thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Victor. Really useful to showcase everything ICRISAT is doing in this space around the world. So again, let's open up for a couple quick questions. Any hands? So, okay, I don't see any hands. So let me ask you a question.
Sure.
So you mentioned the science of delivery, and I think this is really important. And you mentioned scaling up. And we often are kind of a bit complacent. We assume that when you pilot something successfully, then it's almost automatic that because it's so good, it will scale up. So I wonder if you can reflect on some of these global experiences and what you see as some of the key ingredients to enable us to go from pilot to scale. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think this is a very important, and of course we had several projects around the world where you do piloting, but when it gets to scaling, then of course it becomes a challenge. What we need to understand is that farmers or beneficiaries or stakeholders, they also do take time to also do some kind of research, on their own. So it is always important that you emphasize that community engagement and take the lessons learned, from whatever piloting you did. It is always important to go back to the drawing board, and that's why, of course, my own self, I come from monitoring and evaluation background. It is important that we have that feedback and be able to feed it into the project during the scaling scale. And of course, there's also then the need to look at what we call the scaling readiness. You may have done a pilot, but is it ready for scaling? And that's where the aspects of the learning and feedback loops and the need to redesign some aspects of the project, particularly with feedback from the beneficiaries or participants from the field to ensure that you address all challenges. So that's always sometimes been the missing gap. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So a last chance to have a question. Yes, please, sir. Here in the front row.
Yeah, thank you. It's not exactly a question, but for the benefit of the House, let me inform that National Rainfed Area Authority has been working as a knowledge partner for the Department of Land Resources, where ICRISAT happens to be the consortium partner for us, along with 3 other consortium partners. And it's opportune time to congratulate ICRISAT that they are working on LRI and hydrology for specifically integration part of it. Because earlier we have been doing LRI and hydrology, we were missing the integration part. Now with the help of ICRISAT and Haveli system and Buldelkhand, as he was mentioning time and again, it has brought a good amount of merit in the experiment, and therefore we are going to dovetail all those merits in the practice. Okay. Thank you, and ICRISAT, I am much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that comment. So let's move on. Dr. Victor, thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for throwing light on linking policy, markets, and institution for resilient watershed and livelihood. Now I request Dr. N.B. Prakash, sir, Special Officer, Center of Excellence, to give away the token of appreciation. Sir, please. Shri Victor Afari Sefa, Research Program Director, ICRISAT, Kano, Nigeria. So I request N.B. Prakash, sir, to give away the token of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'll just take a minute. Before we start the next speaker, I forgot to ask one more. Forgot to ask about one more aspect to Mr. Ruta, not to you. So we'll connect to him. I would just like to tell the organizers if later on if we can connect to him, and we would like to know about the LRI practice in China, as LRI is one of the main component of our discussion. So we'd like to know about that aspect from him whenever it's possible, today or tomorrow.
Okay, noted, thank you. Let's please move on.
We have next speaker, Mr. Milian Alemehu Gizau, Senior Natural Resource Management Specialist, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I am pleased to introduce Mr. Milian Alemehu Gizau, a distinguished natural resources management specialist with the World Bank, known for his leadership in sustainable land management, climate resilient landscapes, and community-driven restoration programs across Ethiopia and the broader African region. With extensive experience in land restoration and watershed development, Mr. Gizau has been instrumental in the design and implementation of major initiatives such as resilient landscapes and livelihood projects, which addresses land degeneration, rural vulnerability, and climate adoption. I request you to share your thoughts on best practices in sustainable watershed management in Ethiopia. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Andrew and colleagues. I would like to really thank the organizers, the university, and also the World Bank team at Delhi to be here and share the experience of Ethiopia. The World Bank support, actually, I just want to talk about the strategy and also the support given by the World Bank. As you know, Ethiopia is actually very unique in terms of land degradation because of its topography and also because of its soil type, especially the undulating part of the Ethiopian highland really contributed to the very high land degradation. Out of this country's 1.1 million hectare, about 14 million hectare is actually over the highland with subsistence agriculture. So it started actually with the, with the help of the World Bank and also the other development partners to just, help the challenges, with Ethiopia faced. So in terms of the the challenge we have in terms of land degradation, the World Bank started to support up to now with the government of Ethiopia, Canada, Green Climate Fund, invested about more than 455 million. And it's just to reduce land degradation, build resilience to climate change, reduce also greenhouse gas emission at the landscape level, increase land productivity, improve livelihoods. With this, I think the strategy is close alignment behind Ethiopia's nationally determined contribution and a DCA, and a climate resilient green economy, and a strategic investment framework for sustainable land management the government of Ethiopia actually developed. Currently, there is a shift to the emphasis towards result-based financing. Also, with the government, we have this Green Legacy initiative, which is actually initiated by the Prime Minister. And, I tried to show you the climate issue and also the land degradation. The Ethiopia watershed development sector, very quickly, I tried to just, it started in 1970s with the Ministry of Agriculture having a soil and water conservation division established at that time. And now, then with 1979, the soil water conservation was renamed again and tried to also address the land degradation. With the help of, during this time, there was a drought. Then there was a World Food Program involved highly. So with the help of this World Food Program, Food for Work program started the soil conservation in the highlands. Yeah, interestingly, I think in 1990s, they more again, established, the restructuring started and the community forestry actually included within that division. The main, the main changes in 2000s, especially in 2008, where the multi-year development plan of the strategic investment framework for sustainable land management with the help of Terra Africa partnership actually started. That was a turning point to just, involve the community at grassroots level. So the alignment, especially with the development partners, the Terra Africa contribution was a great. So we have produced Ethiopian strategic investment framework for sustainable land management. And then after that, the establishment of, especially in 1981, soil conservation research project established and started working, supported by Bern University, Switzerland. Then later, the importance of including, livelihoods in the value chain activities in SLM operation, started, and the SLM started in 2009, like SLM P1, the SLM P2 then followed by 2014 to 2018, and the first resilient project, livelihoods project, which include actually now, at that time, livelihood component, started in 2019. And with the help of actually the GCF, now we reached the level of 178 million, which started earlier in SLMP1 in 2009. The IDA support was like 20 million. In SLMP2, it grows to 50 million with the contribution of the development partners as well. Then in RLP in 2019, the government allocated actually 100 million IDA, from IDA credit. And I think after that, the Canada, especially the Canadian government and Norway, included in that partnership. That is the story of, where we are now. Then the government also started to develop, the different documents, policy documents, as well as, the guidelines, especially how we start with the community participation from reversing that approach, the earlier approach, with the help of actually using the government policy instruments as well. The development of guidelines started with the support of, the Terra Africa was a really very important part. And also, the then Prime Minister Meles Zenawi, the Ethiopian Climate Resilient Green Economy Strategy was published in 2011, which helped actually us to really contribute to reverse the land degradation. So this is how the development of, I'm just showing you how the different projects are, evolving, including even some other projects and programs in the country, in the highland part of Ethiopia. Then we are now trying to really, come up with what can we do differently. I'm just referring to now the RLP, Resilient Landscape and Livelihoods Project, which is supported by GCF, Green Climate Fund, and the funding proposal 136, with the objective of actually to improve climate resilience, land production, productivity, and the carbon storage, and increase access to diversified livelihood activities in selected rural areas. We have these PDO level indicators, actually, then with a different, like components. And one of the component is the rural land administration and the use, which is really very a foundation for certifying the lands, the individual land holding. That is, I think, now we try to capture actually what is the improvement in terms of climate resilience and land productivity, in terms of improving of carbon storage, increased access to diversified livelihood activities is very important. With this now, to date, we are just getting some, achievement at watershed level. When I'm referring to the watershed, the major watershed is about average 10,000 hectares. Our planning unit is a micro watershed within a bigger watershed. So with that now we reached about 1.6 million hectares have been restored. We achieved like up to now 80% of the target. The main problem in Ethiopia is the land, most of the land belongs to communal. And the communally owned land degradation is, from that degraded communal land, we try to also, like 295,000 restored using the different activities, practices, enclosure, especially for natural regeneration, afforestation, reforestation, gully treatment, and the biophysical practices applied on this communal land. The other main issue we gave attention is also the climate smart agriculture, in which we achieved about now 117,000 hectares. And this is now given attention even by the government. The other issue is the livelihood activities. We try to address, like more than 250,000 households diversified, with especially natural resource management based like beekeeping, applied to those livelihood activities. Carbon storage is an issue, and also, net green gas emission reduction is also considered. Now we are using different methodologies to capture all this. When we start with the community, actually the most important thing is to establish SLM platforms at different levels. Can I get water, please? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Million,
Yeah,
another
SLM
million,
platforms.
another 2-3 minutes, please.
All right. So the national, regional, Kabale, and the different level we have established, including the grievance redress mechanism. And the progress with multi-year development plan. For each micro watershed, we prepared a multi-year development plan with the community involvement. So that is our unit, planning unit, and we just want to know the capture and also give training, practical training to the community. And the knowledge management information system is also one of the critical, issues. We just, and with the monitoring, improving the monitoring and the evaluation system is, given more attention. Now, the turning point which we got in 2020 is the government actually, helped us in having a proclamation for the establishment of community watershed users cooperative society legally at micro watershed level. That was really, for us, it's a big achievement. It's a turning point for which we are now able to make sustain the investment we made for many years. Now they are legally established, and the cooperatives is now open their offices. We helped them to open, even to the level of started, some of them are accessing the funds from GIZ, for example. And that is, for me, as through my experience, this is what we fought for, really, to impose the government to come up with such proclamation which helped us to just ensure sustainability. The other issue is about land certification. This is again a foundation for us. We need to provide certification. You know, in Ethiopia, the land belongs to the government and to the people. It's not individually owned. But nowadays, we try to actually give, you know, to the individuals a land use certificate, which is legally also, you know, given. The government of Ethiopia, again, give attention to all these issues, you know, with a new improving even the guidelines, which is developed earlier to include the rangeland as well. This is under, you know, it's already completed. We helped them. And also now giving attention to the, you know, private sector is one of the main issues, you know, emphasis given. Lessons, we have all this, looking for potential opportunities for public-private partnership. As some of, you know, my colleagues already mentioned, this is very important. We also hosted like South-South knowledge exchange so far for delegation from Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and Malawi. We visited the RFD Watershed. We have exchanged, you know, the knowledge. I think we encourage this one to be happen in the coming. The challenge is also the coordination. Again, we don't have actually the coordination, you know, with the development partners as needed, but there is an improvement over time. Speed planned project activities completion is also an issue. Remote monitoring is important. I think ensuring strength in the post-project sustainability is very important. The way forward, I put it, you know, that we need to increase the private sector participation and the service provision. You know, for example, this is the one observatory, a research station established during which I said soil and water conservation, supported by the Bern University from Switzerland. Look the change, you know. So we need to also now have a learning watershed in which we can able to collect data, produce really evidence. You know, why we are just going, you know, with that scale from 20 million IDA to now 100, to now with the support of GCF 178 is really because we try to produce evidence. Producing evidence for policymakers is really when, you know, something we need to do, work hard, and also producing knowledge products. We have developed the knowledge products, including very short videos, you know, which can, you know, the policymaker, oh, this is what happened, especially before and after picture. Using the different technologies is very important. I think with that, you know, ensuring resilient, sustainable landscape and livelihoods, especially livelihoods, is a shared responsibility for all of us. I think with that, let me stop and thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Million. We're running a little over time, but if there's one question from the floor. Let me again abuse my position by Million asking you one question. So one thing you touched upon there, and I'll come clean. I used to be based in Ethiopia with Million. In terms of incentivizing landscape and watershed rehabilitation, I know in Ethiopia we've tried a lot to support accessing carbon markets. Maybe you can say, and this is something which we talk a lot about in India. I can't tell you how many sessions I've sat in on around accessing carbon markets, but the reality is that it hasn't been very successful. So maybe a couple reflections on that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. I think nowadays there is a program called Oromia Forest, you know, program, which started actually to get money from carbon, you know, payment. We are happy that that is going to probably also included in our project, future project, like the RLP, because already GCF is, somewhat happy with our approach, and the problem is how to quantify, monitoring, getting the right figures and using the technologies, different technologies. So with Oromia is one of the region in Ethiopia. And that, because of the forest available in that part of the region, now the government actually tried to, with the help of the World Bank actually, try to just, prepare a Oromia project, forestry program, and they start now getting the money, Ethiopian government. But we are now advised also more to get more, even for the soil and water conservation, in that landscape level. The revised Ethiopian Strategic Investment Framework 2 is going to, for 15 years, divided in 5 years program, is focusing on carbon, getting carbon payment. Just, that's hopefully with the help of the private sector as well. That is why I just emphasize the importance of involvement of private sector. We have seen positive things, positive outcomes, as long as we are producing evidence and show the difference before, after. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, thanks very much. So thanks again, Million, for taking us to Ethiopia. So a round of applause, please, for Million.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Million Alameu Giza, for presenting global knowledge and best practices in sustainable water management in Ethiopia. I would now request the Director, Watershed Development Department, Dr. Mohammad Parvez Bantanal, sir, to present a token of appreciations to Sri Million Alameu Giza. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so on to our final presentation. Before
Next, the last presentation of this first technical session, sir. The topic is Experience of Reward in Karnataka and Odisha by Srimati Preeti Kumar, Task Team Lead, the World Bank. So this is once again a virtual presentation. Just to give a brief introduction about Srimati Preeti Kumar. She is the Task Team Lead at the World Bank, known for her leadership in agriculture, natural resource management, climate resilience, and rural livelihoods across India and South Asia. Srimati Preeti Kumar has been at the forefront of shaping and guiding several transformative World Bank supported programs in India, including large-scale initiatives on watershed development, sustainable land management, climate-smart agriculture, and rural livelihood enhancement. I once again request Srimati Preeti Kumar to deliver your presentation virtually on Experience of Reward in Karnataka and Odisha. Preeti Madam, please.
on the detailed experiences of Karnataka on reward, and the Center of Excellence on all the digital support systems and the portal work that has been established under the reward program and the predecessor program. So that said, you will see that I am not going to be getting into some major details here, but again, just give you a flavor. I assume everybody can hear me. I've had the privilege of working for the last 6 years with the central government, Department of Land Resources, and 2 state governments, Karnataka and Orissa government, on the reward program. And of course, prior to that, many predecessor team leaders have been involved in the watershed sector for about 15 to 18 years now in the World Bank. So we've been quite privileged to be strong partners with both the national and state governments. Now, the reward program...
Bridget, can you check whether you have the right presentation up? The current presentation says debriefing meeting.
Sorry. Good that you pointed this out, because
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, can you see this now?
Yes.
This is the presentation. Sorry about that. Apologies. Needless to say, I do want to iterate, even though this was very nicely crafted by Joint Secretary Nitin Khareji in the morning, that rain-fed systems are degrading at a very high rate, but I must say economically very important still for India. And these rain-fed agriculture is still contributing to 60% of India's agriculture GDP, even though we're talking about 98 million hectares of degraded area right now. And most of India's states do have large areas under rain-fed systems. These don't come under irrigation command, as you know, and this kind of sets out the stage, for the context for a very compelling watershed management framework in India. Now, for those of you that have been associated with the watershed programs in India, these have evolved over 50 years. The national government has given very, very strong importance to this. And these are pan-India programs. As you saw, it starts with very engineering-focused work, and now in 2022, when the Prime Minister Modi came on in 2014, they integrated 3 ministries into one PMKSY, the Prime Minister's National Irrigation Program, in which the watershed development component became a component of a 3-ministry program, the WTC PMKSY. So that's the national program that Reward is supporting. And new guidelines were triggered sometime in 2022 for the 2.0 version. Why are these important? Because the government, for the first time within their guiding principles of the national program, brought in scientific planning, brought in focus on soil site suitability, climate change came center stage into production systems. And also that the government was negotiating at the international fora on issues like land degradation neutrality within the COP and the UNCCD. So when the reward was being designed, there was a strong impetus from the government of India on the watershed sector, in the watershed sector. Another important, though a little bit of a detailed reform that had happened at that time that was to our benefit, is that the per hectare funding to watersheds was almost doubled from 12 to 15,000 rupees to 22,000 rupees or so for mainstream states, and it went up to about 25,000 rupees per hectare for the mountain states. So that was good, and of course sustainability was given focus through the Watershed Development Program. I recall when we were designing Reward, we brought again experiences, and our own management was very cognizant that we need to bring in the global experiences. So much of what you've heard today in different formats we had incorporated into the design of the Reward program, including Brazil, Ethiopia, China, Nigeria, and so forth. Karnataka is important for us, as well as many other states that Andrew mentioned in the inaugural session this morning. But Karnataka is special because we have, the World Bank has been financing Karnataka over about 3 programs for about 18 years now, starting from the early 2000s to now 2025, when we had Sujila 1, Sujila 3, and now the Reward program. And it was really Sujila 2 I think Sujila 2 and Reward that gave a focus to the whole land resource inventory approach. That was frankly not something that we got from, a pie in the sky from somewhere abroad or something of that kind, but we learned that countries who want to bring climate change, sustainability and resilience need to bring science center stage into watershed planning. And that's where the National Bureau of Soil Sciences and the Land Use Planning, the several state agricultural universities, the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore became the lead hydrology partner, and all the state agriculture universities, 7 of them in Karnataka, all of them formed an indigenous, large, powerful consortium of institutions, and this became an institutional innovation to actually design the LRI approach and to scale it up. And to date, now Karnataka has not done it in a few thousand hectares, they have now done it in close to 2.5 million hectares. Much of what you will hear later in the session by Commissioner himself. But the LRI approach is spatial tools, non-spatial tools, what have you, the GIS stuff, primary surveys, and you're actually layering soil, water, climate, land use. And also the Karnataka Remote Sensing Application Center has played a very, very important role. Dr. Rajiv Chawla's fantastic presentation on the various databases that the government of Karnataka has pioneered, including the Bhumi portal and so forth, all of them have played a very important role in creating a complete digitized ecosystem for all of these different parameters, all finally for the benefit of farmers. So we learned from the Karnataka model. Now the question is, how does the bank add value further when you've been supporting, a state like Karnataka for 16 years? Many more states needed to learn from Karnataka. So we basically pegged ourselves at the national level, and we said reward will be support to the WDC PMKSY 2.0, and we will bring, and this was not again imposed by the World Bank, but this came out of several discussions from the then Secretary DOLR, Chief Secretaries of various states, that can the bank move us to a more results-based watershed program? We don't want financing from the bank for inputs and activities, but we would like to see better results, and let us jointly identify what these results are all about. So this slide is just to tell you that we were leapfrogging in 2022, 4 years ago, to a results-based watershed program, and that's where Karnataka and Odisha were 2 bold states that said we are ready to join this program. Believe me, not many states came forth. We tried to have that dialogue with at least 15 states at that time, but these 2 states came on as states that are ready. So we designed a P4R, a program for results. This runs till June of next year. World Bank financing is $115 million, not very large, but good enough to show some decent results. And we leveraged about $65 million from the government through their national parent program. So this became quite 400 million plus type of a program. Now, what is the reward framework? I wanted to let you know that this is a national, state level program. The dark blue represents what we are doing in states. And the 2 states, as I mentioned, are Karnataka and Odisha. We are working with communities, WCs as watershed committees, and the village councils or the gram panchayats have to demonstrate effective planning, implementation, operation and maintenance, and we've got some protocols and performance assessment tools around that. In 200 hectares of land, science-based watershed development using the LRI methodology will be, not just plans will be done, but full-scale saturation execution with community participation. And in the largest space of about 0.8 million hectares, we are trying to bring some systems changes, such as policy changes on operation and maintenance of communities for sustainability, stronger monitoring and evaluation, LRI-based data is being collected in about 1 million hectares and so forth. Another use case of all this fantastic data is to give crop advisories, as Dr. Chawla was mentioning, precision-based crop advisories on what are the soil nutrients they should apply, macro, micro, what are their crop choices. So how do you move India to a more agroecologically compatible farming system, right, which is compatible with not just climate but also the agroecology. And of course, value chain development for economic opportunities. I think this is another innovation in watershed areas. We're not just looking at conservation, but more of economic opportunities taking farmers to markets. The green represents the national level. They're responsible for more knowledge management. This workshop comes under that knowledge management policy framework. Technical standards are being developed so that scale-up happens, and there's a center of excellence that's the national technical sort of agency for overall training and so forth. So the salient features and reward are data-driven approaches. We've got about 15 to 20 premier indigenous technical institutions for the first time coming together. I mentioned to you the IITs, the state ag universities, and the Indian Institute of Sciences, and what have you. We've got decision support systems in 2 states, more agronomic practices going digitally to farmers through all kinds of WhatsApps, demonstrations, farmer field schools, chatbots and so forth. Performance assessment tools for Gram Panchayats so that they understand O&M better, and we're able to understand how much communities are involved, value chains through FPOs and strong M&E and so forth. These are some of the pictures that I wanted to show you, but just kind of moving on the results that I mentioned, I wanted to just give you a sense, and I won't run this through a lot of detail. These are the, in a program for results, you can come up with at least 20 results for the government to show by the end of 6 years, but the beauty of a program for results is encapsulating a large program into 5 or 6 results at most. That would be important to turn around a program in terms of performance, in terms of institutions, its sustainability and so forth. So these are our indicators are more about communities and their performance, strengthening the capacities, and that was the institutional capacity that we wanted to build. So there's an overall PDO that we want to strengthen the capacities of the national and state institutions. We believe in India that that's the most important thing to do in these large-scale programs, and do science-based watershed development for farmers' resilience and supporting value chains. Might sound like a mouthful, but you can look at some of the highlighted aspects of it, and there are several results that sort of go with this. And you've got intermediate results on how you strengthen institutions, support policy development for watershed development. For example, right now we're in a dialogue at both the state and national level, because the program is 4 years plus, on what have we learned from these 2 states, both on planning and implementation, and how can the national government, that is the Department of Land Resources, develop sound technical guidelines, indicative guidelines that can help another 25 more states to leapfrog to more scientific methods of watershed planning. A lot of states in India are still using thumb rules and non-science methods, so some minimum benchmarks for data-driven approaches on hydrology, on soil sciences, and these are some of the things that our partners are helping the central and state governments with. Finally, I just wanted to close by saying the reward results are projects largely on track. They're good quality of works. The World Bank teams, together with the state institutions, we keep doing field visits to make sure that the quality of check dams and the ponds and things like that are good, strong. They will, retain for years to come. Community participation is there. It's satisfactory and acceptable, but that is something we're trying to see if it can be strengthened. The LRI-based saturation treatment is happening in about 0.2 million hectares, and data has been collected for much large catchments. I've written 1 million here, but it's a total of about 2.5 million. Advisories are being pushed to roughly over 1 million farmers right now. Adoption is the challenge. And this program took upon itself the challenge of measuring adoption for the first time. A lot of World Bank projects tend to just look at the supply side, but we're now measuring adoption as well, which it can improve. About 30 FPOs are doing a good job. O&M guidelines should be improved within the watershed sector, and that is one learning that will come out for nationalizing the whole thing. The National Center of Excellence has already trained about 1,000 professionals, and some of them are additional chief secretary rank officials from about 23 states of India. The legacy we will be leaving behind are not just capacitated institutions, but of course technical systems, portals and decision support systems in both states will be ready for scale up and teaching other states, and the national technical guidelines will hopefully be developed very soon. So to conclude, that we see a strong interest and ownership from both states and central government in the program, and we are very happy about what's been done so far. There's a lot of potential for scale up definitely within the two participating states, and we're now in a dialogue to try and understand if other states like Rajasthan and Jharkhand and Tamil Nadu would perhaps be interested in coming into a future engagement. And as JS Nitin Khare has said, this is the right time to think about how the next version, the 3.0 version of the WDC PMKSY can bring in bigger innovations, can be scaled up with all this good work that's been led by the governments of Karnataka and Odisha. So with that, I'll close. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Pratik. So that's a really excellent summary of the evolution of reward, but also some of the results. I appreciate lunch is waiting for us, but if there's any burning question, someone can raise their hand. If not, as Priti said, we do have one here, please.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice presentation. For your presentation, I would like to know that which satellite data is useful for identify land use, land cover for each and every plot, because land resource inventory is the technology for identify land parcel for better agriculture or crop practices. Second question is, which satellite data is better for soil mapping, and what are the parameters for soil mapping? Then the last question is, how LRI is benefited to farmers? Thank you.
Priti, over to you. Did you capture?
Yeah. So basically, I think, the first two questions, I mean, they're data related and parameter related. You'll get a full treatise of this. I think you should just wait till technical session 2 when Commissioner and Dr. Viru Prakash talk about it. It will be, I mean, there's a lot of maps and kind of data that has gone into both land use, soil, climate, weather, hydrology, right? I mean, if you want to ask me the actual menu of data points, I don't think I can provide you that right now. But I would suggest for you to just be patient and listen to those presentations. Now, LRI, as far as I know, has two very important use cases, because that is actually telling you what is in the soil above and below. And the innovation that's come out from LRI is not usually a lot of digital soil health mapping only looks at surface soil. This is looking at soil 2 meters below the surface as well, on a multitude of soil parameters. So one use case is that when you know that, you understand soil variability much better, and that can help in the types of watershed typologies, the siting of that, and what kind of water conservation methods would be right for the micro watershed. So the use case is around developing more precision-based, data-driven watershed plans. But the second use case that is being used in reward right now and could get main-scaled into the WTC national program is farmer-based precision advisories on crop choices, because the soil that's there for the farmer, and the soil that, the nutrient management profile doesn't change, and I understand it works for about 10 years or so. So the crop choices, and also you can do nutrient management sort of advisories to farmers. So Karnataka government is running fertilizer pilots in certain parts. About 5 fertilizer pilots are currently going on to see if farmers can change their behaviors to the right choices of micro and macronutrients based on these NRI counts. So this is just to give you a thing, and also farmers are also seeking to move to the right crop choices. Many of them are doing mango because the market wants it, but the LRI card is really then telling them, you will be much more economically benefit and it is more sustainable if you say do cashew and things like that. So the right crop choice and nutrient management, and of course the right soil and water conservation interventions, in my sense, are some of the primary use cases of NRI. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Priti. I think we need to bring this session to closure. We're missing you here in Bangalore, but I know you'll be with us later. So we'll come back to reward again and again, and I hope people will join the field trip schedule for Friday, so we actually see things on the ground. So with that, I'd like to thank you. So with that, let me just thank all of the speakers this morning and this afternoon. Very interesting session. And let me hand it over to the facilitator on the arrangements for lunch in the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am, for your insight. I extend heartfelt thanks to our chairperson,
Andrew Goodland, Lead Agriculture Specialist, World Bank, and also the rapporteurs, Dr. Satish, Professor, Soil Science, University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, and Dr. Suma, Professor, Soil Science, University of Agricultural Sciences, Mandya. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, actually, we come to the end of the session 1. Now, we'll break for the lunch. Because since we are running short of time, kindly take 20 minutes time and reassemble here by 2:50, please. Thank you so much. Okay, so you can take 10 more minutes extra. So kindly reassemble here 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much.
area in WC2. In WC1, which we completed in 21, we covered around 29 million hectare. So combined, we have covered 34 million hectare. So point is, now we are planning for WC3, which will be rolled out from 26 to 31. And there we are thinking of some innovative ideas. We are right now implementing watershed development projects in conventional project area approach. So generally a project area is around 2,000 to 5,000 hectare area encompassing 3-4 villages or gram panchayats. So right now we are getting demands from people from other drought prone or rain fed area to give some help to them also, but we are not able to do it. We don't have that flexibility. So we want to introduce that flexibility. Similarly, we also want to undertake river rejuvenation. Rejuvenation of third or fourth degree rivers, or third or fourth order rivers, not the major ones. So that is also one of our priority. So we are now coming up with 3R. This is something new. So we all know that the Telugu film RRR has won the Oscars. So we have also thought that we'll bring new 3Rs. So first is rejuvenation of rivers, rejuvenation of water bodies, and rejuvenation of springs. So these are 3 new aspects which we have incorporated. And we have come to know that by doing watershed development works, we can achieve all these 3. So we can hit multiple targets in one stroke. We have seen in case of Bundelkhand in Jhansi that when ICRISAT has rejuvenated the traditional water harvesting system, that is Haveli, it has increased the base flow and it has also helped in rejuvenation of river Betwa to some extent. So our approach is, if we rejuvenate 2 kilometers on both flanks of the river, if we do watershed development works there, it naturally increases the base flow of the river and the river also gets rejuvenated. And if there are any water bodies falling in those areas, those will also get rejuvenated and conventional watershed development works will also be done. So right now we are thinking of that approach, and for that we are also going to allocate some amount. Apart from that, we are thinking of scaling up LRI. Whatever findings we get from here after 2 days, we are going to apply it in the next project. So we have Mr. Patil from NBSS and some other experts. We have already conducted some discussions with them. How can we go for scaling up of LRI? In WC2, in the ongoing WC2 also, we are doing the LRI, but there we have not been able to implement that LRI in WC2. The project execution has started and simultaneously LRI is being done. So we can't use the LRI data in project execution when we are implementing WC2. We don't want to repeat this thing in WC3. We want to select such areas in WC3
it has some very distinct features compared to other states. One is the extensive convergence, wherein, you know, not only watershed department, but the entire departments like rural development, agriculture, horticulture, and groundwater department, public health engineering department, everyone is contributing for this sector, which I think convergence is the way forward. Without having effective convergence, I think, you know, our working in silos or working in isolation is actually not good for this sector. That's what I am feeling. When we are talking about convergence, the watershed sector will open up a plethora of other opportunities as well. As, for example, if you are discussing about Rajasthan, we have a lot of grasslands, especially some grasslands are managed by temple authorities, and communities having a good attachment with grasslands because, you know, we have a lot of cattle population as well. And when it comes to scientific management of grasslands, I think there are a lot of scope for, you know, ecotourism and rural tourism as well, which is also a focus area for government, and which will give you an avenue of, you know, income generation as well. One area where we need to focus with respect to watershed management is the sustainability of the assets that has been created. So when it comes to sustainability and community ownership, the tried and tested model of cooperatives, I think that needs to be incorporated in the watershed policies. You know, groundwater cooperatives have been working very well in some parts of the Rajasthan as well. In Udaipur district, we have a few groundwater cooperatives. And people, when they themselves own the structure, then I think the sustainability will be ensured to a great measure. And another area where, you know, we can greatly focus is the FPOs of FPO structure, wherein farmer produce organization, if they are well established and well entrenched into the watershed policies, that ensures again the sustainability of the watershed initiatives. I was there in Jhansi where ICRISAT has done some intervention, and I went to one FPO shop, and there were around, you know, 300 people who were members of those that FPO, and they are marketing lot of produce. They are into even seed distribution as well. So that kind of end-to-end ecosystem, if we can entrench in watershed activities, I think that will be a good start. And even in Rajasthan, we have a big department for watershed development. There are around 600 engineers working there. Time and again, I tell my engineers that, you know, watershed management is not purely an engineering activity. I myself is an engineer, but we need watershed managers on the ground, you know, building their capacities, going beyond engineering intervention into other intervention as well. That should be a focus, as well as, you know, putting people at the front who are the beneficiaries, and that is an area where we need to put a lot of effort, lot of intervention can be done there. Just one example, in Rajasthan, in one area, there is one intervention by Australia India Water Institute. They have developed a mobile application, and people are actually measuring the groundwater level in their wells on a very routine basis. So what happens when you are given a tool, you are given an application wherein you yourself, the farmer himself or herself, is measuring the impacts, is measuring the changes. So that gives a connect, that gives, you know, lot of food soldiers, ground level workers for your interventions. And I think we need to go to that level to ensure sustainability and larger outreach for the watershed development schemes. So I think we need to develop such kind of applications, such kind of technologies, and we need to enroll the beneficiaries, we need to enroll the farmers, as our food soldiers for this watershed management. That's one area where we can focus. There are a lot of scope for technically sound systems for impact analysis and measurement. We do have such technologies today. Even for watershed planning, we can employ artificial intelligence to come up with potential locations for watershed structures that we are in the process of incorporating into Rajasthan's planning software. We do have a good planning software, but a lot of manual interventions are still there. I think we need to have a lot more collaborations, more institutional partners, institutions like IITs, Indian Institutes for Information Technologies. They can come up with better AI models where the states will benefit in terms of better planning. So I think this is an area where states and center should focus. So pretty much a lot of ideas were discussed. I again want to emphasize on the concept of cooperatives and the importance of institutional collaborations. Jay sir was talking about putting professionals on the ground. I think Ministry of Jal Shakti had this program called Young Water Professionals, where young engineers were sent to field. I think that was under Jal Jeevan Mission. But in watershed also we need lot of young people on ground, maybe at least one in a district. We can call them young watershed professional. So they will be a great asset to the implementing departments. That's what I feel. And lot of rural development schemes were highly successful because at the district level there was a driving force, and in India we still have a very good mechanism at the district level where schemes are converged, funds are also converged, functions also converged. I think watershed also need to move to that level of functioning where at the district level there should be an integrated watershed management plan. I have seen some offices making their own plans. They will divide the entire district into watersheds, and they will map the available funds from different sources for treatment of those watersheds. So that kind of approach is, I feel it's very practical and very successful kind of method, because the policy and schemes, everything is pretty good. There have been lot of discussions, lot of consultations on that aspect, but where do we have a gap is in the implementation itself. So I think the district level convergence in implementation can also be a future area. A lot of esteemed colleagues are there sitting there, they can also pitch in with their ideas. I just want to mention few innovations that we have done in Rajasthan. We created an online repository of knowledge. We created a lot of videos wherein our own engineers explained minute aspects of watershed management in very short videos. This was done only to ensure continuity of technical expertise, because we do have some very good engineers, very good experts in our department, but once they move to some other role or some other department or some other area, so we do not want to miss their expertise. So that innovation we have done. Planning software also we are improving, and last year before monsoon we had a very massive outreach campaign led by Honorable Chief Minister himself. It was Vande Ganga Abhiyan. Around 2.5 crore people participated in that outreach program for watershed management just before monsoon. And CSR and public participation were also discussed. We are conducting one CSR conference on 1st December. I am using this opportunity to invite all of you to go to that conference as well. Lot of collaborations and lot of
Junaid,
yeah.
last 2 minutes.
Sir. So we are inviting, as a state, we are inviting collaborations from each and every entity, whether it can be technical partners, it can be financial partners, business partners, whoever. We are in a position to invite and have collaborations, because that's the only way to have a bigger impact on watershed management. That's all from my side. I think my colleagues will explain more. Thank you so much.
Now I request Mr. Andrew, agricultural lead from World Bank, to please present his thoughts on future policy perspectives, what can we include keeping in view the best practices world over, and especially the LRI related aspects, and if you can also enlighten us about how we can get private-public partnership incorporated in watershed development.
Okay, thanks very much. I mean, these are critical questions. I don't want to repeat what things I said this morning or what you very well summarized. I think we know pretty well what needs to be done. I think we know less well how to do it. And so, what needs to be done? I mean, you talked about LRI. I mean, obviously this is important. It needs to be scaled out. It needs to be included in planning process, because we know, obviously, that outcomes in terms of watershed management are closely linked to how well you are able to identify the relevant investments, provide decision-making tools to farmers and local authorities, and this is dependent on having the proper data and plans in place. So I'm not an expert on this topic. We heard quite a lot from experts this morning, but we do need to put our minds into how we can facilitate that. So yes, the planning part of it. You mentioned a private sector, and we really need to get to grips with this, and how we properly consult with and involve the private sector in this broad policy space. And it goes beyond watershed management. It goes to the whole sort of agro-food systems which we want to support. There remains, and not just, this is not unique to India, a sort of suspicion of private sector, rather than putting private sector, seeing them as the source of innovation, as a source for investment, and a source for change. So this requires a rethink of how we do it. And I think we heard, including from China today, some potential modes of doing it. So yeah, the planning, the private sector, convergence. I mean, convergence. I mean, we all talk about it in India, but we know it's very good to hear the experience from Rajasthan. It sounds quite promising. But we know that it's easier said than done, and it's an obvious way to go. We're working quite closely with the Ministry of Agriculture at the moment on the Dandanya Krishi scheme, which is a convergent scheme in 100 poorest districts across 36 different schemes. And actually, I mean, we were mentioning Chief Secretary in Odisha at lunchtime. I mean, he was a massive champion of convergence. And so there are champions of this. We're yet to see how this all comes together on the ground. And it's easy talking about it sitting in Delhi, to actually then translating that to on the ground. So planning, convergence, private sector, and putting the community first, and how we actually integrate and use community platforms within the country to really be able to create the ownership, create the local inputs into planning, into implementation, and, as has been mentioned, into the sustainability, the operation and maintenance. So anyway, this is kind of what needs to be done. Let me just, this is not really prepared, I was just jotting some notes on some of the challenges on how we do this. So, I mean, the technical solutions are well known. In fact, we're in this room, we're mostly technical people, and we're very good at coming up with new technical solutions to challenges. What we're less good at, so innovation around technology and approaches, we're pretty good at. We're much less good at innovation in the policy space. And this is one of the, we talk about elephants in the room. I mean, one of the elephants in the room when we discuss this is the policy framework existing in India around agri-food systems. Because we know that when we look at some of the root causes of soil degradation, of overexploitation of water resources, and therefore the degradation of watersheds, we know, everybody knows, that this is an outcome of a policy framework which is being successful in delivering food for the citizens of India, but is now running up against some ecological barriers and is no longer fit for purpose when we are talking about, conservation of water, conservation of soils, restoration of watersheds. So we need to take a step back and really think about how we can innovate in the policy space. The World Bank, we do a lot of work now around agriculture subsidies. And we're not talking about taking subsidies away from farmers because we know how politically sensitive that is. But we have to be smarter in how we use subsidies to incentivize behaviors which have positive outcomes, including for resources such as soil and water. And there are solutions out there, but we need to be open-minded about it. And this kind of leads to another kind of another elephant in the room. Let me put it like this. It's, everybody in this room, we're all convinced. We're not the ones who need to be convinced on the need for action on watersheds and the impacts, the sustainable impacts we see from those actions. But we need the leadership to really buy into this and push it forward. So there's a leadership, a commitment and ownership of the issue, which maybe we need to figure out how to do it. And again, I'm referring back to China. I mean, China, of course, I don't think it's fair to sort of compare it to India because it's a totally different political system. But there you have this very high-level, top-down approach. So we can't copy that in India, but we do need to get elements of that visioning, whether it's at a state level or national level, which can then help to bring everyone together. Because convergence works where you have a carrot and stick, right? You either have the incentives in place for schemes to come together, for departments to come together, or you have a stick where you're actually trying to force it top down, or you have a combination of that. And we need to explore and use global examples to see what's out there, what institutional tools are out there to enable people to come together. And just very final point, an event like this is fantastic for sharing knowledge. And the question is how we sort of institutionalize the sharing of knowledge across the country, but also across different countries. Because, I mean, ultimately, we think we have the internet, and the internet allows knowledge to flow, and it does. But somehow we still have these knowledge gaps which we are seeing. And then how do we actually get to building in
systems where people are accessing this. So these are just some, I mean, sorry that I don't have answers for you, only more questions. But I think getting the questions right are important for then thinking about the solutions. And I wonder sometimes whether we're asking a valid set of questions, but I think there's some of these other bigger questions that maybe we're not asking, and we need to look at them seriously and in some depth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Now I request Dr. Umakant to please share his thoughts.
Very good afternoon once again. Friends, India has been implementing Watershed Development Program for almost 50-55 years now. So far as the length and breadth of this country is concerned, implementation has been a challenge, we all understand. In this hall, many of the practitioners are sitting. They have operated this scheme in the field, so they know the problems as well. Today in this panel, we are discussing about the policy formulation. Started from the DDP and DPAP and now in the shape of WDC 2.0, where we have tried to converge all potential available since it was started in 2021. MIS and GIS, NRSC, all technologies have been involved, and we have tried our level best to arrive at a point where corroboration of the fact is made possible. Nevertheless, technology has been improving. At international level, when we sit and discuss across the table, as a country, India, as a face of this third world countries, has already committed to restore 26 million hectares of land. And the term restoration is not only for the sake of gaining back the potential of production. We need to ensure restoration with little bit of LDN, land degradation neutrality. This is a concept which gives the country the confidence to present yourself that those areas where implementation of watershed development projects have taken place, those areas have been restored in terms of LDN to corroborate all those facts, and at international level, when we sit in the UNCCD platform, we can project ourselves as the achievers. In 2025, when we are discussing, now Karnataka and Odisha have been the partners in reward, where the LRI and hydrology have been experimented with thoroughly, in great detail, and we have learnt a lot. National Rainfed Area Authority, as the knowledge partner of Department of Land Resources, has been mandated to formulate NTG, which is the National Technical Guidelines for the next course of action of the watershed development, which JSDOLR was mentioning that WDC 3.0 is in offing, and we are contemplating now to take advantage of LRI and hydrology and other aspect of the reward project onto the implementation of WDC 3.0. So our understanding is that whatever we have achieved in terms of parameters we selected in WDC 2.0, the number runs into 11 or so given by the Niti Aayog. The feedback is being given by the state governments. So those all figures are available. Now taking advantage of the LRI and hydrology from reward scheme, we are in the process of formulating NTG, which will give a foolproof, achievement to pose ourselves
as one of the finest achievers of altogether 450 million hectare of land under restoration in Bone Challenge, will be facing somewhere 26 million hectares, and India will be one of the biggest achievers. Last point I will say that the implementation is based majorly on the demand-driven approach. The community has to be made understood that the benefits would accrue to you only. That should be the mantra which we should follow. And that would come, and that is very much possible if you see number of projects are there, number of entrepreneurs are there who are achieving great results. From there we should try to inculcate those habits where the agri-business model has taken place. So what we understand that the community should be given a chance to visit those areas, successful models like Piplantri, like Hibre Bazaar, other places of the country. Many other scopes are there. Even Karnataka has even a number of FPO-based experiments. I would request all the state government representatives to make up, chart month-wise. Ask your farmers, take your farmers to the field and make them see in these developmental works. Once they are convinced, I firmly believe that there is no one to stop, because the Hugo statement is very famous. Nobody can stop the idea whose time has come. I believe personally that the idea has to fructify because time has come. Therefore, role of all the representatives sitting here is very, very imminent. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Makanji. Now I request Sri Prabhakarji, Senior Vice President of ITC Group, to please share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think I am the odd person out in this entire hall, not just in the panel discussion, actually. That's why I said. So I was planning to ask anybody here in the audience from the private sector apart from my team. But I think that's where Andrew was calling out the elephant in the room. But that's an eminently doable strategy, I would say. And the reason why I'm saying is most private corporates, they think it's very difficult to work with the government. It's definitely not easy, but if you believe in the power of what you can deliver by working with the government, then you will be at it. We have done almost about 95 public-private partnerships. And as we speak, about 18 of them are active, of which at least 6 or 7 are related to Watershed, including here one in Karnataka. We were working with the Karnataka government on the South Pennar River Basin rejuvenation. So I was looking at the entire, and this is based on our own experiences of having worked in Watershed for almost 20 years, both at the supply side, demand side, river basin side, recycled water, retreatment of water, and PPPs. I think a good way to sort of reflect and review the 3.0 approach could be is first look at what are the buckets under which we would want to reflect and put our points across. And I broadly had 7 buckets. The first bucket, I'll first list the buckets. Convergence, which all of us have been speaking about. A second bucket I would say is climate, and I'll come to that. Linked to climate, the third bucket is on carbon. Fourth bucket, community. Fifth bucket is commitments and collaborations. Sixth is on contemporariness. And seventh is collaboration. So now let me sort of just get into some of them. I'll not get into all. Convergence has been discussed since morning. But one additional element of convergence that I would want to bring to the table, we've spoken about convergence of livelihoods, convergence of agriculture and water. An important element of convergence that we need to explore is liquid waste management. Increasingly now with more and more supply of water coming into the rural areas, sanitation having improved, there's a huge potential on integrating and converging with liquid waste management also. So that's one element of convergence that I would want to focus on. The second element of convergence, I think, is we need to sort of look at some sort of a convergence matrix for funding, whether it's in terms of how do you sort of converge all the fund releases, whether it's for agroforestry or Manrega or agriculture. And to that extent, I think one of the things that I saw probably China model is, if I build on that China model thing, is the district convergence coordinator. The third element of convergence that we need to look at is, can we look at blended finance? When we are looking at WDC 3.0, it's not just the government funds, but there are other philanthropy funds, CSR funds, etc. How do we look at a blended finance model? When it comes to climate, I think climate resilience has to become a very, very strong pillar of the design. And why I'm saying that is, we are designing structures today based on the past trends and what we know of today. But climate is changing very, very fast, very, very unpredictable. We had designed watershed structures assuming a particular rainfall pattern. Today what's happening, what earlier used to happen, rainfall over 30 days, that intensity of rainfall is happening in just 4 days, 5 days. Are your watershed structures geared to absorb that sort of water? So we need to keep that in mind, and therefore it's important to bring in a modeling element of how future climate trends would be in terms of when we are designing. And to that extent, what Sir had mentioned, spring shed, aquifer recharge, and river basin. I think this would be very, very important dimensions going forward beyond what the micro stuff that we look at. The other element that we need to sort of, when I look at community, is all of us know there are water user groups, water user associations, various other committees. The challenge is how do we activate them? And one of the struggles that is faced, why activation does not happen, is we have not included them in the entire decision-making process. They've just remained on paper. And that is where I see there is a huge role of not just the private sector, but also the not-for-profit sector who actually work in villages. Because it's a much painstaking long-term effort. You can do a watershed structure in probably 3 months, 6 months. But if you have to create a behavior change of water user group, you need to be there 365 days a year for maybe at least 1 or 2 years at least. So that becomes extremely important. When I was looking at nature-based carbon solutions, the whole aspect of potential credit mechanisms needs to be looked at. And when I look at the carbon credit mechanism, soil becomes extremely important. That is where probably the highest potential of carbon credit resides. That is where the highest potential of resilience resides. And there newer things like biochar, etc. is also coming out. How do we look at that when we are again looking at convergence? Could we look at prototypes and pilots where we are focusing more on nature-based solutions? Whether it's contour trenches, grasslands, river rejuvenation, wetlands restoration, native plantations. I think those are the elements that one really need to focus, and how do we incentivize shift to these elements becomes important. Can we look at financing on an outcome basis? That is where I was talking of commitments and collaborations. And it was very fleetingly touched in the morning. Today it is more based on the physical structures, but can we put a part of that funding or part of that fund release based on actual outcomes, measurable, trackable outcomes? It could be water table rise, storage capacity created, irrigated area expansion, cropping intensity change, cropping diversification change, and also what sort of an asset improvement. So there was again a mention of, I think, sir, you had mentioned of a lot of things happening, but not much of knowledge sharing. Could we look at some sort of a national watershed knowledge hub with have all case repositories, ECOS modules, tools, techniques, which is accessible to everybody, And that is where the entire ecosystem of KVKs, agriculture universities, hydrology universities can also come into picture. And the last is post-project sustainability mechanism. I think very often our mindset tends to be, once we have done with it, finished the activity, there is no other means of tracking. I think one needs to track for at least about 5 years. Then only you know that it has actually got ingrained and sustained in the entire ecosystem. So these were some elements which sort of fit into those 7 buckets that I mentioned. The last piece that I would want to say is, I think there has to be a greater awareness created, what I call as dissemination and diffusion of government policies and schemes, not just in the government and the administration hierarchy, but the entire ecosystem. Most corporates are not even aware of many of these policies, how they can add value to those policies, and if we can actually bring in the expertise that corporates bring to the table with the government policies and schemes, I think you can create a much more synergistic effect. And if each corporate starts doing it in their own catchments, you can create a multiplier effect. So that's what I had.
Thank you, Prabhakar ji. As we all know that the area under degradation is around 98 million, so it's huge. Our scheme, the present scheme is covering only 5 million. So we may not be able to cover such a large area with government fund sources only. So if we can get some help from private sector, that will be always welcome. I think our friend from Ethiopia, he has spoken in the morning about how they have done public-private partnership in Ethiopia. Would like to know more about that today or tomorrow whenever we get time. Then secondly, I think you also spoke about the water users committee which you have set up. We are struggling with that. As he mentioned that it's very difficult to set up such systems, such mechanisms. So we would love to know more about these aspects. Now I think as it's a post-lunch session, so it's better to give the mic to audience to ask some questions from their side. Yes.
Sir, myself, Lakhalal Mahato from Jharkhand. जे सर से मेरा क्वेश्चन तो नहीं है सर, ये अनुरोध है सर। जैसे आपने कहा कि WTC 3 में LRI इज मैंडेटरी। सर LRI इज टाइम टेकन प्रोसेस, ये हमको समय लगता है सर करने में। तो मेरा ये रिक्वेस्ट होगा सर कि प्रोजेक्ट अगर पहले हम लोग को सैंक्शन कर दिया जाता और सर्टन फंड दे दिया जाता कि इस टेक्नोलॉजी को लगा मतलब करने के लिए, तो सर हमारे स्टेट के लिए बेहतर होता। दूसरा क्वेश्चन सर, मेरा दूसरा सर अनुरोध है, 2015 में NRSC इसरो के द्वारा लैंड डिग्रेडेशन का मैप पब्लिश किया गया है। पूरे देश में झारखंड 69% एरिया डिग्रेडेड लैंड है। तो सर हमको झारखंड में सर प्रोजेक्ट ज़्यादा मिलना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम लोग सर पैरेलली सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ साथ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का भी प्रोजेक्ट हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं। हर साल हम लोग सर वो 1.5 लाख हेक्टेयर हमको भारत सरकार से मिलता है, तो 1.5 लाख हेक्टेयर हम लोग स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से भी करते हैं। तो सर हमको अगर ज़्यादा प्रोजेक्ट मिले तो हमारे स्टेट के लिए सर बेहतर होगा। थैंक यू सर।
ठीक है, सेकंड क्वेश्चन का जवाब मैं पहले देता हूं आपको कि अब कितना एलोकेशन, हाउ मच एलोकेशन डू वी गेट फॉर द एंटायर कंट्री, दैट विल डिटरमिन हाउ मच झारखंड गेट्स. So we have seen that the scheme needs to get more allocation, but even if suppose we don't get that much allocation, then there is another scheme, that is MG Narega. MG Narega is keeping 65% of its allocation for soil and water conservation works. So right now we are in discussion with DORD, our Minister Sahib is common. So we are thinking of having a kind of master plan for watershed development of priority areas. And even if suppose our project is not there, then whatever soil and water conservation works are done through MG Narega, they should be done as per that master plan. So to some extent we will be able to cover area outside our project area also. So that is the first these second questions answer. And first question you asked about the LRI exercise. I think I mentioned it, but I will repeat it. We'll not do it like WC2. In WC2, we started implementing the project and we also started doing LRI in the same project, in 10% of the projects. But the LRI process itself takes 3-4 years, and going by the present standards. So by that time the project execution is over. So how can you then make changes as per LRI advice? No. If LRI says that this structure, this kind of structure should have been there, you already done some structure. What can you do with that? That is only now a theoretical exercise. So we don't want to repeat this thing in WC3. In WTC3, what we'll do, we'll be selecting such high priority areas where the LRI is already done by NBSS. They have covered some 2-3 crore hectare already. For example, in Karnataka, though under reward they were supposed to do only 1 lakh hectare as per LRI saturate. They were supposed to saturate 1 lakh hectare. But they have done LRI in 10 lakh hectare. So if that remaining 9 lakh hectare, if there are high priority watershed areas, then they can select project from such areas in WC3. So LRI data is already available in April 26, and you will execute the projects as per LRI only.
Hello sir, my question to first speaker, Dr. Mohammed. Sir, during your speech you spelled out engineers. May I know the specialization of engineers, and then what is their role in education of soil and water conservation and followed by drainage line treatment in the watersheds?
That's a very good question. Again I will repeat, I have around 600 agricultural engineers in my department. So they all are mostly graduates from Udaipur Agricultural Engineering College, and they're excellent in executing the drainage line treatment works like anicuttes, PCDs, MPTs, all those structures. But the objectives of PMKSY goes beyond establishing engineering structures. That's what I was saying. They need to be managers more than engineers. They have to see the entire ecosystem. They have to see that the intervention that we have done brings some result for the farmers. Ultimately our objective is to increase the income of farmers. I believe we all are working on towards that goal. So that's what I meant.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am here. Sorry. Sir, can you put some light on this Watershed Cooperative Society, what the earlier African person was talking about? Maybe we can, because the cooperative sector, a lot of amendments has been happened in the Cooperative Act also. So Watershed Cooperative, I think so it will be well, if it is well defined, we can bring it down to the, what you call, local ward level, or where you can do all the mapping and all this technological inputs can be done. That's one suggestion I just wanted to give, sir. Thanks.
I think we'll be coming to know about it in detail with the expert who has come from Ethiopia. We'll get to know about that from him sometime later. Okay.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, as we are discussing regarding the policy framing, here what we are noticing in rural area, actually the drainage line, it is being called as Nala locally. In the rainy season, generally rainwater will flow. After that, during harvesting period, it was being used as a car track for carrying this harvested product. Now these drainage lines, nalas, those who are there, they are being converted into roads, like local roads, or Kannada we call Sarvarutu Raste, or farmer field roads. Now they are getting converted day by day to these tar roads. So whatever rainwater we are conserving, because these drainage lines are being interlinked to aquifers. Aquifers are the major source of water carrying to either bore wells or open wells or subsurface water. We need to have, my submission is, we need to have some policies to protect these drainage lines are getting converted into roads, because these are all the wastelands and freely available for the contractors to convert them into roads. Because if he wants to take the road in the field, they need to go in for land acquisition. So easily available, these are the wastelands for them to convert to roads, because everybody is used to go, since olden days people are going by that way only. The one thing, sir. Second one is, because of this use of continuous fertilizer, pesticides and herbicides particularly, now water is getting contaminated and land is getting day by day deteriorated or degraded. We are thinking of this converting degraded land into cultivable land. But my submission is, can we add these points in LRI studies wherein water pollution can be verified in LRIs, and soil, what is the level of the soil which is normal, now the chances of getting degraded in how many years, so that we can ask the farmer, or we can educate the farmer, this is a status of our soil and water which may get polluted in future, and you may lose your soil, because converting the degraded soil into the cultivable soil which is getting degraded, bringing back it is one of the biggest challenges. Subsurface drainage and other things are there. One submission. Thanks.
Yes, very good suggestion. Second one especially. Yes, we need to think about this. If farmers are giving excessive irrigation to their farms after we make the water available to them, that is also an issue. Earlier there was no water, that was the problem. Now after we do the water harvesting structures, they are overusing that water, and that's how they are spoiling their land, spoiling their soil. So we definitely need to explore this aspect. And the second thing about the excessive use of pesticide, that also I think if possible we can definitely include in LRI. In fact, I think we should think about having some policy intervention if some farmer is going for water guzzling crop in watershed project area. If he is growing sugarcane or paddy, by using the hard-earned water which we have created there by implementing our project, I think he should either use drip irrigation, micro irrigation, otherwise he should be charged for that. He is taking away the valuable resource, and if that practice continues, then after 5-10 years again that area will become water scarce. So this is a very important, I think, area where we need to think upon. About the other suggestion which you gave, that wastelands are being used to make roads, or the drainage channels are being used for roads, etc. I think we need to explore it in detail. We need to examine how exactly it is being done. We need to find out what is the policy when the government allows such works. There must be some policy. It may not be the scene that there is no policy. So our team can definitely find it out, and let's see how we can take it up with National Highways Department or state PWD departments or state rural development departments. These are the 3-4 departments, and MG Narega of course. These are 4-5 departments which make roads, and last 3 ones are the major departments which do village roads. So we will definitely find out, and then we'll decide on that. Thank you.
Sir, I have one question, sir. Sir, I am Dr. Chernakeshava from University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore, Professor Soil Science. So I have one maybe suggestions. In the entire watershed area, can we encourage the vegetation to the farmers by providing carbon credits? Now we are talking about carbon sequestration and carbon credits. So can we give some incentives to the farmers who are really coming forward to grow tree species? And
I would like to interrupt. We all heard what Mr. Andrew said in the morning. I have never ever met a single person till now who has been able to avail carbon credit. So we have been hearing that there is some progress, but we are not able to see some substantial progress on the ground. So carbon credit is still, I don't think it's something which is a quite substantial income source for any farmer. If anyone differs, he may please enlighten us. The process is so difficult that it's even difficult for us to understand the present process. Would like to hear from our Ethiopian friend. Upendra ji, iske baad aapka. And please also, Nidhi, you can go ahead. And please also tell us about the village cooperative societies which you have set up. And about the public-private partnership.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, by the way, for raising this important issue, agenda, for us as NRM specialists, me. We were trying to approach the development partners, including the World Bank, before I joined actually the bank, the World Bank itself. What I remember is, there is a world like Vision Ethiopia. World Vision Ethiopia is an NGO, international NGO, supported a community with the help of the World Bank technically, and now they are getting money out of that carbon credit. For many years, that NGO, international NGO, tried to help that community in a closed area, and now they are getting money, honestly. You can just, probably I can give you the details, the website, and we are using that as a very good example, really, in the country, where we can just get this carbon credit everybody is talking about to benefit the rural poor, the communities. Honestly, reserving the forest for many years. That's what happened to Oromia Forest Program in the World Bank with the dedicated people. Learning from Humbo. The name Humbo, if you just Humbo, write in Google Humbo, Humbo is a community who already got that carbon credit. And now doing many things actually in their community, including, using that money for establishing the children school, water supply, everything. And I visited myself that community, and I was encouraged personally to learn more about carbon credit. Exactly, the study. All right. Exactly. So. Exactly. We will try to communicate you officially and give that best practice in Ethiopia. We will do that.
Okay, you may please also throw some light on the watershed, village watershed committees and public-private partnership. How exactly you have done that?
Okay. By the way, this is with the P4R, we somewhat, positively influence the government of Ethiopia to just, get that proclamation. Now, we have different regions, regional states in Ethiopia. Now there are 9. That regional state, especially the Tigray and Amhara, this big 2, including Oromia, they try to come up with a local watershed user association establishment. And then every politician is thinking, especially I remember 1, 2, 3 of them, million is my name. For how many years you are really going to go to the field and tell the story about land degradation and also the solution to the farmers? When do we have farmers to do themselves, as main activity of, their farming? And then I used to document indigenous knowledge. By the way, my master's is just studied on that one. Indigenous knowledge of the farmer's knowledge, traditional knowledge. That's very helpful as well. Then I think they came up with a proclamation at the regional level, which didn't, help they know the community to get that right. Now, what we helped the government at federal level, national level, is to come up with the experience of these different regions to produce watershed user association legally with proclamation. And then at federal level, they changed the name to the cooperative society. The naming is now Community Watershed Users Cooperative Society, legally established. Now they start to get also from NGOs the funding. We already legalized 2,960 community watershed in our target major watershed area, which I personally am happy about that. And I see now sustainability is somewhat, they need help, but they are encouraged getting that privilege and the user right of the communally owned especially. So you need to ensure how that benefit sharing is really properly done. That the proclamation itself legally, forces them for the community as a whole to use properly the resources they, conserve it with the help of the support of NGO. We
Thank
are
you so
happy
much.
to share this, practices.
Yes, you may please give us some write-up on this. And now I would request
thank you.
Upendraji to please.
Thank you very much. I took time. Sorry, sometimes I become emotional when I talk about sustainable land management. Sorry for that.
That's good. Upendraji, please.
As far as these policy matters are concerned, I think that community participation and exclusion of livelihood activities doesn't go hand in hand. So my opinion is that in the WDC 3.0, livelihood component should be must, because if you want public participation and community participation, that is a component which is going to help the assetless. So if you remove those persons who are not having land, I think the purpose is not fully met.
We'll definitely think about this. We had made this change around 1.5 years back, taking into consideration the limited amount which we had for NRM works. As per our criteria, we had only 49% of the fund allocated for NRM works. And many states were giving a feedback that this is not sufficient to saturate the area with NRM works. So then we had thought that as the other flagship scheme of Government of India, NRLM, National Rural Livelihood Mission, is taking care of livelihood support to self-help groups in rural areas in on large scale. So we can then remove that component and add to NRM. That was the basic reason for making that change. But we do agree to it that we need to provide something to assetless. The SHG member may be a farmer, so he has a farm, he will get benefited from the water harvesting structure, but the assetless person may not get any benefit from the watershed structure which we create. So this is a point well taken. We'll definitely think about that. There may be some indirect benefits accruing to the village economy as such, but we'll definitely think to do something for the assetless persons. We will lastly hear from Junaid. Junaid has seen the watershed cooperatives related work under Marvi in Rajasthan. So I think you recently spoke in Sydney about that. They have been working with Western Sydney University. So Junaid, in brief, if you can tell us how it has been done.
Thank you, sir. In Udaipur district, this Western Sydney University and Australia India Water Center, they did one project called Marvi, Managed Aquifer Recharge with Village Intervention. So wherein they have created recharge structures, of course, but they played a major role in bringing together the community, the direct beneficiaries, and they they did wonderful results in water budgeting. The villages, I went there, I spoke to farmers also. They are aware who is using how much water. That's a pretty basic objective that we should be thinking about. That they are aware that this person in this farm is using this much water and the water level in that well is this much, whether it is decreasing, going down or going up. That kind of awareness is there, and that village groundwater cooperative was also formed. They registered it as a society, so get some legal recognition as well. And this mobile application also that I was talking about, they have this My Well application where this is continuously monitored. So when people themselves monitor, our operational cost also comes down. We do not have to put any dedicated staff there. People will do it. You just have to analyze the data that is coming from there. So they have an AI analytics team also sitting somewhere in the US. So this is what they have done. This concept of managed aquifer recharge is, I think, very important for entire country. I mean, I went to Sydney last week, and there the water sector team is entirely into managed aquifer recharge, wherein our efforts are not that adequate. So basically, one question actually made me think about this. One person asked when I was presenting about Assistance intervention, one person simply asked, do you know how much water went into the aquifers due to your interventions? So that kind of quantification we are not doing actually. So we know we are creating recharge structures, we are creating water harvesting structures, but are we getting an idea, are we collecting the data of how much water is actually going into the aquifers because of our intervention? So this was where I was talking about the technological integration for impact analysis also. So I think, sir, Marvi concept should be integrated into PM Caseway as well. We are thinking about integrating that into our state scheme, Mukhyamantri Jal Soil Abhiyan, and groundwater cooperatives also. We are thinking about scaling it up from one village to entire state, sir.
So that's a great idea. I think we all can have an exposure visit to Udaipur to study Mavi concept that may be very useful for taking care of the sustainability aspects. I thank all the participants, Mr. Andrew, Mr. Junaid, Mr. Umakant and Mr. Prabhakar for giving us valuable input for making our policy for next watershed scheme, that is 26 to 31. And with inputs from all of you, I am confident that we'll be able to make a robust watershed development scheme for the next 5 years, which will help us in achieving our target of Sukha Mukt Bharat for Vikasit Bharat.
Thank you, sir. This panel discussion made a point clear that India's future watershed policies must be inclusive, innovative and implementation driven. When science, governance and community strength come together, we do not just conserve water, we create livelihoods, restore landscapes and build resilient rural economies. Thank you. On behalf of the organizers, I extend heartfelt thanks to all our esteemed panelists for their visionary thoughts. Now I request Nitin sir to give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed panelist. Shri Mohammad Junaid, Director, WDSC, Rajasthan. Thank you, sir. Now I request you to felicitate Shri Umakant, National Level Network Manager, NRAA, New Delhi. Thank you, sir. Now I request you to felicitate Shri Prabhakar Yal, Executive Vice President, ITC, Kolkata. Thank you, sir. Now I also request you to felicitate our rapporteurs for this session, Dr. Prakash Kumar, Expert M&D Reward DOLR. And also I request you to felicitate Dr. Shrikant Atlur, Theme Expert NRIA. And these rapporteurs will continue for the next session also. And I thank all the panelists. Both the chairperson and our rapporteurs will continue for next session. And for the information of the house, now we don't be having tea break. After the next session only we'll have tea break and followed with cultural programs.
Since we have a great cultural heritage, rhythm of Chande Vadya, Nritya Vaibhava, musical melodies. So actually we are planning to start this cultural event by 6 p.m. sharp. That's the reason why actually we are clubbing the next 3 presentations. After that actually we will let you for the tea break. Kindly cooperate. Thank you. So the next presentation is on FAO's innovations in watershed management and their impacts. That's the speaker for this presentation is Dr. Aliu Dohang, Assistant Director General, FAO Regional Office, Bangkok. This is the recorded presentation which is going to be played here. So I request to play this video.
FAO has more than 50 years of experience across Africa, Asia and Latin America working on watersheds. And today I'll touch on 3 main threads. First, Thank you everyone. My name is Caroline. I'm a water management specialist from the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, and today I will be presenting on FAO's innovations in watershed management and their impact. FAO has more than 50 years of experience across Africa, Asia and Latin America working on watersheds. And today I'll touch on 3 main threads. First, how FAO's work has evolved from local rehabilitation projects to large transboundary programs, how we are increasingly integrating land, water, agriculture, livelihoods and ecosystem health in a changing climate, and why integrated watershed management must become a core component of agri-food system transformation, and why understanding water itself through water accounting is now central to watershed management. I'll illustrate this with a few concrete cases, then come back to the bigger lessons learned for policy, investment and practice. To connect this to broader framing, I would like to highlight that FAO increasingly talks about the WIFI nexus: water, energy, food and ecosystems. FAO defines the WIFI nexus as about understanding and managing often competing interests while ensuring the integrity of the ecosystems. A watershed is where these interactions become very concrete. Water for irrigation and food production, water stored or released for hydropower and other energy uses, water abstracted and treated for cities and industries, and water that must remain in rivers, wetlands and aquifers to sustain ecosystems and the services they provide. In transboundary basins, decisions in one sector, for example, new hydropower or expanded irrigation, can create both opportunities and risks for food security, energy security and ecosystems across borders. This is where water accounting links directly to the WIFI nexus. By quantifying how much water is available, who is using it, and what ecosystems need, we can better identify where synergies are possible, such as multiple purpose storage, and where trade-offs need to be carefully managed. So thinking in terms of the WIFI nexus helps position watershed management not only as a land and water issue, but also as a way to balance food production, energy generation, urban demand, and ecosystem health within a single coherent framework. Our first example takes us to Kieta Valley in Nigeria. By the early 1980s, this semi-arid watershed was close to environmental collapse, years of drought, advancing sand dunes, and severe land abandonment. FAO, working with the government of Nigeria and Italy, launched the Kieta Integrated Rural Development Project,
targeting the entire valley as one watershed system. The aim was simple but ambitious: restore degraded land, slow desertification, and improve food security. Over 2 decades, hundreds of thousands of hectares were rehabilitated. Vegetation cover returned, crop and livestock productivity increased, and you can now literally see Kieta as a greener patch in satellite images of the Sahel. Rather than isolated projects, Kieta was planned at a landscape scale. Teams mapped erosion gullies, dunes, and degraded slopes and prioritized where to intervene first. The biophysical package included dune fixation with shrubs and trees, gully stabilization, stone lines and bunds for soil and water conservation, and large-scale reforestation on a degraded plateau. These measures slowed runoff, trapped sediment, and rebuilt soil moisture. At the same time, the project invested in social infrastructure: tracks and roads, small dams, market facilities, schools, and health posts, so people could actually benefit from recovering landscapes and connect more easily to services and markets. Many activities were deliberately labor-intensive, providing seasonal employment and giving local communities a stake in maintaining the structures and trees they helped to establish. Crucially, Kieta ran in multiple phases over 2 decades, which allowed techniques to be refined and successful approaches scaled up. That long-time horizon is one of the key reasons the watershed transformation there has been so visible and durable. The second example is Kagera River Basin in East Africa, shared by Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and the United Republic of Tanzania. By the 2000s, the basin faced serious land degradation. Steep hillsides were cultivated without protection, vegetation cover had declined, and heavy rains washed soil straight into rivers. That sediment affected agriculture, fisheries, hydropower, and downstream wetlands. The Trans-Boundary Agro-Ecosystem Management Program for the Kagera River Basin, Kagera TAMP, implemented by FAO with GEF support, set out to promote sustainable land and water management across this shared watershed. Over its lifespan, the program helped farmers adopt better land use practices, reduce erosion and sediment loads in key subcatchments, and opened up a new space for cooperation between the 4 countries. And I'll unpack some of the mechanics of that in the next slide. Kagera TAMP worked in nested scales. It started with micro-catchments and villages and then linked these to sub-basin planning and finally to basin-wide dialogue and knowledge sharing. FAO helped strengthen and establish local institutions, farm field schools, watershed communities, and resource user groups that could coordinate activities, manage conflicts, and interact with district and national authorities. On the land itself, the program promoted bundles of good practices: contour farming and grass strips to break slopes, riparian buffers and wetland protection to filter sediment, improved grazing management to avoid overstocking, and agroforestry systems that combine trees with crops and pasture. These measures delivered multiple co-benefits: higher and more stable yields, more fodder and fuel wood, improved biodiversity in wetlands, and reduced sediment risk for irrigation, hydropower infrastructure downstream. At a regional level, Kagera TAMP also created transboundary platforms, technical advisory committees, and joint planning forums, which helped countries begin to see the basin as a shared asset rather than a collection of national territories. Our third set of examples come from Asia, drawing on FAO's global review of watershed management in action, lessons learned from FAO field projects. In Nepal, FAO supported projects in mountain watersheds, focusing on stabilizing terraces, protecting springs, and strengthening community forestry, reducing landslides and improving dry season water availability. In Pakistan, the emphasis was on rehabilitating micro-catchments and reforesting degraded slopes, while also helping communities diversify their livelihoods, making conservation measures more attractive because they were linked with income opportunities. In China, FAO's work dovetailed with broader land use reforms, supporting a transition away from fragile slope cultivation towards terracing and orchids that stabilize soil and improve farmer incomes. Across these very different contexts, we see a common message. Watershed measures work best when they are tailored to local conditions and underpinned by clear economic incentives for communities. Looking at these 3 countries side by side make the patterns clearer. In Nepal, very steep terrain and intense monsoon rains meant that terraces and vegetated cover were central. Projects combine terrace improvements, spring protection and community forestry, and the payoff was fewer landslides, more reliable household water and sustained supplies of fuel wood and fodder. In Pakistan's semi-arid catchments, the priority was slow flash floods and reduced runoff. Interventions included small check dams and bunds, reforestation and rangeland rehabilitation, combined with efforts to create alternative income sources, and that pressure on fragile areas declined. In China, the context was one of systematic land use reform. FAO-supported work helped farmers shift to terracing and orchard systems that offered better soil and water management and more sustainable incomes, while aligning with national policy targets. Across all three, the common ingredients are strong local institutions and ownership, tangible incentives for farmers, alignment with broader policy and planning frameworks, and when those are present, watershed management becomes embedded in rural development rather than remaining as a standalone pilot. All of these interventions have a cost, and long-term watershed management needs predictable financing. FAO's work on incentives for ecosystem services looked at how to create such mechanisms in practice. In Costa Rica, a national payments for ecosystem services scheme compensates upstream landholders for conserving forests and riparian zones. Downstream water users, including hydropower companies and utilities, help cover the cost because they directly benefit from more reliable, cleaner water. In Mexico, similar mechanisms support upstream communities to maintain forested watersheds that supply major cities. These examples show that when value of water and ecosystem services is recognized economically, watershed management becomes a shared responsibility rather than an unfunded mandate for rural communities. One cross-cutting message from all these experiences is that watershed restoration takes time. Landscapes that have been degraded over decades cannot be repaired in a single project cycle. Trees need years to grow. Terraces and waterways need time to stabilize. Soils need multiple seasons to rebuild organic matter. Institutions also need continuity to develop the capacity, trust and coordination that stewardship requires. FAO's longer-range engagements, such as Kieta and Kagera, show that most durable results come from multi-decade partnerships and phased investments. Behind all of this lies a simple but crucial insight. A watershed is fundamentally a water system. Without understanding the water, we risk designing land use measures that are not hydrologically realistic. FAO's recent work therefore puts strong emphasis on water accounting. Systematically quantifying how much water is available, how it's used, when and where it flows, which ecosystems depend on it. In many countries, growing scarcity, greater variability, and rising competition between agriculture, cities, and ecosystems make this kind of information indispensable. Water accounting brings transparency to who is using water, helps reveal overallocation, and supports fairer decisions between upstream and downstream users. It also underpins climate adaptation by showing how changing rainfall and evapotranspiration patterns affect the balance between supply and demand. In short, robust water information is becoming a non-negotiable foundation for modern watershed management. To support countries, FAO has developed a suite of technical and planning tools. The new generation of water management programs and projects for watersheds, a strategic framework that places livelihood, governance, and ecosystem services at the center. The guidelines for watershed management and watershed management field manual translate this into practical steps from hydrological assessment and soil conservation to institutional arrangements and community engagement. Complementing this, FAO's geospatial platforms and remote sensing tools help identify degrading hotspots, analyze land use scenarios, and monitor changes in vegetation and water resources over time. Tools alone are not enough. Capacities matter enormously. FAO invests heavily in training and learning related to watershed management. Through the FAO e-learning academy, open online courses, including watershed management basic knowledge, allow practitioners and officials to strengthen their technical understanding. Farmer field schools then bring these ideas into practice on the ground, enabling farmers to test soil and water conservation methods, agroforestry options, and climate-smart practices in their own fields. National training programs, often embedded in line ministries and local institutions, help ensure that skills stay in country and endure beyond individual projects. This combination of online learning, field schools, and institutional training builds the human capital needed for long-term watershed stewardship. If we step back from individual case studies, several cross-cutting lessons emerge. First, watershed management works best when it connects people to their land and water, and when local communities are genuinely involved in planning and decision-making. Second, ecological restoration needs to be integrated with livelihoods and economic opportunity. Otherwise, the measures are unlikely to be maintained. Third, robust science and water accounting, strong institutions and capacities, and sustainable financing mechanisms are all essential pillars. Finally, long-term cooperation commitment among communities, governments, technical partners and financiers is what turns short-term projects into lasting change at watershed scale. To conclude, I'd like to bring the discussion back to integrated nexus perspective and to agri-food system transformation. A watershed is not only a hydrological unit, it is a practical entry point to manage the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus. It's where decisions on irrigation, hydropower, urban water supply and ecosystem flows come together on the ground. By combining sound water accounting with a WIFI lens, we can make more informed choices, which uses to prioritize where and when, how to design storage and allocation rules, and how to protect rivers, wetlands and aquifers while still supporting food and energy security. FAO's broader vision to transform agri-food systems so they are more efficient, productive, inclusive, resilient and sustainable, addressing hunger and malnutrition, but also the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. Integrated watershed management directly contributes to this transformation. It secures the water foundation for agri-food systems, builds resilience for rural communities and ecosystems, and creates a platform for cross-sector dialogue and investment at basin scale. So the message I would like to leave you with is that investing in watersheds is investing in agri-food system transformation and in the ability of our societies to navigate an increasingly water-constrained and climate-stressed future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Office Bangkok for her recorded presentation. We never know the worth of water until the well is dry. So it's all about how judiciously actually we use and conserve the water. So now, indeed it's a great pleasure for me to invite Shri Upendra Pratap Singh, Commissioner SLNA, Commissioner Watershed Development Department, to come on the dais and present on development science-based watershed implementation experience in Karnataka state. I would always also request Geeta Helli Madam, Deputy Director of Agriculture, to join hands with Honorable Commissioner sir.
Good evening to all. I think we started from good morning, now we are into good evening. And I think this is very technical session or technical presentation, so I'll be just putting the salient features. And after that, my colleague, Deputy Director, Madam Geeta, will be explaining the technical part of it. And one more thing I can just tell that most of the things which I am going to tell already, Preeti Madam has already told, but still I will try to go through it. So Karnataka, we have got some 190 lakh hectares land, and cultivable is 118.05 lakh hectares. So around 62% of land is under cultivation. And we are having 10 agroclimatic zones, and as all of you know that we have got a very rich variety of crops and cropping pattern. Out of this 118 lakh hectare, 66% area is under rain-fed cultivation. I think we are next to Rajasthan, I was told like this, and somebody was telling we will be third after Maharashtra, but I think we are second to Rajasthan. And till now already so many people have talked about this, that yes, land is a limited resource and human being, animals, everybody is depending on the same thing. And as far as the food security is concerned, that is the most important resource. We are already 140 crores people, and to feed that huge population, we have to have a good productive land. And lands are under stress due to degradation, soil erosion, and already it has been discussed, erratic rainfall. And to feed more and more mouths, we also need to expand the agriculture. Another important thing is the loss of tree cover. So what happens is, you know, the tree cover, it stops the soil erosion as well as increases the carbon content into the soil. So basically fertility increases. And again there is a demand for urbanization, industrialization. So that's how the land is under severe stress. And in Karnataka, I think since River Valley projects we are doing this NRM works, the name has changed, but the overall the objective was to conserve the soil and moisture. And NWDP 1990s, then we got Haryali programs, IWMP, and now we are in the PMKSY 2.0. With World Bank, our association started with Sujla 1 in 2001 and in Sujla Project 3 in 2013. So once in 2013, we started using this LRI and hydrological studies, and we started scientific watershed management, or rather we put up a step towards the scientific watershed management. So I think around 14 lakh hectare area was covered under LRI data, and in that Sujla Project 3, we distributed 9 lakh LRI card. And we got it, one study done by the Terry, and they came up with a report saying that 113 lakh cubic meters worth water was conserved, 29,000 hectare bunding was done, that helps the water retention, as well as some agroforestry and horticulture put together, 35,000 hectare was treated, or it was brought under some sort of a tree cover. Another study which is quite interesting, that household income increased by 33% and cropped area increased by 15%. Then we, again with the World Bank assistance, we got reward. So already reward has been explained that it is Government of India, Odisha and Karnataka. Under reward program, we are capturing 25 lakh hectares for LRI data, and we are treating 1 lakh hectare on the basis of LRI data. And now I think more or less we are about to complete this 25 lakh hectare for LRI and hydrology. So that 14 lakh and some 25 lakh, actually we have got one more state government scheme where we did some 4 lakh hectares of LRI. Now we are having some 40 lakh odd hectares LRI data, and the total number of farmers covered is around 66 lakhs. And we are lighthouse partner under reward, and again it was told in the morning also that we are helping to formulate national technical guidelines, as well as the COE watershed management. It is established under the same program, and they are one of the partners for this whole international conference. They are providing training and giving the inputs to the LRI. And this already under this reward, around 13 lakh LRI cards have been distributed, and they are with the survey number, means parcel wise. So what we did, we took the data from the Bhumi software, and now we are giving the LRI data to individual farmers as per his hissa or his parcel. And now what is further after the LRI data has been collected? For that we are using the services of the Agriculture University, Bangalore and Dharwad, and with the help of COE, we are giving the agro advisory to the farmers. So that advisory is provided through the SMS, and we have developed a WhatsApp channel, that is Krishi Mitra channel, as well as there is a IVRS system also, call center. So this call center is with the KSNMDC, and we are in touch with so many farmers, and there is a two-way communication. The farmers, they can call the call center, and we provide the information as per the LRI data available with us and the meteorological data provided by the KSNMDC. So that is something very interesting, and I think my colleague will try to put more details in it. And then we have developed a digital library. So whatever 40 lakh hectare LRI data we have created, that has been put up into a digital library, and that is available to the stakeholders through the Sujla, the 3LRI.portal. With the help of those data, we have developed 9 decision support system, and these DSS have been utilized in formulating the DPRs also. At least the 1 lakh hectare which was treated or based on LRI data, for this whole data was used, and we tried to make the DPRs based on those data. And these DSS operates, this is very simple, all this, I think the credit goes to FAO and the NBSS LUP, as well as the ICR guidelines. So they have set the rules and parameters. Accordingly, these data have been collected, and we have developed all those systems. I think now for further technical details, I will request Geeta to come.
Thank you, sir. Elgo namaskaraಗಳು. I will be continuing with the background note of our commissioner, sir, about reward program. This program is a multi-state scientific program implemented in Karnataka in 25 districts. So this is implemented in 25 districts covering 25 lakh hectare. These are our implementing partners, and we have 4 supporting partners. So the major activities, as I already told, 25 lakh hectare LRI and hydrology data creations, and 25 FPOs we are supporting with 1 lakh hectare. In 20 sub-watersheds, DPWR is implemented, and anchoring the COE is another important activity, along with the agromet advisory services to the farmers. And through COE, we are conducting the innovative pilot studies and improving O&M policy for maintenance. The maintenance of the assets created under this project is one of the major activity we are taking up. So along with these activities, that is the continued activity from Sujala 3 is upgradation of digital library, DSS and LRI portal. So this is the LRI coverage in our Karnataka state. We have 46.14 lakh hectare LRI area coverage in our Karnataka state through different schemes. So this you all know, generation of the LRI data at cadastral level with the physical parameters and fertility parameters. So this is the assessment of hydrological data, where we will be assessing the data for aiding to get the importance of AET, runoff, soil moisture and groundwater status. So this hydrology actually focuses on assessing the sustainability of the watershed and estimate the water budgets in the watersheds to facilitate improved designs of soil and water conservation measures. Further, these hydrological variables with LRI mapping or developing are integrated to develop integrated watershed management plans. So these are the important equipments we have provided to the partners for hydrological studies. So both these equipments are stationed in 24 hydrological stations, and the partners will be carrying out the periodical measurements at the benchmark sites also. So this is the activity taken up by our agricultural university partners. So these are the equipments and the frequency I have mentioned here. So this is the hydrological stations network under our program. We have totally 24 hydrological station networks. So they will be giving the automated data sets to all the partners, which will be used for our planning purpose. So all these data will be consolidated in digital library. About this digital library, LRI portal and DSS will be covered in the next upcoming session by Virupaksha. So I will be now coming to the land and hydrology utilization, LRI and hydrology utilization in DPR preparations. So we have 20 sub-watershed, as you know. These are the location and details of the sub-watersheds where they are located. So to start with the LRI based DPRs, we have some certain prerequisites, as you all know. So in all 20 sub-watersheds, we have LRI and hydrology data generated by our partners, and capacity building for all the stakeholders, because they must understand what is that LRI and hydrology. For that, we have taken up the capacity building for all the department officials, NGOs, CBBOs, and farmers. After this, the formation of Watershed Executive Committee, which is headed by Gram Panchayat Adhyaksha. So as per the PMKSY guidelines only, this Watershed Executive Committees are formed in our state, and this were also placed before the start of the program. So collection of the socio-economic data, it is unlike a household survey. We have taken the data from secondary sources, published data, all like population, male, female, SC, ST populations, what is the major crops and other data we have taken from the published data. So placement of field NGOs to help the implementation process, and the engaging monitoring and evaluation agencies much before start of the program, so that we know the basic of the basic condition of our watersheds. So identifying the control watershed. Another thing is that we have tried to focus on the evidence-based monitoring and evaluation in this program. So that is done through control sub-watershed and benchmark sites within the watersheds. So establishment of project monitoring units both at head office and the district level. So this is, next comes the generation of tabletop DPR. As you all know, LRI and hydrology data gives us the, LRI and hydrology studies gives us the parcel-wise data with some of the attributes. So these soil phase-wise recommended soil and water conservation interventions, crop suitability, fertility status were drawn from the attribute tables of the LRI atlas. So LRI data was mapped against the survey numbers, that is cadastral layer, using a GIS tool. Further, the above data set was merged with the Bhumi data set to get the beneficiary list. So that gives the farmer-wise plans. Then interventions are generated as per the DSS criteria. As sir told, these DSS criteria are based on some rules. So these DSS criteria will give us what is the interventions to be taken in a particular plot. So that's how the interventions are generated. So these DPRs, thus called tabletop DPRs. So these tabletop DPRs we cannot directly go and implement in the farmer's field until the farmers give the acceptance for these interventions. So the social mobilization was taken up through community consultations. Community consultation was taken up with the help of. So this actually I am explaining here 4 steps, like 3 steps involved in TPR preparations. One is prerequisite step, and the second one is DPR generation, community consultation, and compilation and approval of the sub-watershed DPRs. 4 weeks each if you take, so it will be up 12 weeks. We can have the complete DPR based on the LRI and hydrology data. So the community involvement happened in the planning itself with the help of watershed committees, Gram Panchayats, SHGs and area groups. So area groups are formed by our department officials. SHGs are Actually, they were present in the area, they have taken for this activity. Watershed Executive Committee, I have already told how we have formed. Watershed Executive Committee, President is the Adhyaksha of Gram Panchayat. We have taken the Gram Panchayat local help. So we have 60 Watershed Executive Committees, around 1,333 SHGs, and around 1,060 area groups have been formed in this 1 lakh hectare area. So to create the awareness among the community, we have taken the entry point activities, IC activities. So like entry point activities like solar lights, school benches, water filters, and community hall, Gokatte were appreciated by the community to involve in our project and interventions further. So IC activities like Jata, wall painting and street plays have helped us to move forward. So to create capacity more at the community level, we have taken up all institutional and village level trainings for both department officials and the community level for the farmers and the other members. So along with the SATCOM trainings, it helped us to reach the larger audience. Actually, for one satellite program, we can reach around 800, 900 people at a time. So that was the facility we used. So actually, community involvement in planning and validation of DPRs is done through transact walks, village level meetings, PRA exercise, and these after this, the whatever the plan is generated is get approved at Gram Sabha level. After Gram Sabha approval, the plans were consolidated at sub-watershed level DPRs. Then it is scrutinized by the district level technical committee headed by our joint directors at the district level, then forwarded to the DC committee headed by deputy commissioner. After all the scrutiny and compilation, this has been forwarded to state level for approval at the project empowered committee. Now it is called the state level high power committee. So this is how the approval process of the DPR looks. So what reward DPR intervention contains is, so it is beneficiary wise, it is not the micro watershed wise or the village wise kind of thing. We have interventions mapped against each beneficiary. So it will be soil and water conservation and drainage line treatment, nutrient management plan and crop suitability. For all the 4 components, this DPR is having, along with the basic statistics and the status of that sub-watersheds. So now I will come to the Chitradurga, Kathagundanehalli, how the maps and the details are used. So this is the Kathagundanehalli sub-watershed. So first we will get the location and the extent of that Kathagundanehalli sub-watershed, along with the status of borewell, groundwater level and the stream lines, drainage lines and the railway roads and habitations. So we will get next the drainage line. It is very important for us to know the drainage length and the line. Primary, secondary and tertiary drainage lines will be known by these maps. So this will help us to plan our soil and water conservation activities as drainage line treatments. So next we will be assessing the rainfall distribution through hydrological parameters. So the rainfall data of Mir Sabihalli rain gauge. So in Karnataka we have a very good network of automatic rain gauges established by KSNMDC. We will take the help of that data. At Gram Panchayat level also we have the data for last 15 years so that we can analyze the data at whatever level we want. So this Kathagundanehalli sub-watershed is a very scanty low rainfall area having number of rainy days varied from 6 to 14 days per year. So extremely high rainfall peak event observed in 2016 and 8-week rainfall producing days observed in 2014. So looking at this variability, we have to plan for the activities. So again, one important activity we have mapped is groundwater level maps. This is taken before implementation. This is for pre-monsoon and post-monsoon we have collected. Similarly, at the end of the implementation, we are going to collect this information through our technical partners to know the status of the groundwater. So actually, the borewell here we have taken is Dodderi in the sub-watershed groundwater status. There is a rising trend of depth of water table from 2020 to 2023. This is because the good rainfall years indicating the recharge for the subsequent lower rainfall area. So here there is a good groundwater level is relatively higher, but there is a scope to reduce use by utilizing the underutilized runoff through harvesting and conservation interventions. So again the total water balance was calculated using the good year and the average rainfall year of that particular sub-watershed. So this helps us to find out the proposed harvesting water harvesting structures and the types of structures. So these are the important activities we have planned through this water balance. So again for further planning we have used the Kasturi. So these are all hydrological parameters at the sub-watershed level. When we come to the nutrient plans and the bunding and other activities, we have taken the micro-watershed level data. Wherever the data has gone down to the sub-watershed to micro-watershed. So satellite image of Kasturtimane and the survey maps have been used for the micro-watershed boundary level plans. So these are the major soils of this micro-watershed, that is sandy clay loam and the sandy clay soils. So again the data taken from the LRI, that is soil depth, texture, gravelness and slope are being used for the bunding calculation for each and every plot. So total soil and water conservations planned in this area is that in this particular micro-watershed is trench cum bunding in 19 lakh RMT, along with the waste weirs of 856 numbers. Farm ponds are 11. Since this is a low rainfall area, the farm ponds have taken very less. This is not only low rainfall area, it is the high evaporating area also. Its temperatures are very high. So that's why farm ponds are less recommended here. So along with the drainage line treatments like boulder checks, rubble checks and percolation, mini percolation tanks, LRS, check dams and the nala revetments are taken up in this micro-watershed. So similarly, to increase the income and resilience of the farmers, we have taken up the horticulture and the forestry. Horticulture species includes citrus, coconut, custard apple, guava, lime, mango and sapota. This was again based on the LRI top suitability recommendations, and also along with the agroforestry and forestry in some block areas like wherever the common land is there, teak, silver oak, red sandals, mahogany, jamun and jackfruits. So the nutrient status helped us to take up the production activities in these areas. So based on the as you all know, the LRI data gives us the major and micronutrient status of any particular area. So these status have been used to give the nutrients recommendations to the farmers, along with wherever the organic carbon and the pH are the problems. We have taken up the promotion of organic matter and through giving organic matters like green manure, seeds and other things, and INM activities practices are also proposed. So now this all 20 sub-watershed DPRs have been prepared. So using this data, we have implemented the SCN works. For example, in 1 lakh hectare area, we have planned around 75,000 hectare bunding of different sizes based to prevent erosion and slow of the runoff. So similarly, at farmers field around 2050 farm ponds have been planned of different sizes. So in all upper reach areas, a drainage line, crescent bend with agroforestry, rubble checks and the boulder checks, diversion channels wherever is required, and loose ravine structures, nala revetments, etc. were taken up. So as per the site specific needs. So again, check dams is the middle reach area interventions. Around 620 numbers of check dams have been planned and implemented in 20 sub-watershed areas. So at community land to give the water availability and to increase water availability even during dry spells and increase the community resilience, around 95 Gokatas and Nala bends have been planned and implemented. So as a horticulture interventions, horticulture and forestry is planned as per the LRI recommendations, and about 11 lakh horticulture plants and about 6 lakh agroforestry plants are planned in this saturation area of different crops. So these are some of the photographs. Through production system, as I already told, integrated farming system, integrated nutrient management, crop diversification, annual husbandry activities, micro irrigation to enhance the productivity. These are the activities taken up in the production systems. Around 43,743 beneficiaries have received the different benefits through the production system. So livelihood and income generating activities, as sir told, to keep together the community, we have benefited the SHGs. So all SHGs were given with the 50,000 revolving fund to take up the activities. So around 11,000 SHG members were participated in the entrepreneurship awareness program. Among them, around 2,800 participants are willing to participate in skill-based enterprise development program. This is planned from this month on, December month onwards. So through our 50,000 revolving fund, some of the major activities the SHGs are taking: dairying, poultry, rope making, textile, areca nut plate making and tailoring are the activities they are taken up. So this is the total number of beneficiaries we have covered in 20 sub-watershed area, 20 sub-watersheds through different activities. So next comes the 25 lakh hectare area where the LRI data is generated. It is not possible to take up the watershed activities, but the LRI data is given to the farmers to use and to have their knowledge about their land. So we have given the LRI cards through agro-advisories. The agro-advisory activities planned in the reward program. So in reward, the LRI based agro-advisories are generated with the help of CYWM along with the UAS Bangalore and UAS Dharwad. UAS Bangalore and UAS Bangalore is the nodal institute for generating the agro-advisories for the south districts. UAS Dharwad is the nodal for the north districts. So state agriculture universities will prepare the agro-advisories and then they will give the weekly bulletins, Tuesday and Friday, considering the short-term and medium-range weather forecast. This weather forecast will be taken by the KSNMDC data. So the LRI card distribution will be taking, it will be carrying along the parallel activity wherever the LRI is completed, along with the village level training. Because we cannot give the card directly to the farmers like that, so we have to give them and educate them how to use it also. So that's why village level trainings have been planned in this program. So KSNMDC is giving a great support in this activity. So they are giving the weather data along with the one call center is established at KSNMDC. So through this call center, the farmers are accessing the weather data along with agro-advisory generated by the COE and universities. So not only the call center, we have used the SMS, WhatsApp channels and the WhatsApp groups for the immediate need of the farmers to disseminate the agro-advisories. So till now, we have distributed around 12.75 lakh farmers with the LRI card distribution. Village level is training is conducted around 2,290 village level trainings. Around 1.14 lakh farmers have been covered. Number of farmers in the WhatsApp group. These WhatsApp groups are managed by our LRI managers. Actually, one LRI manager is provided at for each 25,000 hectare area. So he has to cover village level trainings, card distribution and giving the agro-advisories on weekly basis or regular basis, periodical basis through WhatsApp channels or whatever the immediate digital forms are available to him so that he can disseminate this. So weekly advisory issued till now during the programs are 364. So this is the LRI card distribution across project area, village level trainings. So not only this, the LRI distribution, card distribution and the advisory is given. So then one question was asked like whether the farmers are really using it, what is the adoption, whether farmers wants it and that. So for that adoption tracking was done for 30,000 farmers. So based on these samples, so actually 20% women farmers and 17% SCST farmers have adopted this LRI based agro advisories. So these are resilient agriculture technologies. Advisories on crop suitability, it is around 15%. So nutrient management advisories, around 37% farmers are adopted. Good agriculture practices like wherever the nipping and the drought about irrigation and other things, they have around 34.9%. Pest management in plants around 8%. Restoration of degraded lands, saline and alkaline lands in 4.3%. So these are some of the farmers sharing their agro-advisory adoptions and other things. So another important activity we have taken up in this program is farmer producer organizations. Around 25 farmer FPOs have been, 28 FPOs have been identified. So as per the target, it was only 15 FPOs. We have identified 28 FPOs and supported with the technical support agency, that is Ernst and Young. They are taking up the technical support they are giving the technical support to these FPOs. So these FPOs already have achieved the 25% increase in turnover, and the business plans have been developed along with the farmers producer organization members, board members and the other farmers, and the plans are under implementation. So next activity is evidence-based monitoring and evaluation activities. We have a process monitoring done by Terry, and along with the IRMA is taking up the impact assessment as a consultative research management agency. So they will be presenting, so tomorrow IRMA scientists will be presenting about the monitoring and evaluation activities further. So now I will stop here for my presentations. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sri Upendra Pratap Singh sir and Geeta Halli madam. Your presentation highlighted the technical depth and evidence-driven approaches used in the state, along with showcased how scientific principles, community engagement, innovative practices can transfer watershed into resilient and productive landscapes. Thank you, and on behalf of all organizers, I thank you wholeheartedly. Thank you, sir and madam. Now, with the permission of chairman, we'll have a 10 minutes tea break. Then after that, the last speaker is going to speak on he's a technical expert, Center of Excellence on Watershed Management from US, Bangalore. We'll have 10 minutes tea break now. Strong expertise in geospatial analytics, spatial decision support system, and GIS automation with a particular focus and research interest on advanced fields like integrating satellite data, land resource inventory, hydrology, and field information into user-friendly decision support tools. So I request you to throw some light on development of this LRI Geo portal and application of decision support system under reward program. Sir, please, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be presenting the LRI Geo portal and its application of DSS under reward program. So though the LRI Geo portal developed in Sujala 3 project, so it was improvised and revised in and upgraded in reward program. So the data center is LRI data center is having hardware and software at then the digital library is there, which is hosting the 40 lakh hectares data. So the database is stored in digital library that in the LRI portal, which is having both spatial and non-spatial data. So coming to the, so this LRI Geo portal is a centralized system where through APIs, the Bhumi data, that is owner-wise survey number and hissa and the owner name, these kind of information are fetched through API from Bhumi. Likewise, the meteorological data is fetched through KSNMDC API. So likewise, it is a central system accessing even APMC market prices also is available at the same portal. So this is a centralized system. Okay. So this is the home page of LRI Geo portal where we can see there is an option for LRI card download. So in the earlier presentation, our Commissioner sir and Geeta madam has explained regarding the LRI card, which consists of farmer or the owner's details, land details, their land capability or suitability, crop suitability, then nutrient status of that particular land parcel. So that can be downloaded directly, and the beauty of this portal is it is open-end. So anybody can access this portal without any registration. So it can be directly accessed and used. The data, 40 lakh hectare data which is collected, it is the proprietary data, ownership by the WTD, whereas the outputs, they are freely available in the portal. So the APMC market price is there, which is updated every day. Likewise, 3-day weather forecast information is available. So, and also recently Krishi Mitra chatbot has been added with the by the Karnataka State Remote Sensing application. So that is the center now looking after the maintenance and development of the geoportal. So the portal is also having the 4 helpline numbers where the user or the farmers directly can access it. In the earlier presentation, we have heard of Varna Mitra, where farmers will be given advisories, crop specific and land specific. So those kind of information can be accessed directly through Varna Mitra helpline. Likewise, we have other 3 helpline numbers. And also some generalized information about LRI and other things are available at the right side of the home page. So coming to the data sets. So in the digital library, we have almost 45 parameters, parameters of data sets, out of which 38 are specific data sets. So it consists of the survey number, that is cadastral information, then depth, slope, erosion, texture, graveliness. So these are the soil characterization, surface and subsurface properties. Likewise, even the soil nutrient information is also, data is also available. So coming to DSS, Decision Support System is a computerized expert interactive information system. So where the data, in this case, the data is LRI, hydrology, and even meteorological data. So this data is given as input data based on the available decision criteria and the models, it will give the output. So as it is a computerized system, it is very time conservative and easily be done with lesser time. So in this particular geoportal, the DSS, the outputs are available in 3 types. One is village plot level, that is survey number level. Then micro watershed level also we can get the output. And thirdly, sub watershed level. So in Sujala 3, 9 DSS were developed, and in Reward, they have been revised with the decision criteria. The Center of Excellence on Watershed Management is tasked with revising the decision criteria and coming up with the new DSS which are important for the portal. So out of these 9, the soil water conservation, crop selection, and land capability classification, nutrient management, and soil length are the mainly the LRI based DSS, whereas runoff, surface runoff, farm ponds, check dams, crop water requirement, soil moisture balance, and water budgeting are hydrology based DSS. So coming to the first DSS, the soil water conservation, presently mainly the 3 types of conservation treatments are suggested: bunding, trenching, and terracing. So it considers the treatment types and divided into mainly arable land, that is arable black soil, arable red and lateritic soil, and non-arable soils. So based on this, the output will be generated. Decision criteria are devised. So the inputs used are parameters like slope, soil depth, surface and subsurface texture, surface and subsurface graveliness, and rainfall. So using these parameters, a decision criteria table have been established, and which is being used for DSS. So this is the interface for the first DSS, where the user has to provide the district, taluk, which is administrative boundary, then village and survey number, or we can go for either micro watershed or sub watershed selection. So the output provided here is, firstly it is spatially attributed. We can see the survey number and its shape. So once the survey number or the spatial location is selected, then it will also provide the farmer names, which we can get by using on more info, then total area of that particular parcel, which is the treatment suitable or suggested, then its length, and also cost factor is involved based on the SR rates. Okay. So can you play the video please? Play the video please. So I have prepared an instructional video for each DSS. I will be presenting few.
Access the Land Resource Inventory (LRI) geoportal through the official WDD Karnataka website. On the home page, locate and and click on the Decision Support System tab to enter the DSS module. From the available DSS options, select the module labeled Soil and Water Conservation Plan. Wait for the interface to load.
Close.
From the drop-down list, choose the district, taluk, village, and target survey number. Click on the treatment area or symbol on the map to retrieve conservation plan data. A pop-up or side panel opens, displaying the treatments and recommendations, such as bunding, trenching, or terraces. Click on More Info to know about owner and land details. This information can also be accessed either micro-watershed or sub-watershed wise. The decision criteria is not developed for human settlements, industrial areas, etc., so there will be no soil water conservation treatment suggested for such locations. Access the Land Resource Inventory (LRI) geoportal through the official WDD Karnataka website. On the home page, locate and click on the Decision Support System tab to enter the DSS module. From the available DSS option.
Okay. So this is regarding soil and water conservation, where we can either get by survey number or we can go for micro watershed based on the plan. So the next DS is the crop selection, where it is based on FAO guidelines. So it provides land suitability for the crop. Okay. So in this particular DSS, the user can get the or select the range of, a crop from range of crops, a list of crops based on the type, based on the practice likewise. So mainly there are 4 types of crop suitability, whether it is highly suitable for that plot, moderately suitable, marginally suitable, or not suitable. So the DSS, based on the criteria, it will give the output directly, and based on BC ratio and ranking, it will give the top list of crops based on the descending order of its rank. So, and also the package of practice is also given as a hyperlink here. Play the video.
Pop-up or side panel opens, display. Navigate to the Decision Support System section on the portal's homepage. From the list of available tools, click on Crop Selection to open the module. Use the District drop-down to select the appropriate district for crop planning. Once the district is selected, proceed to choose the taluk from the next drop-down. Select the target village from the village drop-down. Provide the target survey number. Choose the season for which you want crop recommendations, such as Kharif, Rabi, or Summer. Select the crop category from the drop-down. Select the target crop from the sorted list and then submit the query. This information can also be accessed either micro-watershed or sub-watershed wise. A panel appears showing suitable crops for the selected season and location. You can play with crop category to fruits, pulses, or vegetables, etc. from the drop-down list and observe the most suitable crops for that micro-watershed. Each entry includes land unit ID, recommended crops, suitability ratings, and constraints. Click on View Document to see the package of practice for that particular crop. Revisit the main DSS panel to explore other modules.
So for crops, we have in Karnataka, we have almost 140 plus crops. So coming to the next DSS, that is nutrient management. So in this case, each crop will have the RDF, that is recommended dose of fertilizer, but here in this case, the LRI data which is being generated is directly fetched from the database, and the adjusted RDF for that plot will be provided here. So there are some factors, that is based on those factors, that will be adjusted to the particular plot. So whether the fertilizer should be given more than the recommended or less than the recommended. So that is directly being accessed by the database and in this DSS, and the output will be given. So in this particular case, we can get the straight fertilizers or complex fertilizers. There is option for combinations, and also the price is given, price or the cost for the particular fertilizer, and the based on area what should be the total cost. So, and the cost being the SR rate of 2019 in this case. So play the video please.
Access the Nutrient Management module from the Decision Support System tab. Use the District drop-down to select the concerned district, taluk, village, and target survey number. Then use the appropriate drop-down to select the season, the crop, and the rain-fed or irrigated practice. The fertilizer quantity is provided in kg per hectare, and the costs are considered from SR rates. The soil test values are accessed from the database, and adjusted RDF is provided as output. Click on the Find Another Combination button. For complex fertilizer options like DAP or ammonium phosphate sulfate or NPK 10-26-26 etc. Revisit the main DSS panel to explore other modules. Access the Land Resource Inventory (LRI).
So those are the 4 DSS which are mainly LRI database. Now the 5th one is the estimating surface runoff. In this case we have 3 methods: rational method, SES curve number method, and the 3rd one is infiltration method. So this infiltration method is devised in Sujala and Reward program. So the output, finally the DPR or the water budgeting which we are going to do, it will be fetching the data based on this infiltration method. So play the video please for the 2nd one, infiltration method.
Access the Surface Runoff module from the Decision Support System tab. Select the appropriate district, then browse for the taluk, village, survey number of the target plot. Choose one of the runoff estimation method, for example, infiltration method. Browse the appropriate date from the calendar that contributed for runoff, check auto bund length, choose percentage of vegetative cover and submit. The information like the nearest rain gauge station, daily rainfall, potential runoff, and runoff excess will be available for the target plot. Revisit the main DSS panel to explore other modules.
So in this case what happens is the meteorological data or the rainfall data. In Karnataka we have 15-minute interval data. So that is being directly fetched through API, and the daily rainfall is being calculated. Based on that the runoff estimation is calculated. So for Watershed the data is available for micro or sub watershed. So based on that runoff, based on that daily rainfall, potential runoff is being calculated. So next one is the size and selection of check dam. So in this DSS, the runoff which is calculated in the earlier DSS, that is being fetched here, and then the check dam is proposed. The size and selection of the check dam is proposed, and it is not the site suitability for the check dam as of now. Play the video please.
Open the DSS on size and selection of check dams. Select the target district, taluk, and sub-watershed. Storage capacity is by default 850 cubic meter. Change the input if required. Select the vegetative cover and the bund length and click Submit. The outputs are in cubic meters. The runoff excess, environmental flow, cost of construction are also provided in this DSS. The number of check dams are proposed only if the net runoff is greater than the storage capacity in that sub-watershed. Click on the Report button at the bottom right corner to download the information as a PDF document, where the first sheet will be the location map showing the boundary of the sub-watershed. while the second page will have the check dam information.
So in this case, based on the available runoff, estimated runoff, so leaving the 30% environmental flow, and so the 10% net runoff is being calculated based on the available quantity of runoff water, volume of water, the number of check dams are proposed for that particular micro watershed or sub watershed. So and also the cost factor is also included here. So likewise there are several other DSs, totally 10. So now coming to the DPR, based on these DSSs, the DPR, the tabletop draft DPR is being, can be downloaded. So the detailed project report, either it can be downloaded as a PDF version or a CSV or the Excel version. Okay. Play the video, please.
Open the LRI GeoPortal, navigate to DPR preparation through LRI GIS tab. Then select the target district, taluk, watershed type as either sub-watershed or micro-watershed, then select the relevant watershed from the drop-down list. Click the checkboxes for selecting the required base maps and provide the climate data. Now, click the checkboxes for selecting the required soil and water conservation, crop suitability for different crops, surface runoff, and water budgeting aspects. For size and selection of check dam, provide the appropriate input as percentage of vegetative cover, bund length, and storage capacity. The surface runoff uses the infiltration method for calculation. Therefore, provide the date of runoff causing rainfall, percentage of vegetative cover, bund length. Click Submit to download the PDF document of the draft DPR. Note that, if the user wants to download the data in the CSV format, then firstly, uncheck the base maps, then click the Export to CSV button. Go to the Downloads folder and access the files for further use. The draft DPR will have the base maps like cadastral, drainage, habitation, transport network, soil phase, etc., the Bhumi information like the name of the owner, survey number and hissa, area extent, associated with the soil and water conservation measures that are scientifically compatible for each plot, crop suitability for different crops, surface runoff, and water budgeting aspects that are scientifically compatible for those plots are also provided in that draft DPR. So that the planning and DPR preparation for community consultation, that is, the participatory rural appraisal, will be easy and faster.
So based on the available DSs, this tabletop DPR can be downloaded, and which will save a lot of time then moving further as PRA exercises and other procedures. So we can include the maps. If we want a spatial location and all in the DPR, we can use the maps, or else we can directly download the CSV format data for different types of crops. We can also include rainfall and weather conditions, soil water conservation, farm pond, size and selection of check dams, surface runoff, and water budgeting can also be included here. Okay. So this is a sample of Excel or a CSV based DPR. So this is for crop suitability. Okay. In crop suitability, we'll also give the limitations. What are the limitations for being whether it is a S2 crop or S3 suitability, S3 suitability, or not suitability. So coming to the LRI cards, so we can directly access and download the LRI cards in the GeoPortal, where in the left hand side it will show the owners and land information. In the right hand side it will show the soil nutrient status, and based on the color coding it will give 5 class classification. So very high to very low. Okay. So then crop selection is also provided in the next lower one. Okay. So can you play the video, please?
Explore the GeoPortal homepage. Scroll the Quick Links section and open the LRI Cards menu. A new interface appears with search and filter options for accessing LRI cards. The districts covered under the project will appear in the drop-down. Use the drop-downs to select the district, taluk, hobli and village of interest. Finally, select the target survey number for which the LRI card is required and submit the query. The portal retrieves a single LRI card combining all the owners in that survey number. The LRI card comprises of 2 pages. The left side of the first page consists of basic administrative information about the owners and the target land parcel. Below that is the scientific information about the land capability for agriculture and its soil properties. The information on soil nutrient status, such as macronutrients like available nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium and organic carbon, along with the micronutrients like available sulfur, zinc, boron, iron, copper and manganese is recorded. The information on other parameters like pH, electrical conductivity is also included in the LRI card. This information is open and can be accessed by public without any registration. A 5-class color-coded rating is provided for macronutrients such as very high, high, medium, low, and very low. The very high soil nutrients class depicts dark green color, medium depicts yellow, and very low depicts red color, whereas the micronutrients are provided with red for deficient and dark green for sufficient. Further, the LRI card provides information on land suitability for about 140 plus major crops of Karnataka. The farmer can choose one of a highly suitable crop as their first choice. If not, they can choose from moderately suitable crops. The farmers are advised not to choose crops from not suitable class, as they pose serious limitations and overcoming them is highly difficult. Further, the LRI card can be downloaded in the PDF format by clicking on the print button and then download the file into a computer or laptop. This concludes the LRI card and its use cases.
Likewise, the partners, in reward partners, the universities and the other partners, they have come up with the LRI atlases, micro-watershed-wise LRI atlases, and sub-watershed-wise hydrology atlases. They are also available in the portal, which can be directly downloaded. So, earlier the GeoPortal was developed by CNSys Tech Private Limited. Now it has been transferred to Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center. Now they are doing the maintenance and development of the GeoPortal. So recently they have come up with the Raita Mitra chatbot. So where all this information which we are accessing, we can directly get it through the chatbot. So can you play the video, please? So the chatbot, we have to give the district, taluk, village and the survey number. Based on that, it will give the LRI card details. What are the soil properties and what are the nutrient status. And it is also having another option called meteorological review. So where it will give the meteorological data, what is the rainfall and wind condition and all of those information can be directly fetched there. So other than that, there is one more option. It can be asked for forecast also, where it will give a range of values for the forecast. Then there is one more option, the fourth option, where we can ask for any kind of generalized information. So where the chatbot will fetch the data through LLMs and it will give the output. So this chatbot has been recently added to the GeoPortal, and the GeoPortal is constantly being developed based on the revised decision criteria and other modules. So if the user gives the input where LRI data is not been done, when LRI activity is not been done, then it will say data is not available. Okay. So likewise, a mobile app is also there, Sujala 3 LRI, in the Play Store as well as in Apple App Store. So this is regarding the decision support system and LRI Geo portal. So all this material and videos can be directly accessed through this QR code. Thank you. Sir?
Thank you very much, Dr. Virupaksha, Center of Excellence, Watershed Management, US, Bangalore, having delivered a lecture on development of LRI, Geo Portal and application of decision support systems, that is DSS under reward program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we are going to enjoy cultural heritage, cultural performance. It's very painful to say before that enjoyment. Today we remember 9/11, the lives lost on 9/11, the families who still carry that grief. That is 26/11. Extraordinary bravery of first responders and ordinary citizens alike. I request all of you kindly rise and mourn for 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Ladies and gentlemen, we have galaxies of stars today, star performers. Firstly with Chande Vadya. This Chande is fusion of rhythm pad, violin, keyboard, and here is the person, Mr. Srijit Saralaya. So just to introduce about Srijit. Srijit Saralaya, he is a violinist who has been weaving magic with his string. For the past 12 years, he has performed alongside legendary musicians like Vijay Prakash, and his talent has graced major television platforms including the Malayalam reality show that is called Kidilam and the prestigious Zee Kannada Kutumba Awards. He is also proud freelance artist in Tulu and Kannada film industry with notable contributions. Carry on. With notable contributions to blockbuster projects such as KGF 2. But beyond all accomplishments, his biggest passion is performing live and creative, unforgettable experiences for his audience. He is the pioneer of Chende violin. That's what actually I said. It's a fusion of keyboard, violin, and rhythm pad. It's a powerful musical blend that recently lit up iconic stages like Bengaluru Ganesha Utsava and Abhimata Sambhrama. I would request Mr. Srijit and team kindly get it arranged for the Chande Vadya. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow once again, as usual, our technical session 3 will begin by 9:30 a.m. sharp.
ಇರಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಅದು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಬಡಿತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರು ಅದೇನು ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಇದೆ
ಅರೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ
So tomorrow the technical session 3 will begin by 9:30 a.m. as I said. Technological advances in soil mapping, hydrology and land use for resilience watersheds. The chairperson will be Dr. P.L. Patil, Vice Chancellor, U.S. Dharwad. Keynote address on innovations for resilience dryland agriculture will be shared by Dr. Stanford Blade, DDG, ICRISAT, Hyderabad, followed by Integrated Digital Soil Sensing and Soil Mapping for Information-Driven Soil Management by Dr. Asim Biswas, Professor, University of Guelph, Canada. Advances in Thermal Infrared Remote Sensing for Evaporational and Soil Water Stress Monitoring. That's by Dr. Gilles Barnett, Senior Researcher, University of France. And Geospatial Technologies for Sustainable Land Resource Mapping and Management by Dr. G.P. Obi Reddy, Principal Scientist, NBSS and LUP Nagpur. This will be the technical session 3, followed by technical session advisory E&Y and Shri Abhishek Sharma, Deputy Vice President, Research, Samodi Research and Communications Private Limited. So after that, we'll be letting for the lunch break. Technical session 5, Impact Assessment and Community Engagement in Watershed Projects, chaired by Crispino Lobo, Watershed Organization Trust, Pune. The speakers, Dr. Vivek Pandey, Professor IRMLA, Anand Gujarat, will be delivering lecture on evidence-based impact assessment of watershed development. Then embedding social capital into agriculture and rural development programs by Shri David Hogg, Chief Regenerative Agriculture Advisor, Nandi Foundation, Hyderabad. Emerging pathways for engaging local institutions for climate resilient watershed management by Dr. J.R. Murthy, World Bank representative. Challenges in scaling agriculture technologies and determinants of adoption in smallholder systems in Africa by Dr. McQueen Melis, Senior Scientist, ICRISAT, Nairobi.
Monitor.
Lessons learned from project on climate resilience in agriculture. Shri Sagar Bharat, DBT Specialist, PO Kra, that means Pokhara, Mumbai.
Okay.
And lastly, scaling up LRI at national level and its challenges by Dr. N.G. Patil, Director, NBSS and LUP, Nagpur. That will be followed by valedictory session and way forward. Thank you so much.
Okay, check the violin.
And I forgot to say, our Srijit Saralaya, by profession, he is a software engineer turned into the violinist. So I expect a big round of applause for Srijit Saralaya team, that is Shande Vadya. So you'll be really enjoying the vibrant performance now, Chande Vadya.
ಚೆಕ್ ದ ವೈಲಿನ್ ಸರ್. ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಲೋ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದು ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದು ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಲೋ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಆಫ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಕೊಡ್ಲಾ ಹೊಸ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ? ರಿದಮ್ ಪ್ಯಾಡ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಡ್ರಮ್ಸ್ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? ಕಿರಣ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಡ್ರಮ್ದು DA ಆನ್ ಆಗೈತೆ ನೋಡು. ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಡ್ರಮ್ದು ಆನ್ ಆಗೈತಾ? ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳು. ಓಕೆ, ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಆಗೈತಾ? ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಓಕೆ, ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಓಕೆ. ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು, ಔಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು. ಓಕೆ, ಮಾನಿಟ್ರಾ? ಯಾವ್ದು ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಯಾವುದಕ್ಕೆ? ನೋಡಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ವೈಲಿನ್ ಓಕೆನಾ? ವೈಲಿನ್ ಸರ್, ವೈಲಿನ್ ಓಕೆನಾ? ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಡ್ರಮ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತಾ? ಯಾವುದು ಡ್ರಮ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತಾ? ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಓಕೆ, ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ನೋಡಿ. ಇವನೇ ಅದು ನಾಯ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ. 20 dBಗೆ ಹಾಕು. 0 dBಲಿದೆ ಅದು. DI 0 dBಯಿಂದ 20 dBಗೆ ಹಾಕು. ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಾ? Okay?
Check, check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Thank you for bearing with us. So, I'm Srijit here, and we have the Sagaram Kala Samiti behind us. They are on the chende, and we have Nataraj on the keys, and Vicky on the drums. So we have this is actually an unconventional thing. Many people don't do this. So you might have seen violin separately and chenda separately. So chende plus violin is a new concept we have. So before going to that, we'll just continue with some violin melody for you. We'll start with some melody, we'll end with full energy. Okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So now we'll go with the Chende violin fusion. I'm sure this must be new for most of you. Hope you all enjoy it. Thanks a lot, thank you. That was Sagaram Kalasamiti for you all. We had Nataraj on the keyboard, and we had Vicky on the drums, and myself, Srijit. Thank you for listening.
Wow, what an amazing performance here. Really, we are completely mesmerized by your more innovative and creative performance. The energy actually you really brought on the stage is undeniable. Participants, once again actually I expect big round of applause for Srijit Saralaya. Kindly be on the stage, sir. I request Commissioner Watershed Development Department and the Director Watershed Development Department, both of you, please come on the stage and give the token of appreciations to Srijit Saralaya, sir, please. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have yet another performance by Shubha, madam, ready? Next, the galaxies of dancers on the stage, that's Nritya Vaibhava. In fact, if I want to introduce Shubha Dhananjay madam, it will take hours together because there are so many quills to her crown now by this time. Srimati Shubha Dhananjay, one of the leading Bharatanatyam dancers of our state, is a versatile artist combining the skills of a performer, guru, choreographer, and organizer. As a frequent performer at various prestigious performs across the country, with classical recitals and dance ballets, Shubha is known for her innovative blending of choreography in tradition and contemporary styles through her ballets like Amruta Mahana, Narakasura Vadhe, Kanmani Krishna, Harihara Milana, Ayyappa Janana, and so on and so forth. Belli Chukki, Kittura Rani Chennamma, Sri Srinivasa Kalyana, Mysuru Huli Tippu Sultana, Devi Astamahalakshmi, and many more. As a cultural ambassador of the rich traditional dance from off the country, Srimati Shubha was widely traversed across the globe to perform at international festivals at the United States of America, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Maldives, Nepal, Iran, Indonesia, China, Cambodia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and many more countries. Belli Geje, the National Dance Festival, which was held during 2004 to mark 25 years of the dancing life of Shubha, was highly acclaimed as one of the best cultural events of the year. She has got infinite prestigious awards to her crown, as already said. Nritya Saraswati Srimati Shubha Dhananjay, Bharatanatyam and Kathak artist. She is the chairperson or president, Karnataka Sangeeta Nritya Academy, Government of Karnataka. Now, I would request Shubha Dhananjay Madam and team to perform your innovative and more creative dances, sir.
Thank you so much. A very, very warm evening to everyone present over here. I hope you're having a great day today. Is it yes or no? Thank you so much. And actually, even if anybody were supposed to sleep today, not now. Do you agree with me? One Sunday is enough to wake you up. There were 8 Sundays and drums. My God. More than enough. Even if you would have gone into a deep slumber, you would have come back and be present in this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my utmost pleasure to say that I'll be presenting a plethora of Indian classical dances.
Ladies and gentlemen, to add, we will be arranging dinner here, as you know, and we'll be also arranging 3 Innova vehicles to Dasya Hotel, and 3 Innova and 1 tempo traveler for the coral tree. So I would request all the delegates and dignitaries kindly be present here for all the cultural events. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm really very sure that you're all going to be present here, because after a presentation of beautiful classical dances, you'll also be put into a beautiful enjoyment of old Hindi songs. That's what I heard. So definitely do not miss any of these cultural events, just made specially for you. So as you all know, India is a great, very rich country of art, culture, tradition and parampara. And of course, our classical dancers, they're totally 8 in number, all across from India. They also serve a very unique style of presentations in their own way. I don't know, if you're from South India, you must have been very familiar with Bharatanatyam. And if you're from North UP or Jaipur, you will be very happy with watching Kathak performances. And if you belong to a little eastern part of our country, Odissi. So, of course, our Prime Minister hails from the land of Gujarat. If you think of Gujarat and their dancers, the colorful dancers, you also think of Garba. I'm just giving you a brief introduction of what is in store for you. And today, to start off this performance, I hope you're all totally balanced now. You are somewhere there, that Chande sound. Of course, you must have really enjoyed. But now let's come back to the serene classical dances. Beginning with Bharatanatyam, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present a beautiful Ganesh Vandana. As you all know, in our Hindu custom, we always begin with a prayer to Lord Ganesha so that he removes any obstacles and serves to a successful performance or a successful event. So let's all pray to Lord Ganesha, the remover of any obstacles, and let's go on with more dances. You'll be watching this performance in the style of Bharatanatyam, Shri Vigna Rajam Bhaje. It's been penned by a very saintly poet, Uttukadu Subramaya. It's in Raga Gambhiranata set to Aditada. Please welcome the Bharatanatyam dancers with a Ganesh Vandana. Thank you.
Bhaje
Thank you, dear artists and the lovely audience. So now let's go east. As I told you, Odissi dance, Odissi Nritya hails from the state of Orissa. And you know, among all the classical dances, Bharatanatyam you saw, there's a lot of hasta mudras and facial gestures and lots of poses depicting different movements and gods. But when you see Odissi, somehow it looks so sculpturesque. You go to a temple and you see a lot of sculptures, lot of bhangis, tribhangis, where you know you just see, oh my God, maybe the heavenly nymphs, the apsaras, looked like this. So today you are going to watch one of the beautiful Odissi performances. Amongst all the classical dances of India, this Odissi style is known as the sculpturesque dance of India. So today the dancers will be performing a pallavi. Pallavi means a creeper or something to blossom. So this pallavi has been is set to Raga Malhar, and the choreography is done by one of the very, very prominent Odissi dance gurus of Bangalore. She is a wonderful artist, Srimati Madhulita Mohapatra. Please watch this lovely item in the style of Odissi. Pallavi in Rag Malhar. We would appreciate only the claps, not the whistle. Classical dance is not for whistles. No. So it has its own dignity and a very great history of more than 5,000 years. So the first performers were gods in the heavens, and then it passed on during the times of Lord Krishna to the earth. It was patronized by the kings, dynasties, moved to the temples, and then here we are with performances on the stage. So classical dances have its own tradition and a lot of historical and spiritual importance. Thank you for the encouragement. So ladies and gentlemen, you are in Karnataka. And the speciality of Karnataka is we celebrate our language, our culture, especially in the month of November. November 1st is known as a Rajyotsava Habba, the state celebration. And wherever you go, you see a lot of programs in the local language of Kannada. So how could we miss? So now I have one song which goes like Hacchevu Kannadada Deepa, Karunada Deepa. So we are lighting the beautiful lamp of the language of Kannada. So in dance, to make it more attractive, apart from whatever we have which has come through ages, we also have a lot of attractive poses like balancing act. So in this song, you'll be seeing the dancers perform on an inverted pot on the edges of a plate, and also balancing the pot of water, brass pot of water, with lamps and candles. So all these make it together a very attractive and charming dance. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the dancers with Hacchevu Kannadada Deepa, which is led by Sri Satish Babu. Okay, the same song is played only by the instruments, so the lyrics will go only in your heart and mind. Can you please raise the volume of the monitors? The dancers are not able to hear the music properly. The monitors need to be enhanced. Can you hear? Music. A loud applause again for all the dancers. Thank you so much. Thank you, dear artists and the audience again. So now we move on to a very beautiful Vandana to the Lord of Dance himself. In Hindu custom, we have Lord Shiva. We have the Trinity, the creator, the sustainer, and the destroyer, who are Lord Brahma, the creator, Lord Vishnu, and Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva is known for Saptatandavas, 7 kinds of dances. And of course, we believe him that he is the Lord of Dance, and we also call him the Natyadidevata, the Lord for dance, and that's how he has another name, Nataraja. Lord Shiva is also worshipped as the Linga Rupa. You have seen the Shiva Linga. We have lots of temples across India for Lord Shiva, who is worshipped in the form of Shiva Linga. In the next item, we have prayers to Lord Shiva, whose form doesn't have any beginning or end. You cannot just see where it began from, the Nirakara Rupa. Bho Shambho is a beautiful item dedicated to Lord Shiva. Now, let me have all the dancers, music. Please start the music. So, in this item, Lord Shiva is believed to be a very, very compassionate one who really rescues his devotees, and also the ultimate God, and the one who always protects those who come in rescue, asking his blessings. Please welcome the dancers with Bho Shambho Shiva Shambho Swayambho.
Gama Gama Bhuta அதிசய அக்ஷயலிங்க போ शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो भो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो गङ्गाधर शङ्कर करुणाकर मामव भवसागर तारका भो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो धिमित धिमित धिमि धिमि किट किट तो धूम धूम किट तक तरि किट किट तो धिमित धिमित धिमि धिमि किट किट तो धूम धूम किट तक तरि किट किट तो मतंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा सर्व दिगंबर में स्थित रेशा नित्य निरंजन नृत्य नटेशा ईशा सबेशा सर्वेशा धिमित धिमित धिमि धिमि किट किट तो तोम तोम किट तक तरि किट किट तो मतंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा सर्व दिगंबर में स्थित रेशा नित्य निरंजन नृत्य नटेशा ईशा सबेशा सर्वेशा धिमित धिमित धिमि धिमि किट किट तो तोम तोम किट तक तरि किट किट तो मतंग मुनिवर वंदित ईशा सर्व दिगंबर में स्थित रेशा नित्य निरंजन नृत्य नटेशा ईशा सबेशा सर्वेशा भो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो भो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो गङ्गाधर शङ्कर करुणाकर मामव भवसागर तारका भो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो गङ्गाधर शङ्कर करुणाकर मामव भवसागर तारका भो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो 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 भो शम्भो शिव शम्भो स्वयम्भो
That was to depict a small jhalak of the dance of Lord Shiva. Thank you, dear dancers. Now let's move a little towards the north. Uttar Pradesh, as I said, Kathak is a very beautiful classical dance from the northern part of India. In fact, many people think it's originated in Muslim religion, but actually, as all the other classical dances, even Kathak has been originated in the temples. Only thing is, before Kathak used to be performed only with Hindu costume like the Rajasthani paintings, but during the Mughal period, the dancers were invited to perform in the court, and there was a subtle change in the costume like anarkali, like a frock, more chakras, and instead of the Hindu traditional jewelry in the center, the tika, they started wearing the chapka or the jhumar on the side, which is a Mughal ornament. So there were some changes, but the luckiest part of the style of Kathak is even now we retain both the Hindu style of Kathak and the Mughal style of Kathak. So the attractive part of Kathak is we have a lot of footwork, very intricate footwork and chakras. If you're very familiar with Bollywood films, you would have been you would have watched Devdas and some of the recent Shah Rukh Khan films and Hrithik Roshan, Jodha Akbar and all, where Madhuri Dixit, Aishwarya Rai Bachchan and Deepika Padukone have done a lot of Kathak pieces. So let's invite the dancers with a very beautiful bit of Kathak. It's Sargam. We have the 7 notes of music, Sa Re Ga Ma Pa Dha Ni. So the music, it's very musical and the dance is so beautiful, graceful. Please welcome the dancers, the Kathak dancers with Sargam.
ధని గమ ధని స సని ని ధ మ గ మ గ మ ధ మ ధని ధని స సని ని ధ మ గ మ గ మ ధ మ ధని ధని స సని ని ధ మ గ మ గ మ ధ మ ధని ధని స స మ గ మ గ సని ధ స స మ గ మ గ సని ధ స స మ గ మ గ సని ధ స స మ గ మ ధని ధ
Thank you once again. We now have Kalya Dalan in the style of Odissi music. So this dance will just move faster because we have one more cultural program. So this is in the form of Odissi where Lord Krishna dances on the hoods of serpent Kalinga. This is basically to show the destruction of the evil and the victory for the good. And in this item, the dancers also will be portraying the 10 incarnations of Lord Vishnu, Dashavatara. Please welcome the Odissi dancers with Kalya Dalan, again choreographed by Srimati Madhulita Mahapatra.
गर्जन कालिय दूषण करल अनल घन जमुना कूले करल अनल घन जमुना कूले धा धा didin takitita takitita didin takitita didin takitita takitita didin takitita kirtikita kirtikita dhadri kirtikita ta dha ta kirtikita 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 dhadri kirtikita ta dha ta kirtikita da din dina ka din da din dina kirtikita din dina ka din da din dina da din dina ka din da din dina kirtikita din dina ka din da din dina girgidha dha girgidha dha Tathini thinda, girgir tathini thinda, tathini thinda thinita girgir thina thini thinda thini thinita, tagirgir theita, takita tak tagirgir theita, tagirgir tha tha, tagirgir ta ta, tagirgir tha tagirgir tha. Theita theiting tagirgir tha. Dhagidigana dha dhagidigana takita pinna dhagidigana dha dhagidigana dhagidigana dha dhagidigana takita 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 dhagidigana dha dhagidigana dhagidigana dha dhagidigana takita 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 dhagidigana dha dhagidigana dha 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 ding dhagidigana dha dhagidigana dha 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 ding dhagidigana dha dhagidigana dha 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 ding. Driminartana karya mardana Driminartana karya mardana Phanisire tandava ghoratare Phanisire tandava ghoratare Dhei dhei tathindaka takit takit tak dha 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 Driminartana nagasire Driminartana nagasire जय जय माधव जय जय केशव जय जय माधव जय जय केशव अनंत तांडव गोपोपुरे अनंत तांडव गोपोपुरे अनंत तांडव गोपोपुरे धै धै कटक धैता धै धै कटक धैता धै धै कटक धैता
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानम् अधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे सम्भवामि युगे युगे सम्भवामि युगे युगे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण
Thank you so much. We just have two presentations very different from each other. Garba from the land of Gujarat. Music. In Garba, actually we have the ladies, beautiful ladies in their beautiful costume, going around a pot, clapping the hands, snapping the fingers, and praying to Mother Goddess, Mother Earth for prosperity. So this is usually done during the time of harvest, where the whole folk of Gujarat, they come together to ask the mother for blessings. Please enjoy the Garbha dance.
चमके खेलड़ी घन के झांझर नो झनकार माना झांझर नो झनकार कंकण कण के मुकुड़ मड़ के महिमा नो नहीं पार मानी महिमा नो नहीं पार चुंदड़ी चमके खेलड़ी घन के झांझर नो झनकार माना झांझर नो झनकार कंकण कण के मुकुड़ मड़ के महिमा नो नहीं पार मानी महिमा नो नहीं पार ओरे माँ भागवती मातारा विध विध सुंदर नाम किया स्वरूप तूने ओढ़ किए तारा कामण गारा काम गरबे घूमती आवी माँ मोरी गरबे घूमती आवी गरबे घूमती आवी माँ मोरी गरबे घूमती आवी वन नवासी धड़ निवासी सिंहवाहिनी माँ अम्बे सिंहवाहिनी माँ पाई विनाशिनी दुख निहारिणी रक्षा करती माँ मारी रक्षा करती माँ वन नवासी धड़ निवासी सिंहवाहिनी माँ अम्बे सिंहवाहिनी माँ पाई विनाशिनी दुख निहारिणी रक्षा करती माँ मारी रक्षा करती माँ ओरे माँ भागवती मातारा विध विध सुंदर नाम पिया स्वरूप तूने ओढ़ किए तारा कामण गारा काम गरबे घूमती आवी माँ
गर्भे घूमती आवे माँ मोरे, गर्भे घूमती आवे,
गर्भे घूमती आवे माँ मोरे, गर्भे घूमती आवे.
Yes, before we call it a day for the cultural dancers, we have just the last performance. If you have showcase in your house and it's filled with dolls, you will not miss them, because now you are going to see the dolls coming alive. A Mysore traditional doll dance by Satish Babu and team. Please enjoy. This is going to be the last performance before you go on to the next event. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll come with all the dancers for just a group photo. Music. With this, I hope you're all filled with all beautiful energy, good energy, ready to face tomorrow with a new day, with new projects. So these are my beautiful dancers for today. So Bharatanatyam and Garba was presented by the artists of Natyantaranga, directed by me, and including the Kathak. The doll dance along with the plate dance was by the disciples of Sri Satish Babu, and the Odissi dance ensemble was directed by Madhurlita Mohapatra. Thank you dear audience. Please come for the second line. Yes. Thank you for inviting us to perform here. I hope you all had a good day. Thank you so much.
Shubha ma'am, the intricacies of footwork was really amazing. Your team left footprints, footsteps on this stage. Indeed, the vibe that will remain many more days, months, years to come over here. Thank you so much. I would request, now I would request our Honorable Commissioner, Watershed Development Department and the Director, Watershed Development Department to give a token of respect to Shubha Dhananjaya Madam, please. We have a Joint Secretary, Nitin Kadesa, and also Andrew Sau here.
Shubha Madam is excellent dancer, excellent. All of you claps, please. Thank you for opportunity, Madam. Thank you so much. Thank you. All team is good performance. Audience also. Thanks again, Shubha Dhananjaya Madam. Dhanyavadagalu, dhanyavadagalu, dhanyavadagalu.
Thank you, Shubhaji, Satishji, and Srijit. You all mesmerize us with different performances. After seeing these performances, I got reminded of one song from film Roja. भारत हमको जान से प्यारा है, सबसे न्यारा गुलिस्ता हमारा है. तो आपने ये जो डाइवर्सिटी है इंडिया की, ये सारी यहाँ प्रस्तुत की और हम सबको बहुत आनंद दिया. इसके लिए आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have Supreme Shaker. That is the last cultural event going to be held here on this stage.
तुम्हारा ये कहाँ है सर? गाना रेडी है?
गाना रेडी है.
आई थिंक हम में से बहुत लोग सिंगर हैं, काफ़ी लोगों को यहाँ गाना है, तो आप सबका लीडर के हिसाब से मेरा फर्ज बनता है कि हम इसको शुरुआत करें। म्यूजिशियन से भी हम सुनेंगे, लेकिन मैं आप सबसे एक नया आज अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ कि आप गाएंगे तो ही मैं गाऊंगा। अगर मेरे साथ आप गाएंगे, इफ यू सिंग विथ मी देन ओनली आई विल सिंग, otherwise I will not sing. And today we will be doing something different. You might not have done this in life before. So as we are doing different experiments in reward, so let's try something new here. I will be singing. अरे भाई musician नहीं चाहिए, मुझे वो screen दिखाना है. For some time, musician भाई please get down the stage. We'll be showing some song on the screen. So it will be a karaoke track, and I will be singing, and we'll be repeating the song with the karaoke lyrics appearing there, and you all can also sing, and you will have a different life experience. You will go back with that life experience that you have sung for the first time, or sung a wonderful song with all of your friends. We all are karma bandhu, हम सब मिलके कोई काम कर रहे हैं, तो I think this will be a memorable evening for all of us. ये चेयर जरा साइड में कीजिए भाई. Please remove the chairs. प्रकाश, हाँ कहाँ है? जाइए आप वहाँ.
So ये सॉन्ग है आर डी बर्मन साहब का, और आर डी बर्मन he comes from northeast, from the state of Tripura. He introduced a new era in Bollywood music, and he brought a new energy in the Bollywood music. So I am going to sing this song first.
Hello.
We'll be repeating this song again. And that time I need some of you to come to stage and sing with me, and all of you can also sing. It's very easy. You will see the lyrics here, and whenever the lyrics color changes, that time you have to utter that word. So I know all of us are sitting for long, two hours. Now I want all of you to get up and shake your legs and have a great time. Let's put this party on fire. Okay? So, are you ready? Good. That should be the energy at 9 o'clock. Okay. Is the volume good? दुनिया में लोगों को धोखा कभी हो जाता है, आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है. दुनिया में लोगों को धोखा कभी हो जाता है, आंखों में. I want all of you to get up. You are not the first singer. Parvez.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yes.
Next time, second time. We also have Mr. Andrew from World Bank and our Ethiopian friend. Million is also here. Andrew, it's very easy. You can see the lyrics. Second time we are going to sing together. So you are going to sing for the first time in life. Okay? नागिन सी मेरी चाह रखना दिल का ख्याल, मेरे दीवानों का हो जाता है ये हाल. नागिन सी इनकी चाह रखना दिल का ख्याल, इनके दीवानों का हो जाता है ये हाल. सुनिए जी, उन पे
तेरी रे सारा जहां हो जाता है आंखों ही आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है.
So we want 5 singers on the stage when we'll repeat the song. So 2 we have got. Andrew, Umakant Sahab. Yes, after this song is over, in the second round. After the song is over, second round. Bollywood, Mumbai, Maharashtra. कहती है ये नजर कब क्या हो क्या खबर दुनिया में चंद लोग होते हैं जादूगर कहती है ये नजर कब क्या हो क्या खबर दुनिया में चंद लोग होते हैं जादूगर
सुनिए जी
उन पे भी जादू
कभी हो जाता है आंखों ही आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है.
नागिन से मेरी चाल. पिंजरे में चल के आ जाता है शिकार कातिल पे भी कभी आ जाते हैं प्यार पिंजरे में चल के आ जाता है शिकार कातिल पे भी कभी आ जाता है प्यार
बातों ही
बातों में यारों का दिल खो
जाता है आंखों ही
आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है
दुनिया में
हमको धोखा कभी हो जाता है
आंखों ही आंखों में यारों का दिल
खो जाता है. अच्छा वेट अब हमारे साथ जो गाएंगे प्लीज सबके हाथ में एक माइक होना चाहिए. अगर ले लो भाई माइक दे दो. अब हमारे सेकेंड राउंड में आप सब भी गाएंगे ये भी गाएंगे एंड विल हैव फन. ठीक है आप सब ने ये पढ़ के गाना है. यू विल गो बैक होम विथ अ न्यूअर एक्सपीरियंस दैट यू हैव sung a song in life. You might have sung before also, but you will have a great feeling. लाओ भाई लाओ. उमाकांत जी और कौन कौन है? सिंगर साहब आप 5 मिनट रुकिए. हम सबको सिंगर होने दीजिए 5 मिनट के लिए. हाँ और कौन है कौन गाना चाहता है भाई? उपेंद्र जी कहाँ है? हमारे होस्ट कहाँ है?
हेलो
और कौन गाना चाहता है? लेडीज से एक चाहिए हमें. वी वांट सम लेडी सिंगर. नहीं हाँ शी इज आवर पार्टिसिपेंट. वी वांट फ्रॉम पार्टिसिपेंट्स ओके और फ्रॉम आवर स्टाफ नॉट प्रोफेशनल. आई एम नॉट अ प्रोफेशनल ओके. सो वी वांट पार्टिसिपेंट वन ऑफ अस ओके. Okay, so
ready.
Please play again.
में लोगों को धोखा कभी हो जाता है, आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है।
दुनिया में लोगों को धोखा कभी हो जाता है, आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है।
Now I think ladies line, female line is there. You can take that. Female singer, female.
नागिन सी मेरी चाल, रखना दिल का ख्याल, मेरा क्या हो रहा है। नागिन सी मेरी चाल, रखना दिल का ख्याल, मेरे दीवारों का हो जाता
जागी में सारी रैन सारा जहां हो जाता है, आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है।
Vikas can sing, I think. You can sing. हाँ? बिल्कुल बिल्कुल क्यों नहीं?
सुनिए जी
उन पे भी जादू कभी हो जाता है, आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है।
पिंजरा में चल के आ जाते हैं शिकार, कातिल पे भी कभी आ जाते हैं पार। पिंजरा में चल के आ जाते हैं शिकार, कातिल पे भी कभी आ जाता है पार।
आंखों में यारों का दिल खो जाता है।
वंडरफुल सर, नितिन सर, आपने जगा दिया सब लोगों को, थैंक यू। अब शाकिर भाई आपने जगाना है सब लोगों को।
What a wonder, what a versatile singer our Nitin Khade sir. I don't know what other hidden talents are there with our dear sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Please give a great round of applause for all the singers in our group.
What a lovely performance.
That was the real fun. All of you sung. That's a great, great thing which we have done today.
दुखी मन मेरे. Okay, now musical melodies by Supreme Shekhar.
ये शाम भी अजीब है, वो कल भी पास पास थी, वो आज भी करीब है, ओ शाम कुछ अजीब थी।
Hello, check.
Shakir, dear friends, आपको पता है, when we went to Guntur, Shekhar bhai he was singing the songs. उन्हें बहुत अच्छा गाना गाया था उधर, लेकिन बहुत ही कम लोग थे लास्ट में. We were there. After उनके गाने का जो सोच के आए, purposely I called him from Visakhapatnam. Please don't rush to your rooms. We have sufficient vehicles to move. So please enjoy the Kishore Kumar, all Mukesh, Rafi songs with him. उनका जज्बा बहुत कुछ है. He moves around and he sings. Please, I request you to enjoy. You don't get such a moment. सोने का सबको एक दिन है. Please enjoy the moment.
Thank you, sir. Now, just to give a very brief introduction to Supreme Shekhar. He is an international singer from Hyderabad and his team. He received a Rocking Performer Award from Alka Yagnik, traveled around 16 countries to perform at Singapore, Dubai, Malaysia, Switzerland, Netherlands and many more. Now I would request Supreme Shekhar and team to go ahead with your Kishore Kumar.
So many, I'll make them sing and all.
Please, sir. Thank you so much. This is
Hello.
Stage is open for you now.
Thank you, sir. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening to you all. यहाँ पर जितने भी लोग गाए थे, मैं चाहता हूं उनके लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Please round of applause for the wonderful in-house talented, the dynamic singers, and especially I would like to thank Parvez Bhai from the bottom of my heart for making me a part of this wonderful gathering here. So I'm Shekhar, I think already I've been introduced. So मैं गाता नहीं हूँ, आप लोगों के साथ गवाता हूँ भी. और सर आपने तो बहुत कमाल कर दिया. मैं चाहता हूँ परवेज भाई के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. हेलो एवरीबॉडी आर एंजॉयिंग. लेकिन हम लोग अराउंड 6 बजे से वी वर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू परफॉर्म. सभी लोग ऐसा बैटरी डाउन हो गया था, हमारा कब आएगा, हमारा लाइन कब आएगा. बट एनीवे नाउ द टाइम हैज कम. सो वी सिंसियरली रिक्वेस्ट, हमेशा आप लोग तो ऑफिस के बिजी में रहते ही हैं, तो मैं चाहता हूँ कुछ अनमोल पुराने यादों को ताजा करते हुए शैल वी एंजॉय टुगेदर. क्या बात है, वंडरफुल. सो यहाँ पर इन हाउस टैलेंटेड एक मैडम है, शी इज गोइंग टू प्रेजेंट अ सॉन्ग. सर वन निमिष माइक जरा रुको, जरा सब्र करो. ये मीम्स तो आप तो देखे होंगे, लेकिन वो गाना ये नहीं है. जरा जरा बहुत ही खूबसूरत गीत लेकर के आई है मैडम जी, एक 2 मिनट के लिए.
सर ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಗಿಟಾರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಗಿಟಾರ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗಿಟಾರ್ ಚೆಕ್ ದ ಗಿಟಾರ್. ఓకేనా సార్ మానిటర్ ఓకేనా గిటార్ಗೆ ఓకే ಓಕೆ ಸರ್ ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡು ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್
ನೋಡಿ
ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಗಿಟಾರ್
ಓಕೆ
ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಒನ್ ಓಕೆ ಡನ್
ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ನೈಸ್
17 ನೈಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ 17 ನೈಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇದ್ಯಾವುದು ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡಾ ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ
ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ
18 ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು 18 ಇದು ಕೀಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು 18
ಹೌದು
ಪ್ಲೇ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹಂಗೆ
ಪ್ಲೇ ಕರೆ ಸರ್
ಮಾನಿಟರ್ ಓಕೆನಾ ಕೇಳಿ
ಮಾನಿಟರ್
ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ 2ನೇ ನಂಬರ್ ಮಾನಿಟರ್
ಕೊಡು ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡು
ಎಷ್ಟನೇ ನಂಬರ್ ಅದು
ಮಾನಿಟರ್ 2 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್
ಹಾ ನೋಡಿ